Blessed afternoon. I reconvene today's meeting. We will continue with the answering of the questions of our last minister in the first round, the Honorable Minister of Romy, Patrice Gomes, which will then be followed by the answering of the clarification questions by all ministers. Minister Gomes, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of Parliament, those in the Tribune, listening and online. Let me first start by saying, when I compare the number of questions of my colleagues between 60 and 70, and then I look at the number of questions of the Ministry of Romy at 108, I can only conclude that everyone in here loves having me present for a very long time. But in all seriousness, I think it speaks very much of the importance of what the Ministry of Romy does, particularly regarding where we're expecting a large amount of drainage issues. Project manager through Landspaket, Country Package E7, subsidized by the Ministry of Bezidka. The project entails the development of land issuance and land policy, so grondaangifte en prijsbeleid, the cleaning up of the backlog of domain affairs, and the improvement, renewal of the financial administration system. The development of a spatial economic strategy, ruimtelijke economische strategie, REIS, is also part of this initiative. The Ministry received a list of offenders for the period 2020 to 2024 from the Receiver's Office. The combined total top of the 15 offenders is, in 2020, 1,800,156,000 guilders and 43 cents. 2021, 757,587,000 guilders and 17 cents. 2022, 1,301,067 and 89 guilders. 2023, 1,264,756 guilders and 1 cent. And finally, in 2024, 1,311,876 and 60 cents. MP Irian's second question concerning clearing up the backlog of the permits department. What is the total backlog of the permits and the total value of this backlog? And how does the ministry plan to deal with the backlog of the department? Estimation of backlog for the years of 2021 to 2024 is 364. This is not an exact total. The department is understaffed at the moment. Please remember that not all of these permits will be approved. Some permits can also be cancelled, terminated for various reasons. The department plans to hire more personnel and have more resources in order to execute the work more efficiently. Did the ministry approve any permits for construction in the lagoon area? Recently, there have not been any permits issued in the lagoon area. What is the vision of the current minister, as everything in the current budget is the vision of the previous minister? Upon taking office in November, I outlined my vision for my mandate to be one guided by sustainable development and rooted in the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which this country has signed on to and embodied in our national development vision. To this end, I outlined 3 priorities: conservation, decent living, waste reforms and drainage, and finally, governance. These 3 priorities are cornerstones of my decision-making and my vision towards creating an environment that supports a clean, regulated, fair, and enjoyable environment for all that considers both natural and economic factors. Through you, Madam Chair, I invite the good MP to like, follow, and share the page, Patrice Gomes, Minister of Romy, to stay abreast as this vision unfolds. Wherein the budget reflects how we are going to handle the garbage situation. The main issue with the current garbage situation is a result of certain contractors not fulfilling their contractual obligations. This will be handled in an operational decision-making basis and is not reflected in the budget. the ministry will have to check how many funds we can make available for the purchase of bins in 2025. Important to note, the ministry the last purchasing of bins happened in 2024, where we ordered 100 bins. And this, of course, can be seen, the work of the Ministry, Department of Infrastructure, in budget post 9210, hyphen 910. Where is the budget? Where in this budget will drainage be addressed? My proposal, Madam Chair, through you, is that drainage will be addressed in CapEx amendment in May. Why are there revenue generative initiatives in the presentation of ROMI and not in the budget 2025? Also, the multi-year SLA for road maintenance or cost reduction. Stated in my presentation, these initiatives, and especially the environmental impact study, are in their conceptual stage. You will note that there is no amount listed next to these concepts. Following the necessity to reduce the budget by 33 million guilders in the initial budget 2024, I think we can agree that concepts should now be reflected in a budget, especially if the necessary agreements or legislative work has not been finalized. What my presentation reflects is an extrapolation of the strategic, legislative, and policy priorities that will generate revenue once completed. In my presentation, I also stated that Parliament will be kept abreast with progress on these matters. Will there be a construction pause in 2025 or 2026 is a part of the Minister's vision. There is currently no plan for a construction pause. Important to note, though, several countries have taken this course of action, including Anguilla, in the past. Therefore, such action is not unheard of. As stated on several occasions, my vision is one of sustainable development. Sustainable development is not an either-or situation, but a balance between our natural and built environment, both of which are necessary to support economic development and personal well-being. We have already begun discussions on what this will look like in deliberations within the ministry on topics including zoning and enforcement. We move now to the questions of MP Christopher L. Weaver. Is there a plan to repair street signage? The ministry's plan to tackle signage is split into three categories: traffic signage, directional signage, and finally street name signage. All three categories will be tackled in parts this year, and complete implementation will be spread over the governing period. Traffic signage is done in collaboration with CAPASM's traffic department, as ministerial decrees from the Minister of Justice are required for most traffic signs prior to placement. Directional signage is a collaboration between CAPASM and TEAT, whereby points of interest will also be included in the design of the signage. It is the intention to place the directional signage near all major intersections. Street name signage is solely performed by VROMI, and of course, there is a tender scheduled for traffic signs and street signs in Q1. Related to landslides in the hills, what is the procedure to inform the Ministry of concerns of landslides? The Ministry's inspection department can be contacted at 522-1844. We are still finalizing the creation of a department-wide general email for this exact purpose. We'll follow up, of course, as promised in the CC, with a overall and comprehensive contact list. Moving to the questions of MP Darrell T.J. York, flood mitigation measures, what do we have? The MP mentions that residents of cul-de-sac basins, in particular Mary's Fancy, Saunders, Valley Estate, South Road, they are waiting to hear from the minister. The ministry does have mitigation measures in place, including floodgates and storm pumps. Moving forward, the ministry is looking at improving management and capacity, including the possible introduction of a floodgate at Great Bay. Concerning illegal garages, what about the plans to tackle legal or illegal garages that are making misuse of the land outside the perimeters where they are permitted to function? The ministry has initiated a program to identify and document all garages on the island. The program will review the presence of all relevant documentation, especially a hindrance permit. Thus far, Coal Bay and Lowlands areas have been completed in this initial listing. It is my intention to expand this initiative and enforcement to include the Ministry of TEAT. Concerning the tendering policy, what is being done about that? When is the policy going to turn into a law, and what are the specifications of that law? Madam Chair, through you, as stated by the Minister of Finance, this initiative is part of the SPARE program, which is scheduled to commence in May. The project components will include a review and revision of the draft public procurement decree, the operationalization of public procurement procedures, the development of standard binding documents, templates, and contracts, as well as capacity building for public sector employees and stakeholders. In addition, the introduction of a basic e-procurement system is anticipated, alongside stakeholder engagement to emphasize its importance, along with support for implementing a contract management application project. Is projected. Concerning the UNOPS report to address traffic congestion, what is the scope of this report? And if we're asking a third party for a report, that report is going to take quite some time. In the meantime, until the report is ready, what is the Minister's vision and plan to address the scenario? And especially in the cul-de-sac basin, what are the plans short, mid, and long term? Let me first begin, Madam Chair, by indicating that traffic is actually an interministerial initiative. And I stated in the CC that the core objective of the Ministry of ROMI is in providing the necessary infrastructure. In terms of how we manage the roads itself is both justice and TEAT. The Ministry and UNOPS are currently working on defining the conditions for a potential cooperation agreement to develop a program aiming at addressing immediate congestion challenges in St. Maarten through improved mobility and transportation. The scope is currently under definition, but must bring about an integrated solution that not only addresses challenges in traffic, but also improves public transportation, ensures efficient land use and mobility, as well as regulate and optimize freight transportation and logistic flows on the island. This initiative falls in line with my overarching responsibility towards spatial development. As it relates to short-term initiatives, the Ministry has already announced planned solutions, including limitations of left turns and redirecting traffic on congested roads and known bottleneck areas. We are also in discussion with the Ministry of Justice and TEAT on increased enforcement and controls in such areas as cul-de-sac. During Central Committee, I also highlighted 6 areas for more medium-term mitigation, which will be done in collaboration with the relevant ministries. As it relates to non-governmental stakeholders, I have reached out to car dealerships, indicating my desire to engage in discussions around current practices, ensuring buy-in and a comprehensive approach to this issue. The MP's next question: does the Ministry have any hydrological plans or reports from any of the areas of St. Maarten, and in particular the cul-de-sac basin? There is indeed a hydrological study, but it focused on surface runoff, urban water management, and stormwater systems, so not looking at the full water cycle, unfortunately. The aim of this study was to provide an overview of the extent of flooding problems to be used for strategic planning purposes. Natural drainage channels were mapped, assessed for the study, and the overall analysis showed that flooding is caused either by inadequate channel capacity or simply due to non-existence of drainage structures. The study resulted in, for instance, the indication of flood-prone areas which are used in the zoning plan maps. In these flood-prone areas, stricter building foundation heights regulations are imposed to prevent flooding. The MP's next question: given the increase in rainfall and climate change currently, our drainage system on St. Maarten can handle a max of 210 millimeters of water. The MP further notes that the most recent rainfall was about or over 300 millimeters due to climate change. What is the plan and vision moving forward as it pertains to increasing maximum capacity of our drainage infrastructure? The Drainage Master Plan that was commissioned by UNESCO IHE in 2007 has been updated in regard to recent rainfall, needs to be updated in regards to recent rainfall as a result of climate change. Important to note, we also spoke with the Meteorological Office Yes, indeed, the increased rainfall is expected, but also one of the key concerns is that we have a lot of erosion in the hillsides, which mitigates the capacity of natural drainage. Many areas, especially reclaimed land, lack drainage, and this is indicated as my priority, both from a built and natural perspective. This would include protecting natural drainage areas, which, as the MP rightfully indicated, starts upstream in the hills in higher areas. Has the minister ever looked into natural waterways in the cul-de-sac basin and how we can retrieve and catch water before it hits the flat land? Retention basins have been proposed for the Amelia Wilson Estate and also for the Little League ballpark, but have not been introduced due to the lack of financing. As part of efforts to address drainage, the ministry will be reviewing CapEx allocations among other avenues to address this. Top 3 priorities heading to 2025 of what the minister wishes to achieve. Zoning and housing. The MP mentioned that he didn't see much about housing in the minister's presentation, so if the minister can elaborate on that. Basically, what division is it in, where's the money coming from, and timeline. Securing opportunities for new affordable housing is listed as a strategic, legislative, and policy priority. During my presentation, I outlined what these activities are: the reactivation of the Mortgage Guarantee Fund, finalizing the housing policy, and enhancing the relationship between the Housing Foundation and government. The aim is to have the first, this is the Mortgage Guarantee Fund, capitalized via the banking sector and institutions, while the last two are funded via the trust fund through a different project. As a $20 million for the housing project is no longer available, the government is busy seeking new sources for funding. Has the ministry thought about a catchment basin at different positions in higher areas to catch the water from the various waterways to mitigate water coming too quickly to lower lying areas? Yes, the ministry has made several proposals on retention ponds, retention catchment basins. One example of this is in the Valley Estate area, where several catchment basins were proposed with capacities varying from 5,000 to 8,000 cubic meters. Unfortunately, these were not implemented. Taking note that the budget 2025 is also expected to be amended, what are the expected plans for the current draft CapEx 2025? The following amendments are to be expected. The purchasing of the stormwater pumps from the funds we received from the Netherlands, 2.54 million, should be added to CapEx 2025. 2, the amount requested for the purchasing of the vessel, 213,379 guilders, I would like to reallocate towards drainage, and will supplement this with a request for more funding. The decision to remove the vessel is simple. The ministry subsidizes and has a service level agreement with the Nature Foundation. Moreover, Coast Guard forms part of the enforcement arm of government. Both agencies have a boat and render services that VROMI can make use of. The MP had a thorough elucidation on the ministry's capability with inspections and the rest of the ministry with regards to excavations and erosions, leading up to the following question. For example, in the hillsides, and more specifically on the example of the excavation and erosion in the vicinity of the Illage Road, what are we doing in the current scenario to make sure these things don't happen and keep happening moving forward? The ministry published Article 28 Civil Works Permit to inform and educate the general public pertaining to the dangers of improper excavation on the hillsides. The ministry has approached numerous individuals after the fact of the work being completed. With the implementation of the National Ordinance on Administrative Enforcement, the so-called bestuurlijke handhaving, the ministry will be able to issue fines, thereby increasing enforcement. The MP mentioned that he did not see anything about erosion on the minister's presentation. What are the plans? Since taking office, the ministry has engaged, I have engaged because the ministry didn't take office. Since taking office, I have engaged with Acrobat X to carry out studies on the hillsides. Interventions have been proposed for areas in the cul-de-sac area, and the ministry is reviewing these for implementation. In addition, other identified areas for further investigation are Yanchu Riskin Boulevard in front of the port, and of course now Back Bay. The ministry is of course upholding the hillside policy, which has as a main objective to protect the hillsides from further erosion and excavation, or at least ensure that mitigation efforts are included in building plans. The same goes, of course, for upholding Article 28 of the zoning ordinance, which makes it mandatory for persons to obtain a civil works permit prior to large excavations, vegetation removal, construction of roads, and water management activities, among others, in the hillsides. The plans that were shown in the presentation of CapEx are basically projects that roll over from the funds of CapEx 2023. The question is, why weren't these projects executed or completed in 2024? Through you, Madam Chair, allow me to give a timeline of CapEx. CapEx 2023 was approved but received quite late in 2023. As such, the amount and the price for CapEx 2023 rolled over for the most part to 2024. As such, most projects are experiencing some delays due to programming. In other instances, we are experiencing problems with execution when we have to engage in negotiation with third parties, such as landowners, in the case of the harvesting project. Finally, we are experiencing additional delays due to weather conditions, material shortages, and scheduling. Please be assured that the ministry, like any project management organization, is consistently managing risks to ensure projects are delivered as closely as possible to the planned scope, time, and quality. What are the ministry's plans for urbanization? The general vision on spatial development is described in our spatial development strategy for 2030. In developing St. Maarten, the ministry aims to seek a proper balance between the natural, social, and economic domains, meaning that one domain should not come at the disadvantage of another, but rather complement each other. The draft zoning plans build further on realizing this vision by designating areas where urbanization is still possible. Specifically, these are residential 1 and 2, recreation, stayover recreation, and center zones on the various plan maps. The ministry will always advise persons to stay in line with these zoning regulations to ensure proper spatial planning. Thus far, these drafts have not changed, but zoning, as mentioned before, will need to be revised and formalized in the coming years, including coming to Parliament for ratification. What are your plans to revitalize the Housing Foundation, both as it pertains to the debts that they have and the current organizational situation related to the director and the head of the board? As mentioned in Central Committee meeting, a new agreement with the Housing Foundation is my first priority. The agreement will outline the relationship between the government and the foundation. Once this framework is in place, formal discussions on debt can commence. As it relates to the director and the board, this matter is being reviewed. What is the cost of the UNOPS report to address the traffic congestion? As the scope is currently under definition, the ministry is unable to provide an answer to the question. Once approved, the UNOPS will provide an estimated budget for this cooperation agreement for review by the ministries. What is the current backlog of building permits? How many permits have been completed since start date of the minister, of my start date, and how much was the backlog at start of the minister's tenure? Since taking office, I've completed an estimated 60 building permits. There are currently 6 permits on my desk and 5 on the desk of the SG to be sent to me for final approval. Unfortunately, I was unable to receive the total at the start of my tenure, but the ministry was able to provide me with the total update backlog over the last 4 years, 2021-2024, which was 364 permits. Of this, 130 were from the beginning of the last year. So 130 was the last known count. And of course, the permit department is not currently fully digitalized as yet, so the total backlog cannot be readily available. Addressing this forms part of my stated priority on improving governance within the ministry. What is the minister doing to raise inclusion of small contractors? The MP then continued to share his idea to have a separate policy based on annual turnover. What does this minister think about it? For example, a tiered system of max yearly turnover of 20,000, was it dollars or guilders, not sure, then to 500,000 and to 1 million. If a contractor is above a certain tier, then they may not be eligible to apply for a smaller tier. Through you, Madam Chair, I can indicate the ministry will look into this suggestion as it is indeed a good one. Important to note, and I think given the context of where this question may be coming from, the NRPB, in the execution of a number of tenders towards the reconstruction initiatives on the island, has in fact offered support to smaller companies in terms of the bidding process, procedures, and responding to bids to ensure that they're actually able to qualify for different types of jobs at different price points as well. The next question, what is the status of the comprehensive ministry plan moving forward? And the past ministry report, if it's not ready, when will it be finished? In order to support successful operations for 2025, a request was made in November 2024 for the list of priority activities from the various sections that make up this ministry. This will be finalized within short. There is a ministerial plan 2022-2026, inclusive of a monitoring tool, but it has not been approved. It's not been approved. Noting the time, it may need to be updated. More strategically, it's my belief that the ministry has to move away from execution and more towards policy and acting as a regulatory body. Given the increasing demands of an ever-growing country, we cannot continue to micromanage within the ministry tasks that are better suited for management outside of the organization. Addressing this is also part of my long-term plan for the ministry and is in line with the projects to realize the Waste Authority and introduction of a road maintenance SLA. On a more human side, a critical area of focus is ensuring a highly satisfied and motivated workforce, efficient staffing, and rebuilding trust within the ministry, well, within and for the ministry. I will be submitting a request to review the function book of the ministry once we determine the way of working in the future that best suits adequately supporting the needs of the people. The receipt of 1.4 million euros from the Dutch government, given our limited resources, is much appreciated and a demonstration of the importance of my favorite Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 17, partnerships, which is critical in supporting this and the wider country's transformation. When it comes to erosion and water issues, does the ministry currently have any reports from the past, whether it be 10 to 15 years ago, of these problems? As indicated, the ministry has one report from UNESCO IHE, which is drafted in 2007. That institution is now called IHE Delft, Institute for Water Education. When we look at major projects like Indigo Bay, Weymouth Hill, Rice Hill, and Valley Estate, there are major developments that happen under the hillside policy. Meaning, in order to do the necessary excavation and get up necessary permits, excavation, extensive environmental and water-related studies would have had to been done. Excuse me. Indeed, the MP statement is correct. This is MP York, yes? Okay. I can assure you that the ministry is paying close attention to ensure that all developments and advices meet necessary quality standards. This includes involving necessary stakeholders in the review process and incorporating their contributions into the decision-making. When necessary, stakeholders are brought together to discuss discrepancies as well. The ministries continually encourage and execute their tasks as accurately as possible and provide the minister with the most comprehensive and high-quality advice achievable. Why are we ordering garbage bins? This is MP York's last question. Why are we ordering the same garbage bins that after they come, we will have the same issues with the garbage bins? Because these garbage bins, essentially, especially the big blue ones, once they're full, there's also an environmental hazard. Instead of just repeatedly ordering the same things to solve one problem, when are we going to think of ways to solve all the problems? The large 1,100-liter bins on 4 wheels, similar to those seen on the front side, will not be part of the upcoming tender for bins. Instead, the ministry has opted for 2.5-yard bins, which are better serviced by the by the rear loading system of the garbage trucks. The process to solve the waste problem that the country is currently facing is being tackled as part of a larger project in collaboration with the NRPB. Moving on to the questions of MP Egbert J. Duran. Sorry. How much funds remain on the side road harvesting project? How many funds have been spent? How much has been left back? And how many more roads are required to be done? It is known that a substantial amount of roads were done as the MP has driven around and seen them. A total of 4.65 million was allocated to side road projects, of which 2.846297 was spent. An amount of approximately 1,811,203 is still pending. We are, in regarding to how many roads have to be done, we are just under half of the amount of roads that needs to be done. Can the minister elaborate on the steps being taken to address the ongoing challenge with property owners for the side road project? It is the case that the ministry is saying that if there's an issue somewhere, they will just move on to the road that needs dire attention. Or how is the ministry addressing the issue with landowners, specifically with the side road project? The ministry tries its best to communicate with the different property owners when necessary possible to come to a reasonable solution with all parties involved. Thus far, the approach has gone well, except in the case of one road in particular, which is why I've stated earlier we are going to ensure that we increase communication and agree terms going forward. Can the minister provide an update on the weighbridge and the landfill, which was paid for and never delivered? Was this case settled? How many other court cases within the Ministry of Rummy from May 3rd, 2024 until now have been settled? How many have been won and how many have been lost? This case is not settled, this case is not settled, nor was it a court case. On March 27, 2023, Lance Advocate Gibson sent the minister's cabinet an email with a proposal on how to proceed with this case. Unfortunately, he never received a response. Therefore, a court case to retrieve the funds was never initiated. Since then, we have contacted the contractor and had a meeting with him on November 7, 2024. We are now in the final stages of making a decision on how best to retrieve these funds. As it relates to the total number of cases settled, won, and lost during my mandate, please allow us to submit this in writing as we want to ensure we provide accurate information. Continuation of the Mortgage Guarantee Fund, is there a particular timeline as to the completion of it, or when can we see some tangible results? Initial meeting was held on Wednesday, December 4, 2024, to receive an update on the reactivation process. Next week, official letters will go out, allowing the committee to begin designing the scheme and engage with the banking sector. The ministry aims to have a draft ready by the end of Q2 of 2025. For long lease canon fees, in 2023, 4.9 million was received. In 2024, 13.1 million was received. Then in 2025, it went back to 8 million. Were all these figures correct? If so, can some more substantiation be given for why the sudden change in the canon fees? If there are any issues, can the correct figures be given? As mentioned in my presentation, Madam Chair, through you, the 13.1 budgeted in 2024 contained the retroactive outstanding canon from one long lease holder. Consequently, once paid, this amount could not be included again in 2025. Hence the decrease from 13.1 million guilders to 8 million guilders. How many deeds of land issuance have been signed off since taking the office, including extensions? The department, I think we've missed this question. Let me come back to that through you, Madam Chair. We seem to have missed this question in putting the request and the response into the question. The Department of Domain, the next question of the MP, Duran. The Department of Domain Affairs contacted the cadastre to provide. No, this is the next question again.
I think the answer is actually the
No, there's more. Excuse me, Madam Chair, as I just review. Okay, let's come back to it. Next question, it's an option to include this housing project in the capital expenditure budget. There is 18 million allocated for land ownership. Is the ministry on the same page, or has the purpose changed? If so,
Minister?
yes?
Before you answer that question, you mentioned you will come back to the answer.
Within this same round.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Just to clarify
'Cause
that. Okay.
We just didn't put the number in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now I've lost myself. Okay, yes, there we are. Is the ministry staying on the same page, or has the purpose changed? If so, what is the current purpose for it? Is it an option to seek financing when it comes to housing? Also, is it another option to go to public-private partnerships with APS, for example, another entity we are allowed to borrow from or deal with government of St. Maarten? A request for change of purpose of CapEx has been submitted before the funds, a request for change of purpose of CapEx has to be submitted before the funds can be reallocated. No such request is currently present. The ministry would periodically review the existing allocations in line with needs. Furthermore, I can confirm that the funding options for housing will include, as rightfully stated by the MP, the banking sector, as well as other entities for PPP. This, of course, can include APS. Minister gave revenue-generating initiatives in his presentation, which were the landfill tipping fee, the waste management fee and taxes, enforcement of laws and policies via the Landsverordening, the Environmental Impact Fund, SLA for road maintenance, but none of these are in the budget for 2025. For each individual line item, can the minister show where these are in the budget? If not in the budget, is an amendment expected like some of the other ministries like ECIS and Finance? As previously stated, these initiatives are not visible in the draft budget as they are being developed. The realization of these and their impact will be reflected in future budgets. Regarding digital transformation, how will implementation of Mercell software improve the efficiency and transparency of public tenders? In the same software, is it the same software the Ministry of ECIS used for their public tendering? As it was explained at the time of the MP's tenure as Minister of Romy, that it would not be compatible with the scope of the Ministry of Romy's work. If not, what is the difference between this software and the software that the Ministry of ECIS is using, and what are the benefits from it? Can you customize it and tailor it, make it match your particular product that you wish to receive? The Mercell digital platform will improve the efficiency and transparency of public tenders due to the fact that all information will be uploaded and transmitted through a digital platform. The Ministry of ECIS has also been using the Mercell digital platform indeed for about 3 to 4 years now for its public tendering. In collaboration with the Ministry of Romy, the new products department staff is the one leading this initiative. What is the timeline for fully integrating this system into the ministry's operations so that the MP can communicate to people of St. Maarten in terms of parliament and government in terms of tangible deliverables? Okay. This system is being used as we go along with public tenders, and full integration is expected within 2 to 3 years across the region, across the ministry. Regarding the building permit for the new marketplace, there is no mention of a building permit, even in the National Gazette. Have you issued a waiver to start the works without a building permit? The vendors complain almost every morning. A previous permit, building permit number 152-2023, was submitted by the former Minister of Théâtre, Mr. Lambrix. It's Lambro, it's French. Anyway, and it was approved by the market, but it was approved by the ministry. Recently, a new permit was submitted, BP 189-2024, and will be evaluated and processed according to the building codes and policies of St. Maarten. As this project is a government initiative, project management is in line with the national policies. As such, preliminary works have been allowed to start on ground preparation. This is, of course, being coordinated with the Department of New Works within the Ministry of Romy. Regarding the CapEx budget breakdown, there is nothing new there. It says electrical generators, GB. Is this the same as the one spoken by the Prime Minister? Indeed, MP, through you, Madam Chair, this is an error on my part. Thank you for pointing it out. This should read electrical generators. Sorry, should not read electrical generators, should read diesel generators. Regarding over the bank homes, for persons that have homes there already, what steps will the ministry take to prioritize the regularization of land for residents who have lived there for 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years? A response was given to the previous question that nothing is being done. Can clarity be given on this? And how people can come to correct a situation that was never corrected for decades. Through you, Madam Chair, as the Central Committee, nothing on this case is being done because nothing can be done. On August 22nd, 2023, the court ruled that the government had to take a new decision following the issuance of parcels, often for the same pieces of land, by different ministers of Rumney over the years. Based on the DDAM verdict rendered by the Supreme Court on November 26, 2021, and again revisited on November 15, 2024, new land issuances cannot be made without a new land issuance policy. The policy is being drafted. Considerations, as of course rightly pointed out by the by MP Duran, through you, Madam Chair, will of course consider those people who have been living there for a number of time once the policy is finalized. Topic of side road projects. Is there a strategy to engage the contractors and stakeholders to streamline the processes to avoid further hiccups? What is being done to remedy the hiccups? The project had to be done in October. Stated earlier, some aspects related to delays and hiccups are within our control. Areas that we have identified as needing improvements are in the realm of communication and agreed terms. Naturally, the impact of these aspects, this is not, yes. Naturally, the impact of those aspects outside of our control can be mitigated by ensuring these areas are given necessary attention, that is communication and improving agreed terms. I have already requested progress reports in all these areas to enhance monitoring and increase accountability. Well Road. Several MPs asked about whether it was on or off the list to be repaired. How do we plan to address it? We can find money for other things like festivals, but with regard to the Soccer Garden Road, can the minister address it? It is in a deplorable state. The work began on Bishop Hill and Soccer Garden Roads on Monday. Works will include the introduction of maximum 2 additional drains that will lead into the Rolandes Canal. The contractor will be busy with assessments, including height level measurements, in the coming weeks. Just before the holidays, urgent repair works were carried out on the Well Road. Once the project moves to the western side of St. Maarten, it is the intention to add Well Road to lists to be resurfaced properly. Yeah. No, properly.
Oh, properly.
Because, yeah, to extrapolate, because currently we did in holidays is patching, and patching is not a long-term solution. Next question, what has been left back on the resurfacing program funds from CapEx? In the presentation, there's approximately 5 million left in the CapEx for resurfacing. What steps has the ministry taken to move the Hope Estate project forward, and what challenges are currently delaying the progress? As the Central Committee, the Hope Estate project was lost in April 2024. Documentation confirming this position was submitted to Parliament. The realization of the Hope Estate project was contingent on receiving $20 million allocation once we fulfill the 4 criteria as outlined in disbursement conditions from the World Bank. As such, a Hope Estate project does not technically exist. The ministry is currently in discussion regarding new funding sources. Moreover, the ministry needs to clarify the legal ownership of the land proposed for the original project. Simultaneously, the ministry will continue working to establish a housing policy as well as improving the relationship with the Housing Foundation. With regards to long-term service level agreement for road maintenance is a great idea. Why is it in the budget right now? Hopefully a change can happen within 24 hours. As mentioned, Madam Chair, through you, this will not be reflected in the budget until it is actually finalized. Moving on to the questions of MP Francisco A. La Cruz. There's actually a question that was posed to the Ministry of TEAT, but given that it includes elements relevant to the Ministry of Romy, we have also added to our list for response. The question was, respect to booths around the carnival festivities, is the plan still in place to make sure that no shacks are built, but it looks decent? Most of these, those that are used to doing this know already and have received the document as to how it should look. Madam Chair, through you, I would like to include a small addition to the answer provided by TEAT. The Ministry of TEAT issues spots annually for temporary vending along the Walton Isbeth Road, Pondville, opposite the Central Bank. As shared by TEAT, the aesthetic guidelines were created by that ministry, and they will ensure that the necessary inspections happen when the time arises. Rummy's contribution is to make sure that the location is marked and brought back to original state after the vending period, as indicated by TEAT, has ended. Are there any plans or repercussions for the haulers that are not picking up the garbage? Haulers that do not pick up garbage as per schedule stipulated in the contract receive written notices per infraction or default, financial penalties leading to deductions in monthly payment, warning letters, and ultimately the risk of contract termination when the maximum number of warnings have been reached. This will be strictly enforced. Can the minister indicate to Parliament how many people are registered right now waiting for a government home, and what is the plan to rectify this? There are currently 4,000 people waiting for a home. In order to rectify this, we need to increase our social and affordable housing stock. To construct this, we need funds. Currently, government is exploring opportunities to finance this. Concerning the benches on Front Street, what is being done about the benches that are damaged, or benches that are they're moving them to the side or parked on the curb. Damaged benches are removed by the Ministry of Rummy. The introduction of the National Ordinance on Administrative Enforcement will assist in enforcement of these fines. Could the minister specify the procedure for requesting a home instead of sending a request and waiting for infinity? The procedure consists of 4 steps. Step 1, an application form needs to be filled out and submitted to the Housing Foundation. This is currently, unfortunately, not online, and a hard copy needs to be picked up at the office of the Housing Foundation in Belvedere. Step 2, once submitted to the Housing Foundation, a home visit will then follow for a household needs assessment. Step 3, results of assessment will be given for discussion, and finally, step 4, once approved, the applicant will be placed on a list to wait for available housing. Of course, as we stated before, there's already a long list because we don't have the necessary houses available, nor do we very often enforce the actual agreements of the housing needs assessment. What does that mean? Is that if a person is assigned a house as a family of 4 and 2 children leave the house as an adult, for some reason in the past years, decades, we have still allowed the same people to live in a 4-bedroom or 3-bedroom house. So that, of course, is the issue around the necessary housing stock. They should, in fact, be changed to a smaller unit. This, too, will be strictly enforced going forward. Does the Ministry of Rummy have a shortage of bins, and what are the plans to rectify this? The ministry's last significant purchase of bins occurred in 2018. In 2024, 100 bins were ordered and will be distributed upon completion of our urgent needs assessment. The ministry estimates a current need for approximately 3,000 new bins of various sizes, including the large 10 to 2-yard bins and 65 to 95-gallon bins. The ministry is also investigating the feasibility of underground bins. I understand that there is some turmoil at the St. Maarten Housing Foundation. Could the minister give us an update on that? How are things going? Has the board been replenished? Do we have a new director? The ongoing matter of the Housing Foundation has to do with an administrative issue and is currently being reviewed by the board. There is a full board with both a director and a general director in place. In the last 3 weeks, the garage and the boardwalk is crazy. What is the plan? The collection of solid waste in St. Maarten is divided into 7 parcels. When a contractor does not service the area in a given parcel in accordance with what is contracted, the respective contractor receives written notices and financial penalties from the government. The ministry is busy reviewing the contract for parcels that include the boardwalk. The ministry, once legally able, will be enforcing fines. The Ministry of TEAT is in the process of purchasing bins for Phillipsburg. This is based on a tender issued by the previous Minister of TEAT. Therefore, we are simply executing that decision. In the budget, I did not see any budget available for HURI Committee. Why is that? It's no longer active. Stated in Central Committee, Madam Chair, through you, the budget for the Rental Committee is currently under AZ's budget. The amount budgeted for 2025 is 246,840 guineas and can be found under budget post 3204 of AZ. Important to note, we are having discussions about the placement of this going forward, given the responsibility of ROMI over housing. What exactly is the issue with the garbage haulers? There's a very common thread with these questions, but very important. Please explain that so that I can understand that it's not government, because what I am told by the guys in the truck, we ask government for more drums or bins, we ask government for more bins, nothing happens. In summary, the issue with the contractors, the issue lies in the contractors' servicing frequency of the garbage bins, particularly the large collective metal bins, coupled with the downtime of garbage hauling equipment. Important to note, following receipt of the 100 garbage bins, government put out an official request to the haulers in September 2024. Response by all but one hauler was received in November. What is the plan to repair the sidewalks in front of the front street, especially where the trees are located? The Ministry of ROMI will work in collaboration with TEAT on a comprehensive plan to address and beautify, to revitalize Phillipsburg. This initiative will address various aspects, including sidewalk and road bricks, tree replanting, improved lighting, garbage bins, and other enhancements to benefit pedestrians in Phillipsburg and the Boardwalk area. When is the next cleanup of old wrecks planned? The cleanup of wrecks is ongoing. It's an ongoing process. An interministerial cleanup with TEAT and Justice is being discussed, as well as the awareness campaign anticipated to launch in Q2. Persons are reminded that if they are in possession of a car that they wish to dispose of, they can bring the vehicle to the designated metal crushing site on the Pondfield, adjacent to Little League. Moving on to the questions of MP Franklin A. Myers. About the drainage system, the MP notes that when the contractors clean the canals, they also aid and cause more erosion. Yes, this is also noted by the ministry's contact management team. This occurrence is closely monitored and contractors are informed to exercise caution to not cause additional erosion. Corrective measures will be applied if deemed necessary. The ministry has also taken note of the practices on the front side and will see how these can be implemented going forward. Potholes on the road. Ministers have a certain level of accountability, however, the contractors also have a responsibility. What kind of material, the asphalt that they're using, is it the cheapest kind? When we travel to the Netherlands, for example, which is a rich country and the roads are fine, and most of the companies here are subsidiaries of the mother companies in the Netherlands. Why are we getting inferior material, or because of our road network system, no proper drainage, the rocks on the road, cars drive on it, and of course, destroy the road. We need to hold the contractors equally responsible. Is it public funds that is being used for these roads? After noticing the quality of previous projects, for this year's projects, more emphasis was placed on the quality of the asphalt products. This includes the aggregates and the bitumen used. The contractor has shared quality assurance documents and held meetings with the departments and asphalt experts. The contractor also recently purchased a new grade machine, which is a better quality and, of course, enhances efficiency of the project. Simpson Bay Bridge. It's about 40-something years old. What is its life expectancy of a bridge of such a type? And the MP suggests considering to put in a new one. It will be a major problem if one of these days it is unable to carry its capacity or execute its work when elevated. A bridge of this nature has a lifespan of approximately 50 years. The renewal and upgrading of this bridge will be discussed with the Port St. Maarten, under whom the responsibility of bridges fall. My goodness. The MP makes a suggestion that the ministry establish a separate sanitation department for handling waste management. Through you, Madam Chair, the Emergency Debris Management project includes the establishment of a waste authority. This forms part of the trust fund projects and is a part of the larger waste reforms that are underway. Moving on to the questions of MP Ludmila N.L. De Weaver. The question to the minister is will the ministries provide an amendment to the budget correcting the errors of 2024 to 2025? The MP takes note of the fact that this still reads the same. The request, in response, the request to this has been corrected and submitted and approved. Thus, the amendment will be made. These are the questions of MP Lyndon C. Lewis Jr. Approximately $18 million has been allocated for land acquisition. Could you provide more specifics on what ministries will receive this funding and the projects they will support? This 18.2 million guilders was requested for land acquisition for the purpose of housing, community centers, sewage infrastructure, drainage infrastructure, and a burial ground. How does the minister plan to ensure the operation service provided by the Ministry of Romy remains consistent, effective, and transparent? Madam Chair, through you, the ministry is constantly working on improving its processes and services to the general public and other stakeholders. I'd like to mention a few key actions that are ongoing at the moment and which are expected to reflect the improved processes and services this year. The first, the ministry has placed a high priority on satisfaction and motivation of its civil servants. We're dedicating sufficient time and attention to their concerns, providing opportunities for them to contribute to strategic decision-making, and treating everyone with respect. Additionally, ensuring that the right individuals are allocated to the appropriate tasks and responsibilities is a key measure to maintain a highly motivated workforce. 2, Country Package E7 has focused entirely on domain affairs to introduce necessary policies and tools, but also tackling the processes and competencies within the department and the staff. Finally, 3, the ministry is in the process of hiring additional key personnel, such as a quality manager. This crucial role will assist the ministry in continuously improving the processes and services to the people. How does the ministry plan to improve wastewater disposal systems to prevent environmental pollution and ensure public health? To further improve on our wastewater disposal systems, the ministry is busy with the implementation of the country's sewage master plan and the design standards for sewage alongside with our existing laws, standards, and guidelines. This will be done in tandem with the ongoing trust fund project SWAMP. How much is the value of all building permits that's currently pending your approval for execution? Estimated value of building permits that are pending approval currently is estimated between 250,000 guilders and 300,000 guilders. How will these land acquisitions contribute to long-term development goals such as housing and infrastructure? The ministry can leverage land acquisition to enhance infrastructure by improving traffic and safety flow through expansion of roads and redesigning intersections, as we are actually currently now doing at Bishop Hill. Furthermore, this approach can help address the country's pressing shortage of cemetery space and housing. In what ways does the ministry intend to integrate environmental protection and responsible use of natural resources into its core policy areas? The ministry has the National Ordinance, the Nature Ordinance, hindrance permits, beach policy, hillside policy, and civil works permits in place with which it can legally protect the environment or ensure the damage thereof is mitigated. With the intended green zoning plan, the ministry can and will be even better equipped to legally protect and preserve nature and environment, as this plan will impose better restrictor land use regulations in natural areas of importance, such as coastal zones, water bodies, and hillsides. The ministry also has also finalized and updated the Nature Policy Plan 2025-2030. This is our basis. The ministry will be working on new and previous policy objectives aimed at preservation, protection, and responsible use of natural resources. Are we looking into waste to energy, seeing a mountain that is growing? As we know, that mountain did not erect itself, erect by itself as that in our beautiful salt pond. The ongoing waste reforms include studies related to efficient and maximum use of the current landfill, as well as diversion, recycling, and composting efforts. In addition, there are numerous historical discussions on waste to energy, but current variables, especially around the business case, must be reviewed. What is the possibility to have a drag strip developed in St. Martin with the location preferred on the ring road? Various options have been presented for residents of the drag strip, a quarter mile, a half a mile. A final decision with consultation of all stakeholders still needs to take place. With the securing of the funding, what solutions are being put in place for our landfill known as a dump? Through you, Madam Chair, there are, of course, ongoing waste reforms linked to the EDMP, as well as other mitigation projects that may require use of several sites that have been proposed for the drag strip. Secondly, the drag strip was also proposed in the area currently used as the Irma dump. While I think it's very important to accommodate a lot of different sports and interests, we also have to prioritize oftentimes the bigger picture, which is really right now the concentration on how do we address the use of the dump site. So those elements, that is the potential of a drag strip either around the ring road or at the Pond Island, is not necessarily the first priority of me going forward. What steps will be taken to remedy the garbage situation plaguing our beautiful country? There are ongoing initiatives to address the garbage situation, including the introduction of additional bins, a campaign involving all cross-sections of our community, and a review of existing contracts with the haulers. What is the timeline for the land acquisition projects? Since taking office, I have held a discussion with the landowner. It was indicated that one initial meeting was held on acquiring this land, and follow-up is necessary. As such, a timeline cannot be provided at this moment. What measures are in place to ensure compliance with environmental regulations, standards, and values? The ministry is tasked with investigating all environmental infractions and violations and issues warnings and corrective orders. The ministry also has an SLA with Nature Foundation and working to implement the National Ordinance Administrative Enforcement. What plan does the minister have for educating Brummie staff on new legislation? This year, the ministry will establish a Civil Works Permit Procedure Manual, in which the internal procedure for the evaluation of civil works permits is more clearly laid down. The staff will be trained in how to use this manual as well. The ministry will also plan on updated training on the new building code. The code is now pending legal review. Important to note that staff was trained in May 2023. Furthermore, a new training on the to-be-established new environmental norms will also need to be planned. What steps are being taken to ensure that housing is available for different income classes, and how would these policies be implemented? Today, during Central Committee, a lot of focus is given to social housing, but we do also need to start building affordable housing. Currently, a large part of social housing is occupied by persons who fit more into the category of needing affordable housing. This includes a large number of young professionals. This will free up social housing stock and increase availability for those most in need under that category. This, of course, will be addressed in the housing policy. What steps are being taken to establish a sustainable waste management system with effective recycling and reuse? As of January 2025, the Waste Management Improvement Project, which is led by NRPB, has made significant progress in enhancing debris clearance, systems upgrade, and sector reform. Key initiatives included advancing procurement for critical activities such as the RAI demolition, the weighbridge installation, and tire shredding. Technical evaluations for the RAI demolition bids were completed, with financial decisions finalized in Q4 of 2024. The weighbridge installation contract was awarded, and the relaunch of the tire shredding tender in Q3 2024 successfully attracted participants after revisions to the terms of reference, TOR, based, of course, on market feedback. Supervision contracts for these activities have also progressed, ensuring effective oversight during implementation. In the area of technical assistance, the resettlement midterm audit concluded its evaluations, providing insights to guide project strategies. The integrated solid waste sector reform project, supported by the Netherlands, is ongoing since 2021. These reforms aim to create a sustainable integrated waste management framework. The aim of the project is to establish a waste authority, independent of government, that will deal with waste management in the future. Oops, sorry, just lost the thing. Yep. Is the ministry aware of the running water, be it sewage or clean water, from the prison through the yards of residences in the Back Bay area of Point Blanche? The ministry is aware of this issue. Together with the Minister of Romy, we undertook a site inspection and will follow up with GB on a resolution including timeline. Moreover, the ministry is looking into overall scoping of the area, which will also include addressing erosion issues. Now on to the questions of MP Omar E.C. Otley. What is the issue or plan related to the presence of Romy staff when road works were being taken? Part of the scheduling of road works or any infrastructure work by the ministry includes the scheduling of staff of Romy to work during the mentioned working slots, day or night. The Romy staff on the site changes from phase to phase, but is present. The presence of staff is essential for the successful execution of these projects. What is the plan of the ministry with regards to the government land that is listed as a priority? An appraisal report was prepared and presented to the government by the property owners. The land is situated in Belvedere North, and the government, of course, will be continuing discussions on this matter. Moving to the questions of MP Rayon A. Peterson. Can the minister provide clarity on the 1.9 million euros provided by the Netherlands, 500,000 for stormwater pumps and 1.4 for capacity development? The MP made note that he could not find this in the draft budget, but that he would be willing to make an amendment, excuse me, if necessary, so we do not miss the opportunity to use these funds. Through you, Madam Chair, indeed an amount of 1.9 million euros was received in the latter part of 2024. When this budget was submitted in mid-2024, the funds were not received as yet, being the reason why they are not included in this budget. If the MP, through you, Madam Chair, is indeed willing to take the amendment upon himself, that would be greatly appreciated. But if not, then we would propose to have this amendment done later during the year. Please note that it will be budget neutral, an amendment, as the funds received from the Netherlands will be included in the budget as an income. Also to be noted is that the amount, 1.84 million euros for the stormwater pumps, in the beginning of the 2024, the amount should be already included in the totals for the stormwater pumps project. So, in recap, a total of 2.34 million euros should be allocated towards the stormwater pump project and the CapEx, while the 1.4 million euros for capacity building should be added as a budget neutral expenditure in the operational budget. That is, of course, money in, money immediately out. I will, if desired, forward the MP the exact numbers and budget posts for his perusal for the amendment. And I thank the MP once again for assisting in this matter. Concerning the side road project, hard servicing, how much money is allocated to the hard servicing project in CapEx? The report shows approximately 4.65 million guilders. The 4.65 million guilders the MP is referring to pertains to the project to the initial approved CapEx in 2023, we started in 2024. The end of 2023, but implemented in 2024. As you can see, the amounts of 2023 and 2024 remain the same. When this draft budget was submitted, the remaining balance for this project was 1.8 million. So the answer to your question, MP, 4.65 million was allocated to this project. However, 1.8 million is the remaining balance. Concerning the systematic report of the Ombudsman on the solid waste tendering 2021-2026, so this is essentially regarding all the garbage hauling contracts that we are currently in. Is there going to be a follow-up on the systematic report? Will it be sent to the relevant authorities for further handling? Or are we going to sit back and let the hard work of the High Council State put there by this esteemed body go to waste? Madam Chair, through you, what I can share is that the ministry will be preparing to publish the new solid waste collection tender before summer of 2025. The ministry takes the systematic investigation and report of the Ombudsman very seriously. All findings and recommendations will be taken into consideration for the next tendering round. How much money is allocated to the road resurfacing project? Has all the money been used? Resurfacing project. Money used to repair the 40 roads currently in the list. The amount allocated to the road resurfacing project, asphalt main roads, is 5.7 million guilders. This amount is separate from the hard surfacing project side roads. In Section 5, 2 roads were removed due to budgetary constraints, where the other 3 roads funded by the hard surfacing project CapEx. Apologies. Yes. The 2 roads in question from Section 5 have been executed by the Department of Infrastructure Management. Therefore, they were removed from the list. The other 3 roads were executed and funded by the hard surfacing project under the CapEx budget. Almost there, Madam Chair. The ministry was previously taken to court by the Beacon Hill Group. What is the status of this case? Is it rounded off? If not, why? Can the minister give clarity on this? This case is currently in court and will be handled on January 20th, 2025 at 1:45 p.m. It's very specific. On August 20th, 2021, Building Permit 2037-2021 was issued for a large apartment complex in Beacon Hill. A third party filed an objection. The objection was handled by the then hearing committee, and in the advice from the hearing committee from December 14, 2021, the objections were declared well-founded and was advised to have the permit revoked. On July 8, 2022, a decision was taken by the minister on the objection that was handled by the hearing committee. In short, it was stated by the minister that he follows the advice from the hearing committee and that a reevaluation is necessary, and a decision will be taken in September 2022. A more extensive building permit with the same reference number for the same building was issued for the same request. Unfortunately, it seems that the renewed building permit was not published in the Landsverordening, which by law we are obliged to do. Therefore, the entity that objected the first time could not know of the second renewed permit and could not object. They only learned about the second permit on March 14, 2024, and filed a beroep at the court on April 19, 2024. What are the plans of the garbage haulers that are in default of their obligations? The garbage haulers that are in default are notified of such shortly after each infraction. Contractors who have surpassed their maximum allowed defaults are liable to have their contracts terminated. Who is the official Deputy Minister of Romy in the year 2020? Can a minister deviate from the current vervangingsregeling simply because another minister who is not their official deputy has declared themselves willing to sign in a conflict of interest? The vervangingsregeling 2020-2024, which is a national decree, stipulated that the Deputy Minister of Romy was the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, Mr. Rudolph Samuel. As it relates to deviation from this regulation, this can only be amended by a new national decree. In addition, Article 12 of the Integrity Ordinance regulating ministers indicates that conflicts of interest up to the 3rd degree especially as it relates to the use of the explicit authority given solely to any minister, which derives itself from a national ordinance, must be brought to the Council of Ministers for deliberation and decision. Why was drainage not included in the hard surfacing project, especially in the Coal Bay area? This was not included, through you, Madam Chair, in the project due to budgetary constraints. Based on a 2022 study referenced in my earlier responses, drainage should have been prioritized over hard servicing. I'll be submitting a request to reallocate CapEx to address this matter in future. Moving on to the questions now from the Honourable MP. Which MP? Sorry, I scrolled up. Yes, Sarah A. Westcott-Williams. Administrative sanctioning that is possible encourages the minister to make use of the possibility. The ministry indeed will begin work on corrections to be made to enforce the national ordinance. Important to note that this was actually put in place by the previous minister, but there were some slight errors, and these will have to be corrected to be implemented. Can the minister provide an update on the Monkey project that was put in the hands of the Nature Foundation? The Monkey project, this is a long question. The Monkey project forms part of the larger study into invasive species that focuses on count, predation, and management. Of note is that on Dutch Sint Maarten, many more monkeys exist per square kilometer than exist in their native habitats globally. At around 500 to 600 monkeys, the impact of this invasive species in our native environment, plant and animal species, is deeply concerning. Invasive species are known to raid nests and feed on the young of native and less dominant species, especially birds. In the past, Nature Foundation requested a weapons license to work towards species management, but this was denied. Following threats from local and foreign animal welfare and rights groups, with threats on life and tourism boycott in the case of the latter, a clear line of support for the project from the government became less clear. Nature Foundation has now moved towards trapping, but indicate the high cost and administration related to this method are an obstacle. While I appreciate the concerns around animal rights, what I cannot appreciate is the protection of a species that continues to wreak havoc on our native environment, further undermining our already fragile biodiversity in our growing agricultural sector. As such, the ministry will be taking stricter measures going forward to curb this problem. Reference is made to Aki Tree Drive in Coal Bay. 300 meters were hard surfaced for 190,000 guilders. Why would you undertake such a project if you cannot complete the entire road? Are persons on the lower end of the road more entitled to have that road hard surfaced than those higher up? How could you stop the road halfway? In the hard surfacing project, it was projected to be executed in phases. Unfortunately, the amount allocated in the first phase covers, in some instances, only parts of some roads. Once funding is allocated, finalization of unfinished roads can be executed. Road network. What is considered a private road? How are the choices made to hard surface the so-called private roads? Through you, Madam Chair, in discussing this with the ministry, the choice back then to hard surface a road was independent of whether it was public or private. Instead, the decision was based on the negative impact of the side road had on the related main road. Moving on to the questions of MP Shamida DM Roseberg. How will the Ministry of Environment ensure to obtain the required legislative lawyers? The ministry has set out vacancies directly linked to these competencies. The ministry fully acknowledges the risk of not finding necessary legislative talents. As an additional measure, the ministry has recently had preliminary contact with colleagues working with the Ministry of Basic Care, identified opportunities to collaborate on a solution. What is critical is to review the function books. As a civil servant myself, the reality is government's reimbursement package is becoming less and less attractive for certain specializations. wait, I just lost it. Yes, and this is actually a question directly to COM. Moving on to the questions of MP Viren v. Kutai. This actually was a question transferred from Justice and given to us as Brahmi, and in responding, you'll understand why. Sabre Bank Resources NV, St. Maarten owns 28.3% of shares of it. To clarify, these are only some shares, because there's two types of shares within the Sabre Bank NV. Are we confidently devoid of any maritime disputes as our exclusive economic zone? Defined clearly, is it? Have we considered engaging in a study on the potential funding of any fossil fuels in our EEZ, as that is usually called? Have we also taken into account any studies on the impact of the same on our fragile ecosystem? This is to avoid any maritime dispute of any fossil fuel. Should any fossil fuel be found, this would be a life-changing to both St. Maarten. Madam Chair, through you, during my time at Foreign Affairs, we did negotiate the maritime border in April 2016. In this exclusive economic zone, EEZ was defined for the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and of course, this includes St. Maarten. This is available to download from the Ministry of Defense, and members of Parliament will see the link upon submission of these responses. Therefore, no maritime dispute can or should be anticipated, but as we've seen with the border dispute, that isn't always the case. The management plan for the natural resources of the EEZ of the Dutch Caribbean 2010 mentions on the following pages, the following on page 33. Chapter 2, Section 4, line 5. Exploitation of natural minerals. Within the EEZ of the Dutch Caribbean, only Sabre Bank is known to be a potential source for oil and gas. Consequently, extensive seismological research and Consequently, extensive seismological research and 2 drillings have been conducted on Sabre Bank in the past, 1977 and 82, respectively. The exploration did, however, not detect any significant amount of oil or gas, and therefore is not expected that commercial production will be active. My apologies, let me begin again. Therefore, it's not expected that commercial production will be an activity within the EEZ zone in the foreseeable future. 2012, the Sabre Bank was actually recognized as the world's 13th particularly sensitive sea area, giving it an International Maritime Organization designation as a no anchoring area, as well as an area to be avoided by shipping of larger than 300 gigatons. Recognizing the important biological diversity of the Sabre Bank, recognized biodiversity as a recognized diversity hotspot, and its multiple protection designations, local, regional, and international, the goals of St. Maarten for the natural resource of Sabre Bank from the perspective of ROMI are as follows. Maintain diversity and ecological integrity, sustainable fisheries and resource use, collaborative management and monitoring, prevent environmental damage from maritime traffic, and finally, long-term scientific monitoring. Can Domain Affairs hire a company to reassess the land that is in use versus what's being charged and paid for? This is in addition to revisiting the canons that are being charged for commercial properties. The MP noted that this is not his opinion. Should be the focus on commercial and not single home residences. The ministry has been discussing ways in which we can inventorize the total amount of land in use. The ministry has not gotten as far as deciding to issue a public tender, but we will consider the proposal, especially as it relates to revenue generating ideas. How many building permits are sitting at Vromi and haven't been issued? How many are commercial? How many are residential? How many in each category? How many are more than 6 months old, 1 year old, and 2 years old? From 2021 to 2024, there's a total outstanding of 364. To acquire the total of the different types of permits will require more time given the lack of proper automation. Pertaining to building permits, there are individuals waiting from 2021 for the permits that weren't dealt with. Why not review the commercial building permits fees, increase the fees, but give the desired fast service? Commercial permits require more time as they are sent to different departments for advice, such as the fire department, inspection department, VROM, which is our policy department, etc., in order to fully evaluate and process the permit in accordance to the building codes and ordinances. Yeah. Advice to drink some water. Okay. The water rights around St. Maarten, how many individuals have docks in the waters are not being charged for water rights. The lagoon, Phillipsburg, and Simpson Bay are full of them. The amount of water being used for dock without being charged is around 46 incidences. There are many ways to increase revenue besides introducing new taxes. The Department of Domain Affairs, so much land is being used to build condos, villas, and high-rises, yet the cans do not reflect what government makes in the long lease and what developers are making in sales. They are millions apart. Indeed, Madam Chair, through you, this is true. The Department of Domain Affairs is in the process of hiring a project manager through Lands Paquette E7 to address this. The project entails, as earlier stated, a policy around land issuance, land policy, as well as pricing, including the backlog cleanup as well. What is the loss of government over time by not issuing these building permits? There is no precise figure that can be given at this moment, as each permit has a different final permit fee. What is the system being used by the permit department? Is it the first in and last out, or last in, first out? The permits department, and this is our last question, Madam Chair. The permits department system encompasses a complex interplay of software, processes, and infrastructure. The specifics vary, but the core goal is to efficiently and effectively manage the applications and for all permits to be processed in a timely manner. Each evaluator within the department receives an equal amount of permits to be worked on. Also, every permit is different. Some are simple and some are more complex, where it will require additional information needed and research done before it can be completed, and is an advice for an approval or denial. Yes. So just to clarify, Madam Chair, because I think going back to the question of MP Duran, how many deeds of land issuance have been signed since taking office, including extensions? Deeds of land issuance, 0, because we cannot issue land under DDAM. We have 9 reissuances, so that basically means that somebody has a existing rental agreement and it's being extended. There's 2 extensions, so basically that is somebody requesting an additional piece of land next to their existing contract, which is also permissible under the DDAM, and there were 5 decree renewals and corrections. And so in total, 16, oh my God, in total 16. Yes, indeed, how many have been signed by the notary is being checked. Okay. And Madam Chair, through you, well, comes the end of the questions for the Ministry of Romy. I look forward to a bit, and if I've missed any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Romy, for answering the questions posed by the members in the first round. Does any member have a point of clarification? I'm seeing that that's the case, and therefore I give the floor to MP Sarah Westcott-Williams. You have the floor.
Madam Chair Lady, and good afternoon once again to all. Madam Chair Lady, I thank the Minister of Romy for his answers to the questions posed, and just a few matters, if the Minister can clarify for me, I would be grateful. And I want to start by asking the Minister, with respect to his reference to the project to supply bins for Phillipsburg, and the bid that went out for that project, if the Minister can provide the specs of the bins that are envisioned for Phillipsburg. You know, the same specs that the Minister spoke of differently regarding general bins. If I can get the specs for that, I'm becoming a waste disposal expert in the meantime, but so if I can get the specs for Phillipsburg. Madam Chair Lady, with respect to projects going up on St. Martin, and the minister's reference to such, the Minister of TIAT had indicated in her answers that in connection with the project at Indigo Bay, that an environmental impact study has been requested, is in progress, and I would like to know if requesting environmental impact studies is done generally across the board, or is it on selection of the project that then it's decided to get an economic impact study? That's my question. Was any answer received, Madam Chair Lady, through you, with respect to the matter of the court case and the objections that were filed? And then the minister mentioned that a beroep was filed because it was not previously published in the Landscourant. A beroep was filed in April of 2024, I think I heard the minister say, and I guess by the minister not saying anything else about it, that has not yet been, the beroep has not yet been handled. And so my question is it taken that long for it to be handled, or it was handled? I listened to the matter of the administrative enforcement and some corrections that need to be made, to the one that enforces it for Vromi. And I have a proposal that I will come with in a motion. I'm just giving the minister a heads up where that is concerned, and garbage collection tying into that. But that. And then, Madam Chair Lady, the minister referred to the issue of the invasive species and the monkeys in particular. Well, I'm not going to get on I agree with the minister that I think it is totally ludicrous that others are deciding what we should do about that issue on St. Martin, that have no idea what it is doing to St. Martin. So I totally agree with the minister on that, but what I do want to ask the minister to clarify is the Nature Foundation now, because of those threats to our livelihood, the Nature Foundation is now going to look into another way of dealing with the monkey species as invasive species, and they're going to be looking at trapping them. But that's an expensive undertaking. Do we have a budget for what it would require for the Nature Foundation now to turn to this way of dealing with the monkey issue? And if we can get that budget, is there a budget? The extra expenses that are now required, and if we can get that budget. And then, Madam Chair Lady, the Aki Tree Drive in Colby. So the calculations were made to pave a road, and then the money was insufficient. I'm paraphrasing the answer of the minister. So then we stop. So we do a road halfway. And then we stop because money give out. So too bad for those who are living on the other end of the road where it hasn't been paved. And I think it's for that road. Please correct me if I misunderstood or misread through you, Madam Chair Lady, the minister. But it was stated that for the 300 meters that were paved, that cost 190,000. It might have been guilders, and then that would mean that we need approximately 633, what did I write here myself? Oh, that would be 633 guilders per square meter. So how many square meters are left on the Aki Tree Drive to finish that road? And the latest listing that we received from the Ministry of Vromi with respect to the hard surfacing of side roads as presented by the minister, that listing, is that the most current listing? So are the next works going to be carried out in connection therewith? And how many, oh, did the minister say that no consideration is given to whether a road is private or public? Did I hear that? And if that is the case, then it depends. Did I hear the minister to say that private roads can and will be paved depending on what they could mean for a public road? Did I hear that to be a correct statement by the minister, or I misunderstood? Because then I have some private roads that have an effect on main roads that I would want to present to the minister to make part of the program, if I understood him correctly. So, Madam Chair Lady, if those things can be explained, then I would be very grateful for the answers received and the answers to be received. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. I now give the floor to MP Arthur Irian for his clarifications.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll first like to, I had other questions, but I'll first like to agree with the statements from my colleague, MP Sarah Scott Williams, that as I mentioned before in the CC and also in this budget debate, that the vision of the former Minister of Rummy, sitting next to me, and myself at that time was to actually get all the dirt roads that were connected to all main roads hard surface so that we could stop the erosion of the roads. That was also based on advice given by the ministry themselves, and hey, we're spending so much money on the main roads that the side roads are damaging it. So I agree with the MP, and actually, in the CAPEX, we were assuming that it would have been, the additional side roads would have been included, but in this budget it was not. So I'm hoping that the minister takes the advice from the chair and actually allows the chair to even add additional roads that affect main roads, because that's what we should be aiming at. Anguilla is doing the same, and other islands also. And it was stated that the money ran out, and that's why the project ended. Can you confirm that, Minister? Because I also don't agree with the money. The money is there. The CAPEX is there. So I don't understand how the money ran out, because you also said that the money is there and the project was delayed. So if based on what I understood and obviously what the chair understood of money running out, can you please confirm that? And I think I asked this in the previous my questions also, and also in the CC, and I didn't get an answer on that either. So I'm asking for, again, on the roads, actually the chair also asked us also, and they didn't get an answer. What other roads in Cold Bay are on the list? So what other roads in Cold Bay are on the list? I think both of us have asked that. Minister, my question that I asked also on, was there any construction in the lagoon since you have been in office? Was there any construction in the lagoon? That's a very clear yes or no. Minister, you also mentioned in your answers in reference to social and affordable housing that the government is seeking additional funding since the project in April didn't go through for the Fourth Estate. So the government is seeking additional financing for social and affordable housing. But if the government is seeking additional financing for housing, then there should be a plan. So then where's this plan? Because you can't finance something if there's no plan or project to finance. So please update the Parliament on what projects the government is looking to finance. Otherwise, you're not seeking additional financing because there's no money to finance. That'll be all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Irian. Is there other member of Parliament that would like to clarify? Like clarifications? That seems to be the case. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good afternoon. Good afternoon to the Minister and his support staff. Minister, after hearing, thanks once again for your answers. I have a few clarifications. The Minister referenced flood mitigation measures and that a floodgate would be part of the plans eventually. Is to you, Madam Chair, is the minister referring to the floodgate, the pending floodgate in Bel Air, or the one in Great Bay? Or is the minister referring to one in another area? Illegal garages, the crackdown on illegal garages, the minister, through you, Madam Chair, referenced a study being done or research being done into which areas they're supposed to look. I did not understand if, then the minister mentioned they already finished it for Cold Bay and Coopercoy. So my question is, can the minister clarify the research or the crackdown? And furthermore, why in all places to start, why in Coopercoy? Out of all the places, Cold Bay, Middle Region, Sucker Garden, you name it, town, why Coopercoy? Lack of financing for catchment basins in the cul-de-sac area, or basically that it was researched and the plans were there, but because of no budget, it didn't happen. So my question is, why isn't this, or is this plan for any future CapEx investments? As it pertains to project delays from the CapEx projects, the minister referenced to you, Madam Chair, due to programming. I didn't fully grasp what he meant with programming. Did he mean planning, as in scheduling, or something else? I didn't really understand that one. And seeing that the ministry has done a couple of CapEx projects already, and the exact issues that he named, through you, Madam Chair, about programming, budget, delays from contractors, whether machines or planning or materials. What have been the lessons learned thus far? Because we're going to have more CapEx investments moving forward. So what has been the lessons learned, and how can the minister, through you, Madam Chair, incorporate these lessons to mitigate them from happening moving forward? As well, my query on the backlog in permits, through you, Madam Chair, the minister referenced 60 being, he signed off, the minister signed off 60 since being in office. He also said that 6 was on his desk, 5 on the SG's desk, and he referenced 130. I didn't really get what was the status of that 130. Were those the ones that were sitting, waiting when he came in the office? I didn't fully understand that part. Madam Chair, the minister also referenced NRPB projects for the smaller, basically NRPB initiatives for smaller contractors that the Institute has done such projects in the past. I would like if the minister could clarify which projects were those, and are there any such projects coming up before the ending of the term of NRPB? The minister also referenced, to you, Madam Chair, the delay of the marketplace due to soil, etc. I would like to know, can the minister clarify what test exactly is pending as it pertains to the soil? Or maybe I understood it wrong, the minister could clarify. What test exactly is the minister or the ministries of Vrome and Tiat waiting on to be done in order for the construction to commence, aside from the building permit? And that will be it for my clarifications. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. At this moment, I would like to give the floor to MP Otley for his clarifications. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the Honorable Minister of Vrome. I have just a few clarifications. One, through you, Madam Chair. The Honorable Minister of Vrome stated that there was no land issuance. There was reissuance and extensions. I would like to distinguish why is extensions, I guess, able to be done? Because if I have this property and I do not own this mass of land at this moment and you give it to me. So I would like to know where, the legal basis to distinguish the two, through you, Madam Chair. Also, I heard the Honorable Minister states that the drag strip is not a priority. I was waiting to hear at this moment. So I would like to know, was that left out, or is it just not a priority of the minister and the faction? As it pertains to the marketplace, Honorable Minister, I am hearing a lot of talks about the FIDIC, as the FIDIC allows the marketplace to continue without a bidding process. I know that the FIDIC, in my knowledge, that is not correct, but I would like to know, for you to clarify, does the FIDIC give the authority to continue without a bidding process? Thank you, Honorable Minister. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. I now give the floor to MP Lewis for his clarifications. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister and his support staff. Good afternoon to my colleagues here and those that are in the tribune. Good afternoon, St. Martin. Just to chime off of what my colleague MP just said, I did understood that the minister said that he has no priority for the drag strip. That was not my question, Minister. And if you realize, though being in opposition, we are not here to oppose anything that the government is coming with. We are here also to propose ideas and initiatives that will generate income for our country. For many years, I've also seen where the drag strip has been something taken up in many campaigns across the board. And I think it's about time. If we look even into Statia, a small little island, it is one of their biggest attractions. And for St. Martin, it should be one of our attractions, as we also have the Dutch and the French part. The French part also doing their thing when it comes to drag racing and motorbike racing, etc. And I think as a tourism-based island, we should, since I heard about prioritizing it, it is not about priorities. Right now, I think is about being self-sustainable in how we can generate income for our country. So I believe the neighboring islands will also take place when we do have events such as those for the drag strip. And that will be all. Thank you. And thank you also, Minister, for answering my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I now give the floor to MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and a blessed afternoon to you and everyone again. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Honorable Minister of Romy, on his answer to me concerning the cleanup around the trees in Phillipsburg, am I to understand that we're going to wait until there is a super master plan for Phillipsburg from the Ministry of TIAT to be able to handle the situation that is now a problem in the Phillipsburg area? And it is literally, Madam Chair Lady, people are tripping down, falling down, or tourists are falling down in the middle of the streets in Phillipsburg. I don't think we need a master plan to do that. If the minister wants a master plan, I could write it on the paper in front of me, which is real simple. Get two guys, run the street, and fix it. It's not that difficult. Please, through you, Madam Chair Lady, the minister could do a lot better than wait for a master plan when it comes to that. It is a couple bricks around a couple palm trees that just needs grazing off, leveling off. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. There aren't any other, there is still clarification by MP Irian. MP Adrian, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Minister, you mentioned the land policy. Can we get a timeline on the land policy? So where is it now and when we expect it to be submitted? You also mentioned 100 bins that are coming in, but can you give a little detail on how these bins are being distributed and to who? Is there a waiting list? You also mentioned about a soil test to the marketplace. Is it possible to get the results of the soil test? And the illegal garages, I think it's an issue that we all can see, and the concerns of all the members of parliament have been about garbage and so forth. Even driving on Illich Road again, I just see a lot of cars being parked and persons working on them, which could also just be parking spaces for other vehicles that are working. So I would also like an update, as MP York mentioned, on if the project stopped or is it continuing. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Irian. I now give the floor to MP Doran for his clarification. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I would like to start by thanking the Minister for the responses provided thus far in the first round. Madam Chair, I have a few brief clarifications. The NA faction requested, inquired about building permits being issued in the lagoon. The Minister said no. But I remember a couple months ago when the Minister was here in the House of Parliament, he did mention that land was issued or was to be issued, water rights, that, as we call it, was to be issued in the lagoon. However, it was done based on a promissory letter from the past. We requested to get this promissory letter. We also requested who signed the promissory letter. It was never received. So the question was skipped back then. It's kind of being skipped now again, so I would like to get clarity on that, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you, I've heard the Minister mention drainage over and over again, but I would like to know why isn't there any effort then, since the Minister is such a proponent of it, and I am a proponent of it as well, we just couldn't do it based on the amount of money that we had at the time. So therefore, if you're such a proponent of it, through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Minister, can you please then include it in the 2025 budget? Because then it would just be talk and no real actions. Because right now we're doing great work in terms of I'm seeing great work from the ministry in terms of the hard surfacing, but on the other end, it seems like the minister isn't too happy with the project. Yet you're executing a project that you're not happy with. In a couple of months, this government will be there for almost a year, some members at least. So I would like to see some real tangible things and not just talk. Can it be included then in a note of aanwijziging as I requested in the first round? Through you, Madam Chair, another clarification is that we've been asking for a schedule of the roadworks. Can a schedule be provided for the side roads and the main roads, even if it's a tentative schedule? Through you, Madam Chair, because it can't be that someone can wake up one morning and see the road in front of their home being dug up and they have no clue that it's happening. Again, Madam Chair, these are part of outstanding answers that we have not received, and these questions have been asked over and over again. Another point, Madam Chair, I think I was quite clear when I requested to get the court cases that were settled, the court cases that were won, and the court cases that were lost. I know the minister mentioned that he would come back to it. Some reference was made in a sense, but I would like to get a clear overview of that before proceeding to the second round. Is a reason why I'm asking this, Madam Chair. I heard my colleague, MP Otley, mention on it. The minister mentioned that I think it was 2 extensions were given, but an extension is a new issuance, no matter how you try to package it with words. So, Madam Chair, through you, I would like to know how is it when it's convenient, the ministry can't issue land because of DDAM, but then for certain individuals, they can do it under the pretense of an extension. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to get some clarity on that. Also, maybe even a legal opinion from the Legal Affairs Department. What's the difference between an issuance and an extension, if there is any? Madam Chair, in one of my questions that I requested clarity on was based on a slide that the minister provided were the revenue generating points, which the tipping fee was one, the waste management fee and taxes, the environmental impact fund. Based on the answer that I received from the minister is that these are going to be in future budgets. They're not incorporated in this budget. Madam Chair, I asked myself, why would you then present something, a presentation on the 2025 budget, that's a clarification, knowing that it's not in the 2025 budget and not even indicate when it will be in a budget? I would like to thank the ministry for paying attention to the requests over the last couple of months for the repairs of Sucker Garden Road and Well Road. I think today we finally got an answer, and I really, really appreciate that. I even saw some of the work started. I also had a question on the update on the land policy, so I would like to hear that. I know my colleague just requested that. Regarding the boots on pond fill, Madam Chair, I heard the TIAT minister make reference of them having to approve the aesthetics, the size, and all those things. Based on the answer that the minister just gave just now, I'd like to remind the minister that is also in the purview of ROMI, anything that is being built after it's a certain size. So therefore, it is your responsibility, through you, Madam Chair, Minister, that you have to make sure that the inspectors are on site, because they also have to do electrical inspection. You mentioned just marking out the spots, but that is not the case. So I'd like to get some clarity on that, or have you given all your power over to the Minister of TIAT to make those determinations? Last clarification, Madam Chair. I heard the minister mention that from May 3rd to date, 60 permits have been signed, 6 permits are on the desk, and 5 are in the hands of the SG. If I have to then make a quick calculation, that would mean then an average of 7 building permits per month. I would like to know if the minister can give some clarification if that is indeed the case, because then it seems that little to no productivity is taking place. I'm not saying on the department side, or maybe the minister's refusal to sign and or not sign and approve. Does this tie into the sustainable development? Is this what the minister has been speaking about? Madam Chair, those are my clarifications. I thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward for the minister's response.
Thank you, MP Duran. There are no other clarifications, so therefore I ask you, Minister, can you provide the answers to the clarifications immediately? Please stand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will require some time. I just have one question to you. Is the request about lessons learned from MP York a clarification or a new question? Because if you're asking a question about based on something, then it's actually a new question.
Can that, what was the question of MP
The
York?
question was basically, what were the lessons learned from the past CapEx projects?
And that,
Is that a clarification, or is it indeed
was
a new
that question asked already?
No.
So then it's a new question.
Okay, noted. No, so we're wasting some more time, and other questions we will get back to in the clarification room sometime.
Thank you. In that case, I will now adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes, allowing the other ministers to come in and answer the clarifications. So meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Welcome back to the handling of the budget 2025. I welcome the ministers present. The ministers are currently present to provide answers to the clarifications of the members of parliament in the first round. I now give the floor to the Minister of Finance, Mrs. Marinka Gams, to provide the answers. Minister, you have the floor.
Madam Chair Lady, honorable members of Parliament, colleagues in the Council of Ministers, esteemed support staff, members of the media, distinguished guests in the public gallery, radio and social media viewers, residents of our beloved island, ladies and gentlemen, all under the sound of my voice, good afternoon and blessed day. I am here to provide answers to the requested clarifications from the honorable MPs, starting with MP Westcott. Through you, Madam Chair, MP Westcott would like clarity on expected budget amendment to be received. Is this for the country or for the central bank? Through you, Madam Chair, based on the 2025 budget received from the central bank in December 2024, an income of 8 million guilders will be included in the country's budget for the year 2025. This amount pertains to the dividend to be received once the year 2024 over the year 2024 from the central bank and has been incorporated through a budget amendment note. That is approved by the Council of Ministers and has been submitted to Parliament yesterday to amend the budget 2025 of St. Maarten. Next question, matter of adjusting to the profit tax law, foundations and associations, which MP Westcott was asking about this matter since 2016. That is now at the station. Another report has been prepared. The anskriving can be shared with Parliament, and have there been any other anskrivingen as to proposed tax reforms Minister has in mind? Madam Chair, through you, the anskriving related to the profit tax law pertaining to foundations and associations is submitted to Parliament. Currently, there are no anskrivingen of tax improvements from my person. I move on to questions from MP York. Concerning the AOV, the minister mentioned that she will be looking into it. Can the MP have a timeline? For example, in August, the MP was proposing that I can provide an update. Madam Chair, through you, I understand the importance of keeping Parliament updated on the progress of the AOV legislation. While I cannot, unfortunately, commit to a specific timeline just yet, I am aiming to provide an update around the middle of the year. I assure the Honourable MP that I will do my utmost best to keep Parliament informed as we move forward with this important matter. Next question. The Minister spoke about retracting of land tax. In prior debates and discussions, the Minister also expressed looking into taxation for foreign investors as it pertains to property. I would like to know, have there been any steps taken, any brewing research or reports being drawn up? Madam Chair, through you, yes, the land tax will be retracted. Taxation of foreign investors is one of the topics discussed within the work group and is something that will be looked into. I move on to questions from MP Arian. The process of last resort. Persons of tax office want to know if this isn't already the case. Is there already a last resort before they go to liens and or auctions? Madam Chair, through you, I would like to clarify that while there is indeed a last resort policy, my question would be, how is it really working for us? I am almost certain that when the good MP sat in the seat as Minister of Finance, he too was approached with meetings for intervention. We need to be cognizant that situations can change. The current policies are not flexible enough. That is my point. We cannot operate as a one-size-fits-all approach or make exemptions only for certain individuals or businesses. As such, even if it is deemed a last resort, applying strict and rigid policies limits our ability to address unique circumstances effectively. My approach is to adjust these policies to make them more flexible and adaptable while still maintaining the option of a last resort when absolutely necessary. Next question. MP Peterson mentioned yesterday that the tax legislation had not been brought to Parliament, and the MP had to correct him on that fact. Madam Chair, MP Arian continued, are you aware of the legislation that is currently in Parliament that was brought in by previous administration regarding banking law, amongst others? Through you, Madam Chair, to address both MP Arian and MP Otley, yes, I am aware that the herziening formeel belastingrecht is currently at Parliament. We are in the process of preparing an amendment note to include ATS in the law. This amendment note was finalized by Fiscal Affairs and has been under review by legal with SBAP on this matter. Both the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of TIAT will definitely be a part of this work group. I now move on to questions posed for clarification by MP Duran. Once the bidding takes place and we have to then come with a matching right, how is it possible that within 10 days we will be able to acquire the funds to purchase Mullet Bay? Madam Chair, I believe that we are being set up for failure by some of the key stakeholders who put us in the position to begin with, according to MP Duran. How are we going to secure the money within 10 days to acquire Mullet Bay? Madam Chair, through you, this matter pertains to an asset of ENIA, which is currently under the management of the central bank through the emergency regulation. The matching right was specifically requested by Sint Maarten as a prerequisite prior to signing off on the ENIA addendum, making the relevant signatories the central bank as the authority overseeing the emergency regulation and Sint Maarten as the requesting party. Curacao is not involved in this matter and hence did not need to sign off on the document. While the Honorable MP refers to the 10-day period mentioned in the document, it is important to clarify that the time frame pertains specifically to the number of days available to match the highest bid. However, it is prudent to determine beforehand and before entering the bid the maximum amount we are prepared to pay for Mullet Bay. This ensures that during the bidding process, the government is already equipped with a clear financial strategy and is not searching for funds within a 10-day period. Instead, this time is solely to communicate whether we are willing and able to match the bid. Securing these funds requires a well-thought-out and carefully developed strategy, including determining the maximum purchase price and bid amount. Proper planning and execution are essential in any tendering process, and in this case, the matching right provides us with a strategic advantage that must be utilized effectively. That is why, through you, Madam Chair, I have already begun exploring responsible avenues to ensure the government can secure these funds and proceed strategically. I hope this provides the MP with the clarity on the 10 days. I move on to questions by MP La Cruz. Can the minister provide the court fees and court cases? How many cases are won and how many cases are lost? Through you, Madam Chair, this question will be answered by the Honorable Prime Minister. Question 2, overview of unsettled claims for work that was done by companies to every ministry. The minister replied by giving the 5 biggest claims. I asked for all. All I need is the figures. I do not need any confidential information regarding the companies. Through you, Madam Chair, we currently have approximately 35 million guilders registered as outstanding creditors. Next question. When it comes to profit tax, if the government owes a company, this company is taxed on profit based on income not received. This needs to be revised. If you owe me and I need to collect profit tax, this needs to be revised. Through you, Madam Chair, once someone provides goods or services, this is earmarked as income and should be part of your profit tax calculation. If you do not receive payment for this, this is part of your cash flow and is therefore not the same as income. Next question. Increase fees for all services that government provide by 10%. Through you, Madam Chair, as we are currently looking into revenue-generated measures, we will take the suggestion from the Honorable MP into consideration. Supermarkets and using bank cards hoped it would trigger a different reply. I see we are losing revenue because they are finding ways to cheat the government. The collection of taxes is government's responsibility. Through you, Madam Chair. I am aware of this and fully recognize that the government is responsible for tax collection. This is why we are currently preparing an amendment note to the legislation, which is currently at Parliament, to include ATS, which will support the tax administration in conducting audits. I now move on to questions posed by MP Otley. Tax Office, where there will be no more settling with debt of what you owe, also look into when we are owed by the Tax Office. Through you, Madam Chair, first, allow me to say that I agree with MP Otley that individuals should receive their refunds not only in a timely manner, but also without having to request it. However, the government has a responsibility to follow a chronological process to ensure timely repayments. The establishment of minimum wage needs to be formalized in a timely and legal manner, as this is critical for finalizing and publishing the wage tax tables. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a discrepancy in the minimum wage increases in recent years, leading to delays in the publication of these tables. Now that this issue has been resolved, the wage tax tables are being finalized, enabling tax employees to complete the recent assessments, the necessary assessments. This will ensure that individuals receive their funds properly, promptly, and allow the remaining procedures to proceed effectively and seamlessly. Next question, TOT for basket of goods. What is on the exemption list? What is on the exemption list is fuel vessels carrying fuel. Adjusting this can lead to relief. Through you, Madam Chair, during the first round, the question was posed if the basket of goods is on the exemption list. As previously mentioned, through you, Madam Chair, these basket of goods are not on the exemption list of the TOT. Wage tax reform, link it to tourist tax. Do you mean we need revenue before we start to decrease? Through you, Madam Chair, yes, this is indeed the case. Once we have secured the additional revenue for the country, we can make the necessary reductions and adjustments to ensure we remain with a balanced budget for the country. Next question, AOV, look for ways that pension is not taxable. Propose to look into a livable wage that AOV can be the same as livable wage. Madam Chair, through you, I would like to thank the MP for his suggestion and will take it up with the Minister of VSA. Next question, plan to increase taxation at whose cost? Plans to increase taxation on who? Through you, Madam Chair, my plans include increasing the room tax and implementing a tourist tax to ensure that visitors contribute to the development and upkeep of our island. These increases will not affect the residents of St. Maarten. Additionally, I am exploring the establishment of a National Development Bank, which would serve as a key financial institution to support sustainable development projects and stimulate economic growth in St. Maarten. What does the minister mean that the tourist tax was not moving forward? Through you, Madam Chair, yes, MP Otley drafted this much-needed legislation, and I thank him for it, and sent it to the SER. However, what I meant with it not moving forward is that the legislation has been by SER for the last 2 years, included in the budget for the last 2 years, and had to be retracted from the budget for the last 2 years because it was an unrealistic income due to the fact that it was not moved from the SER. The SER did not have a functioning board, and as such, certain laws remain stuck at the SER. As such, hoping this provides some clarity as what I meant with the tourist tax legislation not moving forward. Overflight fees. We don't own the towers. They're owned by the airport. So according to the MP, this cannot be collected by government, but by the airport. Through you, Madam Chair, overflight fees are fees charged for the use of the country's airspace by commercial airlines or other operators. As previously stated, this new potential revenue stream will be thoroughly assessed and studied by, amongst others, civil aviation lawyers with a corresponding and comprehensive possible implementation plan. Once I have received the findings from the research, I will be sure to update Parliament. Banking law. Is it at Parliament or is it at the Central Bank? Through you, Madam Chair, I am aware that the banking law is currently at Parliament and that a Central Committee meeting has already been held on the matter. Furthermore, I would like to clarify that the final report from the Central Committee meeting has been submitted to the Central Bank, where it is being used to finalize the answer required for Parliament. Once these answers are completed, the subsequent meeting can be convened to advance the discussion and decision-making process. The MP, Honorable MP, Madam Chair, through you, wanted clarification on what it means to buck up. To clarify, I would like to address MP Otley regarding my use of the phrase buck up. My intention was not to cause offense, but to emphasize the importance as the meaning by remaining focused and optimistic. Focused and optimistic in our discussions for the best interest of the people of St. Maarten. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move on to the questions by MP De Wever. The PM promised during the Central Committee meetings to correct pages 78 and 79 rental properties. Through you, Madam Chair, we have informed the Honorable PM of this. And final question by MP De Wever. Outgoing payments will no longer be offset with what is owed. The MP is asking if this is a corrected measure, because this was an illegal practice of government. Madam Chair, through you, yes, MP, this was indeed unfair, particularly because, as previously mentioned, the administration at the tax office was not always up to date, leaving certain individuals unaware of their outstanding balances. In light of this, I can confirm that this offset is no longer in effect since mid-2024. I thank you for the opportunity to respond to the clarification questions.
Thank you, Minister Marinka Gomes. I now give the floor to the Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs to answer the clarifications in the first round. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Secretary General, members of Parliament, good afternoon. I will give now the clarifications demanded from me from the members of Parliament. I'm going to start first with MP Otley. As a formateur, you built the government for the formation agreement of government. Since this was built and paid through government, can this invoice be provided to the members of Parliament? Madam Chair, I was in that time sworn in as Minister of General Affairs and Prime Minister, being on May the 3rd, 2024. It was my duty to finalize the installation of the remaining 2 members of government. If we can recall, by the installment of the government, we have had, on that official day of swearing in the ministers, 5 ministers were sworn in and not the necessary 7. In order for me to proceed with the installation of the remaining 2 members as Prime Minister at that time since the 3rd, and to ensure a timely completion of the installation of government, the services of a law firm was utilized, and for this $1,083.23 was paid for. A copy of the invoice will be provided confidentially to the members of Parliament. The second one of MP Otley, as it pertains to GEBE for the signing and dates for the 10 generators and board resolution, I do hope that it would be delivered to Parliament before the end of this budget treatment. I know because certain documents falls in our hands. Present me, please, the documentation before of the end of the budget cycle, or I will gladly divulge to the members and the community at large. A copy of the respective letter and the legal advice received from NVGB will be shared via the confidential route with Parliament. It is the prerogative of Parliament or any given MP to adhere to the confidentiality or not. I would like to refer to a letter by giving some explanation on this topic, that the board of GEBE, the supervisory board, directed a letter on June the 27th, 2024 to the shareholders on NVGP. This letter was signed by Mr. Emmanuel Brooks, the Vice Chairman of the Supervisory Board of Directors of GEBE. I will quote a few sentences in this letter. It stands here: the Supervisory Board of Directors, via a resolution resolved on June the 24th, 2024, authorized the Special Representative / temporary manager of NVGB to finalize negotiations and subsequently enter into a rental agreement with So Energy to rent 10 megawatt of capacity by means of containerized units for a total contractual amount of $2,190,850. A countersigned rental agreement and annexes was signed on Thursday, June the 27th, 2024, between NVGB and So Energy, after which the initial down payment to So Energy was processed and authorized for release on Friday, June the 28th, 2024. Referring now to good corporate governance guidelines, this is the correct process as the Supervisory Board informs the shareholder about the resolution. In this case, the resolution is about the date of the resolution, the content of the resolution, the payment dates, and also the amounts for the generators. The dates that I got from the letter of the Supervisory Board and the legal advice of GEBE will be shared with Parliament via the confidential route. Next to the letter of the Supervisory Board directed to the shareholder, there was also an annex sent from Themis Institute, in which we have requested legal advice on the fact of confidential documents of GEBE could be given to, for example, the Prime Minister, the government, or to Parliament. The conclusion of Themis Institute for Governance and Leadership gave the following advisory conclusion statements. Based on our analysis of the constitutional framework governing the relationship between Parliament and the Prime Minister, and considering the applicable provisions of the Civil Code, the Articles of Incorporation and the confidentiality clauses in the agreement involved, we conclude that no legal obligation exists for the temporary manager to provide the requested agreements. Secondly, NVGEBE is also not legally compelled to confidentiality to provide the requested agreements to the Prime Minister in his capacity as one of the shareholder representatives. I think it's good for us to know that too, that is the reason also that these documents were not given to the Prime Minister. The third clarification requested by MP Otley, the 75.6 million, I meant the conditions from BZK for the 75.6 million of the loan, or whoever received that loan. So he meant the conditions related to the 75.6 million loan. As stated previously and provided in the letter sent to Parliament on January 8, 2025, the conditions for the loan are a duration of 25 years and a fixed interest rate of 2.43%. In other words, Madam Chair, there is no other condition set by BZK or the Netherlands for the loans SEC, as has been asked by several members of Parliament, inclusive MP Otley. Clarification demanded for one more clarification demanded by Mr. MP Otley is the fuel clause. In the tax ordinance, the delivery of fuel, the main source, Sol, is charging TOT, the turnover tax. If we remove this, we will give immediate relief to the people of Sint Maarten. The statement of the MP is noted and will form part of the investigation as we continue to do our due diligence in the examination of the fuel cost and the fuel clause. BTP will be approaching the relevant stakeholders, inclusive Sol, the tax office, the harbor, NV, GEBE, 7 Seas, and the respective ministries. I go over now to MP Doran. 2 cases on payment by the landfill. What are the cases? Were the cases closed? I want clarity on how someone else was compensated and not the person that actually had a legal document since 2014 of the land that was assigned to him. Madam Chair, I already said and agreed that this matter should be looked into. I said it yesterday too. And I have already started to do so by contacting the NRPB. Therefore, that is why yesterday in my answer I stated that I will for sure look into this case as MP Duran requested. We go over now to MP Irion. Conditions of the loans for the generator. The answer was referred back to a letter of January the 8th. So were they once more conditions to the loan? That was the question of MP Irion. I think in this case, reading is fundamental, Madam Chair. I will once again repeat my previous answer, as stated previously, and provided in the letter sent to Parliament on January the 8th, 2025. The conditions for the loan are a duration of 25 years and a fixed interest rate of 2.43%. In other words, Madam Chair, there are no other conditions set by BZK and or the Netherlands for the loan that the MP was talking about. But next to the loan, the NVGP requested some technical assistance that I also mentioned in the letter. And for the technical assistance, there are a subsidy granted to GEBE, and the amount of that subsidy is equivalent to the costs to realize the conditions and actually the demands of GEBE itself. I can mention for you a few of these conditions, but these conditions are not related to the loan of 75.6. It's related to the technical assistance that GEBE requested. And these conditions are, I will read them, Sint Maarten will draw up a plan of approach for the work to sustainably restore the energy supply within 8 weeks after receipt of the first amount of that subsidy that they need to cover to do what they have to do. The second condition is Sint Maarten must request GEB to develop an adequate multi-year plan for the management, maintenance, and replacement of the generator with associated financial coverage. Third request for the grant of the subsidy for technical assistance, Sint Maarten should urge GB to fill the open positions on sea level. Fourthly, as long as there is load shedding, Sint Maarten must ensure that GB has supervisory board consisting of 5 members. Sixth, Sint Maarten directs GEB to appoint the project director described in the appendix, that is an addendum that GEB sent to us, in which they requested to see the possibility to appoint a director to actually guide the whole technical process until we have the new generators commissioned. Another condition was Sint Maarten should periodically measure the emission of its central energy facility and publish the results. These are approximately the conditions for the subsidy that was granted because of the need of the technical assistant that GEBE needed. But once more, to the loan of 75.6, there were no conditions related. A second clarification asked by MP Irion, as a formateur, you are not a civil servant, you are actually getting an instruction from the governor to execute something. That position that you have as formateur doesn't mean that you will be the prime minister. Now you are in the position of being prime minister, and now retroactively you want to pay for bills as a formateur. What legal basis do you have to do this retroactively? Madam Chair, I was then, as I said already, sworn in as Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs on May the 31st. It was my duty to finalize the formalization of the remaining 2 members of the government. As I said, 7 ministers is a necessity for this government. And if you can recall, we appointed 5 of them, and I was there with the situation that I still needed to fill in 2 ministries. And for that, I asked legal advice moving forward how to proceed. There was also that Landsbesluit going to governor, coming back. So I decided to ask some legal advice. And once more, we paid for that advice that was requested after I was installed as Minister of General Affairs and Prime Minister. And that amount that was paid for the service is once more $1,083.23. So once more, there is no case of retroactive payment. The invoice will be, of course, shared confidentially with Parliament. And also, specifically, you will see the time frame that the advices were requested and provided, for which is between the 5th and the 8th of May. Once more, between the 5th and the 8th, I was already Prime Minister for Sint Maarten. The third clarification is about the details and salaries of the interim head of the P&O. However, the salaries of the staff of the cabinet have not been provided. It is now okay, all of a sudden, to give out now information on individuals and details. Madam Chair, through you to the Member of Parliament, mention was made that I did not provide the information about my cabinet. However, I did provide the information about my cabinet on October the 29th, 2024, which was immediately confirmed by Parliament that they received that letter. MP York did not get an answer on question on reparation. What is the plan of the Prime Minister moving forward based on his vision on reparation? Madam Chair, my vision is debt cancellation and monetary compensation is a must moving forward with the concept of reparation. I repeat, debt cancellation and monetary compensation is a must moving forward with the concept of reparation to give the phenomena, the concept of nation building for Cont Sint Maarten a good chance to be successful. Thankfully, this also forms part of the CARICOM 10-point of action plan on reparations justice. Moving forward, there is an advisory committee on slavery, atonement, and reparation in place, and I'm also awaiting their recommendations. It is an absolute must for Sint Maarten to join the international movement for reparation justice. Second clarification requested by MP York. Conditions for the GEBE generators. PM referred to letter of January the 8th. However, the letter is more of an update on the percentage of the loan and next step moving forward. However, I'm curious on the contract signed with the Netherlands. Can this be sent to Parliament? Once again, what the MP is mentioning, namely the percentage and the time of the loan, are conditions of the loan, as has been explained. There is no contract to be signed. It is not customary to sign a contract for a loan granted by the Netherlands. Madam Chair, I maintain that I have been transparent and shared all the information concerning the loan provided in the letter sent to Parliament on January the 8th, 2025, namely the duration of 25 years and the fixed interest of 2.43%. The third clarification for MP York, BTP report on relief. What is the tentative timeline? Madam Chair, I would like to repeat part of my answer already provided to Parliament in answering the question of MP York and MP Otley. Namely, BTP was instructed to explore and reach an agreement with the BTP RAC, the Regulatory Authority Curaçao, to advise on the necessary steps in lowering the burden of the fuel clause. This covenant, this memorandum of understanding was sent to Parliament, and in the memorandum of understanding it is mentioned that based on the action mentioned in the covenant, a plan will be drafted to execute the actions. As soon as the plan is available, Parliament will be informed. As such, there is no timeline as yet. Clarification number 4, the evaluation of the NRPB. What can we take coming out of it after so many years? When will such be done? Is it at the end of the NRPB contract, or will it be a couple years before that? Again, I reiterate that a proper evaluation is needed, actually not only of the operation of the NRPB, but I think on the whole structure, including to start with decision-making by the Netherlands, how it started initially. Secondly, evaluation of the Trust Fund, the World Bank, the Steering Committee, and the NRPB, as I said just now also. As an evaluation will be dependent on several factors, including performance and financial consequences, the time frame for such is not yet known. This in particular, realizing the complexity of the involvement of many stakeholders. However, this matter will be discussed in the coming period as a term of references, outlining the specifics of the evaluation. Criteria and indicators will also need to be developed in order to execute an evaluation. MP Westcott, thank you for the positive consideration for the proposal brought forward in my question. I like the way that the Prime Minister verbalizes the proposal for fund acquisition, and it was referred to as a fund or a funding desk. However, specifically, the Prime Minister stated that the decree for the SER chairperson is at the Governor. I have heard this not only from the COM and outside the COM, that this decree is at the Governor for some time. Is this current? Is this also the same for the lottery decree being at the Governor for some time as well? I would want to hope that on matters such as the chairperson of the SER, the work of the SER is being stagnated by this. Do we not have that relationship that the Governor can be called and ask what is the hold up? Unless the time that the Governor is taking is the usual time. Is it not possible to pick up the phone and ask His Excellency what is the hold up? Madam Chair, you're completely right. The next phone call that you are referring to will be coming week with the weekly appointment by the Governor. This topic will be addressed as agenda point number 1. President of Parliament, I hope that I could comply with the reactions on the clarifications requested. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I will now give the floor to the Minister of Teyat to answer the questions posed in the clarification round. Minister, you have the floor.
Pleasant good afternoon to you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to the Secretary General. Good afternoon to my members of Parliament and fellow colleague ministers and those listening and viewing online and those in the Tribune. I'd like to start with the clarification in round 1 for the MPs that asked questions. And the first MP, MP Westcott Williams, had about 3 clarifications pertaining to the business licenses and outstanding and cannabis and waiving of lottery fees. Question posed or clarification posed by MP Westcott, the waiving of lottery, Westcott, sorry. Yes? Okay.
You may continue.
The first clarification posed by MP Westcott Williams of the waiving of lottery fees in 2022. The COM approved the waiving of the lottery fees for a particular period. For 2 periods, was that a decision by COM? Yes, it was a decision by the then COM, but in the response of, I realized most of the clarifications surrounded the waiving of the lottery fees, and I believe the confusion stemmed, I think, from one word, directives. So instead, I should have said, I'll use the phrase, the direction of the Council of Ministers. So I want to emphasize that to the members of Parliament that they should not interpret this as a mandate by the COM. Rather, it was a precedent set by the former COM, which I chose to follow for all lottery license holders that are eligible. So the then Council of Ministers decided to waive all fees levied on casinos for the period that they were not operational during the passing of Hurricane Irma, Maria, and as well as COVID-19. The next clarification is the waiving of the lottery fees. So once in the waiving of the lottery fees, once in 2022, the then COM approved the casino fees for a particular period. Was this the decision of the COM? A decision of the then Council of Ministers was to waive all fees for casinos, indeed, for the periods that they were not operating, and the periods were during Hurricane Irma, Maria, which was September 2017 to May 2018, as well as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, which is April 1st, 2020 to July 31st, 2020. Those were the days the fees were waived. So the MP is saying, do we understand fees for a lottery company was waived outside of that period? There was one lottery establishment whose fees were waived for the period of September 2018 through August 2023 to a total of 5 years. Yes, indeed. These fees were waived by the former government on March 18, 2024, prior to me taking office, and in a total amount of 750,000 guilders. My decision of November 12, 2024, resulted in fees being waived for a lottery company that requested a waiver during the post-Hurricane Irma and Maria period. This was granted for the period of September 2017 through May 2018, 9 months, in alignment with the fees of the casino. Next question, or next clarification with regards to the stakeholders' consultation on cannabis legislation. Can the minister give an indication who are considered the stakeholders? The program includes an extensive community outreach program, including a wide range of stakeholders, such as the police department and organization, the Doctors Association, the Teachers Organization, the Church Organization, the Harbor Authority, the St. Maarten Customs Department, the French St. Maarten government, the Mental Health Foundation, all the district boards and organizations, Turning Point, Lions Club, Rotary Club, Indian Merchant Association, Chamber of Commerce, the Yachting Community on St. Maarten, the Tourist Office, the Tour Bus Association, the Taxi Drivers Association, both sides, the Farmers and Parliament Committees, and SZV Management Team. Final clarification posed by MP Westcott Williams. Cannabis, can the minister break down the process a little clearer, and can I receive the request for the proposal that was sent in the first place? The native nations that was granted the permission to develop the work on the legislation. Did I understand that it did not include the growers' cannabis? MP, I will try my very best to clarify on the process, but do note that this initiative began prior to me taking office and was initiated by the Minister of VSA. A decision to include TIAT was made thereafter. To my understanding, based on the documents provided internally, the process went and is going as follows. The request for proposal was published by government. The terms of reference was sent to entities that expressed interest. Proposals were evaluated over 2 rounds. A work group within VSA evaluated the proposals to determine which of them qualified for round 2. The work group was extended to include TIAT and finance, that the work group vetted the proposals in the second round. And then the second proposal that was scored, the second proposals that were scored the highest are presented by the extended work group, were presented to the then COM. And then COM made a decision on the respective entity, which was chosen Native Nations. The ministerial regulations were established in February 2024 to establish an interministerial work group comprising of persons from the ministries of VSA, TIAT, and Justice, who was tasked with representing the interests of the government in process of the legislation of the cannabis. Since then, the work group has been working closely with Native Nations to execute the objectives as stipulated in their contract. Next, I'm going to move along with MP York. MP York had 7 clarifications, and they were about benches in Phillipsburg, Soul Beach, and influencers. The first clarification, the minister alluded to Soca Rumble. Can she clarify if that was a precursor to it coming back? No, I was not alluding to the return of Soca Rumble. I was simply using it as an example of what it means to create something remarkable out of a limited resources. As the artist Arthur Ashe once said, start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can. And creativity and resourcefulness are about finding innovative ways to make the most of what is available, and that was the essence of the example. Next, benches that now preside in town, breaking apart. What is the timeline based on what the minister mentioned, with it being removed? The benches are clearly in a deplorable state, which distracts from the aesthetics of Front Street. The Ministry of Rami has been addressing this issue, and as we work towards the revitalization of Phillipsburg, a long-term solution to this will be worked on in collaboration with the Ministry of Rami very soon. Next clarification, Minister touched on the agreement she has with Soul Beach, but it is supposed to be in conjunction with the French side. However, they are not in talks. They are in talks with the event manager of Soul Beach. What happens if the French side pulls out? Does it not go anywhere? Initially, the plan was to host the event in collaboration with French side. However, they had to withdraw. Fortunately, we were able to allocate funds from last year's budget to cover the deposit, reflecting our commitment to ensuring the success of this event. In the meantime, our focus is on maximizing the event's positive economic impact this year. To ensure it proceeds as planned, and we renegotiate with the promoter to move forward solely under our contribution. This year is particularly significant as it marks the 30th anniversary of the Soul Beach. Many of you may recall it debuted in St. Martin in 1995 with Sinbad's Summer Jam, 70s Soul Music Festival. It is both meaningful and nostalgic to celebrate this milestone back at home where it began. Whether on a large or a small scale, the celebration must continue. But the promoter and the government remain dedicated to delivering a high-quality experience that attendees have come to expect from the iconic festival. Next clarification, influencers. She answered one, but only mentioned how much was paid, but didn't get a number of others. How much was paid for those others? I would like to, through you, Madam Chair Lady, also group the question from MP Arian. Is that possible? Yes, if it's possible, seeing that it has similarities. And his question was about the influencers I referred to, that he actually referred to MP York's question, that the American group and the Caribbean, about the American group and the Caribbean group, and not mentioning the amounts that was paid. So it's kind of the same question. So here goes answering both MPs. Here's a detailed breakdown of the cost and the impact of influencers across the various markets. So the Canada market cost to host was $3,000. They added a value of $17,800 with a reach of $108,000. The US market cost to host was $23,000 for 3 media trips and averaging about $8,000 per trip. Number of influencers, 11, and the reach was approximately 37 million, and the ad value was 14.5 million. The Caribbean market cost to host was $22,300. Number of influencers were 6, and ad value was $133,800. The reach approximately 4 million. And then I think the MP wanted a breakdown for the Caribbean influencers who were involved in the campaign and costs related per influencer. So I mentioned them last time just by name, but I'm going to give the breakdown. So Daniel Lovelace from Trinidad, known for What You Know, the series cost, it had no cost, the only travel expense of $3,500. Then we had Alison Hines from Barbados, Queen of Soca, and that cost was about $10,000 for a 6-month campaign and travel expense approximately $4,800. Then we had Joshua Regrello from Trinidad, world record holder for the longest steel pan marathon. They had no cost. Travel expense was approximately $2,000. Then we had Emo News from Dominica, leading media influencer, no cost, hotel sponsored by Holland House. Then we had Aquaman RD from the Dominican Republic, advertiser influencer, adventure influencer, no influencer costs, airline sponsored by Air Sentry, and hotel expenses approximately $500. Then we had Sweet Sister Cencia from St. Kitts, a community leader, radio host, and DJ, cost $1,000, and travel expense $500. Next, the minister spoke about the return of investment for being measured per view. And can she elaborate on that and how it works? The success of the influencer media trips for St. Maarten is measured through metrics like reach, impressions, engagements, rates, and referral traffic to official tourism platforms. Earned media value, EMV, gauges the monetary worth of exposure, while the quality of the content, the photos, the videos, the blogs, and vlogs supports ongoing marketing efforts. Metrics like sentiment analysis, follower growth, direct booking linked to the promo codes on tracking, URLs, and visitors' feedback further assess impact. A cost-benefit analysis compares hosting expenses with EMV, engagement, and revenue, allowing St. Maarten to refine future influencers' strategies for maximum return on investment. His sixth question was the demolition of the marketplace was under the permit of the initial design, and I believe there was a permit for it, but the holdup is for the permit of the new design. Please clarify. So based on the request from the Department of New Works, the foundation design was adjusted, necessitating a soil investigation. Due to the holiday period, this investigation was delayed, but is expected to be finalized within 2 weeks. In the meantime, the construction company will begin mobilizing for construction for later on this month, and the Ministry of Rami has also emphasized that this project remains a priority for the department, particularly in light of the recent unexpected delays. The final clarification question by MP York was that the minister spoke on the waiving of fees for casinos, but my question was more on the lottery booths. What figure are we looking at and how much was waived? With your indulgence also, Madam Chair Lady, I would like to also add MP Arian's question to MP York, seeing that they both have similarities. MP Arian also asked about which year's months was waived regarding the casino and the mandate from the previous COM to allow the waiving of the lottery fees. So let me clarify first, the lottery booths.
Yes. So just to make it clear, seeing that you're mentioning both members in answering your question, I will allow that.
Okay.
So that
Thank you.
the members will know where I stand in that regard.
That's okay?
Yes?
Yes, thank you. So let me clarify first that the lottery booths currently do not pay any fees to operate. Such a fee is not regulated by law, but the regulation thereof is in process. That being said, lottery booths cannot be waived because they simply do not exist. However, I believe that the MP was referring to the lottery license holders. As I previously stated, I took the decision to waive the lottery fees in alignment with the decision made by the COM in 2022. My decision was to grant lottery license holders an exemptions for the same specified period. Once the lottery establishment requests such an exemption for the period specified after Hurricane Irma and Maria and during the COVID-19 pandemic. The sum waived in the lottery license fee that was approved from my decision in November 2024 amounts to 9 months multiplied by 12,500 guilders, which is 112,500 guilders. That is exactly the amount that I personally waive. And to be clear, this specific license holder only requested to have the fees waived for the period of the hurricanes, not COVID. Although this applies to any lottery license holder, each case will be reviewed to determine eligibility for the exemption and to verify that they were indeed non-operational during the specified period. For the brevity of all lottery license holders, we were requested to, for brevity, if all lottery license holders were to request this waiver, minus the one that was already waived from the former government, the total amount would have then been 2.2 million guilders, approximately. If I had to have waived all the lottery holders, excluding the one that was there, that's the amount that would have been waived, 2.2 million. However, realistically, we expect it to total approximately maybe 1.5 million. So it's about that. so I'm not sure what that means, but it's about 2.2 million guilders. The approximate amount that was waived in the casino and the casino controller fees by the previous COM of 2022 approximates 7.5, it's approximately 7.5 million waived for the period following the Hurricane Irma and Maria, and 2.4 for the period for the COVID-19 lockdown. A total of 9.9 million guilders was waived. Next, I'll go over to clarifications from MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz has two clarifications regarding casino controllers and casino waived fees. When it comes to the job of the casino controller, it was already reviewed in the ministry, and the MP saying he's a big shock that the minister did not receive that information, which was literally that we were encouraged, that we are encouraging zwart werken, getting paid and not paying taxes. And they discussed this with the Minister of Finance, where the fees of the casinos would be no longer, where the fees, where the casino pays the person would no longer, but the government directly, would pay the government directly, and they receive it on the job. So could the minister look into it, because, okay, it has to do with some casino controllers paying under the table, or I think that's what the minister's, the MP is referring to. But yes, I will look into this and have the relevant discussion with the respective department and with the Ministry of Finance. His final question was discount given to the casino. That was literally because the casino was forced to close down. Everyone that required that, they should have received it. Can't remember if the lotteries was in as well. That is correct. The decision by the DENCOM was only favored the casino operators. Then I'll go on to clarifications, 7 clarifications by MP Atwell Arian. And these were about influencers, Soul Beach, NRPB, ESP reflows, and the roadside vending, and the lottery booths and casinos. Specific answers were given when asked by MP York. I think this is regarding the influencers. This was one of the questions that was already grouped. And then when it comes to Soul Beach, the government paid $500,000. The MP also indicated in my question now, he is hearing differently from the French side. $500,000 was not in the budget then, and it is not now. So where did it come from? So MP is alluding to that. I will repeat that the answer given in the first round, which is that the total contribution towards hosting Soul Beach Music Festival is $700,000. Initially, the event was intended to be a joint effort between the two islands for about $1.4 million. However, due to budgetary constraints, the French side government was unable to participate in the collaborative funding. So negotiations with the event promoter enabled us to adjust the overall plan, allowing us to proceed solely with our contribution and without participation of the French side. Despite this adjustment, we anticipated the hosting of the festival will have a positive economic impact. As it pertains to where the funds came from, in my initial answer, I indicated that I indicated where the balance of the funds will come from as it results to the 2025 budget and the missed funds, which was already paid. As per the contractual agreement, which I signed in December 23rd, COM approved on behalf of government to have a total of $500,000 paid to secure the event. And this payment comprised of unused and unspent fees in the budget of TIAT and some in finance. When we consider approaching the promoters, we took careful consideration and concluded that hosting the festival presents significant economic potential. This is an established event with a large following, which is which in the short term, it will generate a surge of visitor numbers, boosting hotel occupancy and increasing revenues for local businesses such as restaurants, retailers, as well as independent operators in the transportation sector. Medium-term benefits include enhanced tourism as our reputation as our prime destination grows.
Minister,
Thank you.
a moment, please. I'm seeing that MP Irian, his light is on, but before I give you the floor, I would like to know if it's not a clarification that you want to ask, right? What would you like to ask? Is it a point of order?
Madam Chair, because I realize we don't have a clarification for the clarification, so I want to make it clear that my question was not answered. So my question to the minister regarding where did the funds come from was very specific. I even mentioned the line items. So I would like to have the question properly answered.
I do want to remind the MP that when that was the case, you had the interruption option, but you don't have no interruptions left. So therefore, I would like to let you know that you can use that for your second round. Minister, you can continue.
So where was I? For the long run, the festival establishes us as a location for festivals, fun and unique experiences, sustaining economic growth and creating job opportunities. It is stated that this event contributed to earning in the tens of millions to Aruba. So in closing,
You can finish your sentence, Minister.
I have a long way to go.
MP
If I
York?
could finish, maybe I could answer the question. Yes? Okay. So in closing, we have agreed to push to obtain this event as we recognize the potential long-term and additional economic spin-off that this event can bring additional exposure to Sint Maarten to the U.S. market. In essence, it is also about the long-term benefit by increasing our exposure, increasing our visitors' arrivals, increasing the tourism earnings and revenue, as well as reducing the seasonality of the tourism industry. Investing in this festival does not mean neglecting economic relief for the people of Sint Maarten. Instead, it is a strategic move to generate the resources needed to provide sustained relief and opportunities. It is about balancing immediate needs with the long-term growth of Sint Maarten's economy. The success of such initiatives ensures that we are not only addressing the current challenges, but also setting a foundation to present future financial strength. So by reshaping the economy to include nice tourism opportunities, rebuilding critical sectors, restructuring our revenue generation model, and reforming how we allocate resources, we are ensuring that every investment, like the Soul Beach Festival, has a multiplier effect that benefits the people of Sint Maarten. The R4 effect.
Thank you, Minister of Tiayat. I'm now give the floor to MP York for his interruption. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the question that was answered based on where the funds came from by the minister was not answered as posed. The question was where in the budget, so line item and ministries, etc., did the funds derive from? And also, was it budgeted?
Thank you, MP York. Minister, you may answer.
Yes? Okay. So I mentioned earlier in my answer to MP York that it came from the last year's budget. So 500,000 came from last year's budget, and 200,000 automatically comes from the festival when you have to do anything. To do anything when it comes to festival, it comes from the festival. So 500,000 came out of last year's budget, unused funds from the TIAT ministry, and the rest will come from this year's budget. And usually when you sponsor festivals, it comes from the budget post festivals in TIAT's budget post. That's where we use our funds to sponsor festivals.
Minister, do you have the line item?
I don't have it. I mean, it's in the budget, it's clear, but I'll find it and I can bring it back in the second round if possible. No problem.
You may
Okay.
continue.
Now I know where I stopped. Okay, ESP, regarding it, the question was not answered. Ask the Prime Minister and/or the NRPB and ask, the MP is asking for a clear answer. Reflows from the ESP. The answer didn't reflect anything. The money is coming in now, so where is it going and what will be done with it? So based on the response from the NRPB, when we asked today, the ESP reflows are under the purview of the government of St. Maarten, and the funds can be used following the agreed upon procedures, subject to government's discretion. However, as indicated in the grant agreement for the Enterprise Support Project, the World Bank must review and confirm that proposals for using the ESP loans reflows comply with the Trust Fund Administration. Trust Fund Arrangement Stipulations. My apologies. I'm not seeing too well. This was handled by the previous administration in the following manner. So in December 2023, St. Maarten formally asked the World Bank permission to use ESP reflows. This was approved by the World Bank in April 2024, and the intention is that the funds are to be used as bridge funding until the new SPARE project becomes effective. The SPARE project will cover the operational costs of the NRPB and capacity building initiatives for the government of St. Maarten. In the context of the presentation of the SPARE projects, the government is currently reviewing options for future use of the ESP flows in consultation with the World Bank and the Netherlands. Madam Chair Lady, can I take a 2-minute break? I think I need to get my glasses. My eyes are terrible. My eyes are really getting hazy.
Yes.
If
What
it's 2 minutes, because I can't read it clearly.
What I will do, I will adjourn the meeting for 2
2
minutes.
minutes. Yes.
Meeting adjourned.
Yes.
By reconvene the meeting, and I give the floor to the Minister of Theat for the continuation of the answering of the clarification. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Kind of look like an old woman now, but it's okay. So I would like to go back to, I had an opportunity to get the answer for the MP regarding the line item for the funds from the Soul Beach. So I'd like to maybe clarify that. So a total of $500,000 was paid to secure the event's launch, and this payment comprised of outstanding fees owed as concession payments from Port of St. Maarten, the marketing budget of STB, which was a common approved, and of the STB, as well as the budget item listed under other goods and services from the Department of Statistics and Civil Servants, as well as the Ministry of Finance, that were all unused and unspent of their 2024 budget. So that's how we were able to get the funds. So it's mainly for unused and unspent, and those were the line items. So goods and services, and some from the Department of Statistics and Civil Aviation, and also from the Finance Department. I'll go over to the second question regarding the ESP, the fourth question by MP Artwell Arian. Another question for the roadside vending permits. I am happy to hear that structure will be brought to it. What I would like to understand is that will it be left up to the minister's discretion? So I'm assuming he's referring to this minister, who decides what is nice and what is beauty. Minister mentioned all the booths will be built off-site and the inspection will be done by the TIAT. Then TIAT will be doing the controls. So for clarity's sake, through you, Madam Chair Lady, I realize I did not mention VRAMI in my earlier response, but both ministries will be enforcing and executing their respective responsibilities. So TIAT will not be conducting the inspection on behalf of VRAMI. Our focus will remain on the regulations and the conditions regulated to the booths, such as size and aesthetics. So I hope this clarifies the objectives, and I do apologize for the misconceptions caused. The minister mentioned that we are looking at the framework on the gaming board. Will the current legislation not be enforced in absence of there? For years, through you, Madam Chair Lady, for years, these lottery booths have been operated illegally, and an issue I inherited upon assuming this position. Despite many previous Council of Ministers being aware of this ongoing illegal activity, it was not prioritized. So given that the legislative process is already well underway, it makes little sense to pursue a short-term solution at this stage. It is more practical to focus on finalizing and implementing the new legislation. Minister mentioned talk about illegal booths. Reference is made to the country package legislation and control board, etc., in absence of where we're going to have a free-for-all. As mentioned earlier, the goal of the ministry is to have a well-regulated sector and address all illegalities. Hence, the draft national decree seeks to address gaps in the existing legislation, generate additional revenues for government, and provide a transition path into a new regulatory landscape that the draft ordinance and the Gaming Authority will establish. Answers on the casinos, please be clear. I think that's the other answer that I looped regarding the waiving of the casinos. So I already looped that answer for the MP. Next, we have MP Otley, and MP Otley had no clarification. No, he had a clarification on cannabis. Yes, it was a clarification on cannabis, so he did have a clarification. Excuse the little mistake on the screen. Contracts of the cannabis, did the minister read the entire contract? It is important for clarity and not only the RFP. So company will own and operate for 5 years. Did the minister read the original contract? I'd like to clarify that the contract, which was signed during the MP's tenure as Minister of VSA, is the exact one that I'm referencing. It clearly states that the company, Native Nations, is the only one authorized to operate the facilities for the cultivation, manufacturing, processing, supplying, and testing of cannabis related products in St. Maarten for 5 years, as long as they remain compliant with the laws of the country. Now, the MP may refer to it as non-exclusive, but the contract itself clearly designates Native nations as the sole operator in this space. This is essentially the same thing as exclusive agreement. So this is the contract, this COM is carried out, and there is no confusion on our end regarding its intent and the terms set forth. In short, for the sake of continuity, the contract signed is what we met, and the conditions therein are what we have to abide by, and whether it's referred to exclusive or not, the reality remains that Native Nations holds the concession for this type of operation for 5 years in St. Maarten. I go on to questions posed by MP Duran. And MP Duran had 5 clarifications, and it was mostly surrounded by the Swaliga market and the booth inspections. Was it 5? I think it's just 2. I'm sorry. It's just, no, 5 clarifications. So the minister mentioned that the aesthetics on the booth, and this is the final MP for clarifications. So the minister mentioned that the aesthetics on the booth and the pond fill will have to change, and I understand that. But is this a way to get old people out and new people in? TIAT is not into building things, and this is how things go wrong. So hope he can receive some clarity, because Vrami is the one that usually assists. I was asked whether the roadside vending booths would receive the necessary attention this year to avoid the aesthetics that, if I recall correctly, were referred to as shacks last year. I agreed with the comments made by the MP regarding the appearance of the booths. It is my responsibility to assure that the permit holders comply with the roadside vending and guidelines and conditions of their permits. So to clarify, this is not an attempt to push old vendors out, as long as everyone adheres to the rules, which remain the same as in previous years. There is no issue. And the MP is correct. TIAT inspectors does not handle structural inspections. Their role is to ensure that the vending structure meet the requirements set forth by the Ministry of TIAT, as published in the local media. Technical building compliance, such as ensuring structures meet construction standards, falls under the expertise of the Ministry of Vrami. So my ministry has already coordinated with Vrami and their team, and will handle areas within their scope, including matters like electricity connections for the vendor booths, etc. Next question, the building permit being published in the Gazette. Heard it was there during the groundbreaking time, and we are already talking about a new design. There was an issue here and another there, so a timeline as to when they can expect an end of the project. The building permit for the proposed changes is being expedited with urgency, and the project is being jointly supervised by the government of St. Maarten, specifically through the collaboration of the Ministry of Vrami and the Ministry of TIAT. And based on current estimates, the project is expected to take 4 to 6 months to complete. Efforts are being made to ensure smooth progress, and we will keep the public informed of any updates or adjustments to timeline. And it was actually 3 clarifications, so that was wrong as well. Since a mandate was issued, are all COM decisions being executed from 10-10-10? So I assume this is a rhetorical question, and I have made it clear in my previous answer that my actions was based on a precedence that was set by a decision of the former Council of Ministers, so not a mandate. And while the ministry respects decisions made by previous administration, not all COM decisions from 10-10-10s are being executed. As such, government evaluates past decisions within the context of current priorities and circumstances. With that, Madam Chair Lady, I have come to the end of my clarification round in round 1, and I look forward to questions posed in round 2.
Thank you, Minister of TIAT. I would now give the floor to Minister of Justice for her answers in the clarification round. Minister of Justice, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everybody. Here we are again with our clarifications to of course, the Honorable Chair Lady, the esteemed members of Parliament, to all those viewing and watching at home or on the radio or wherever else you may be. I'll start with the clarifications for MP Kotai. He asked, does St. Martin or Holland pay for the investigations and operations of the OM and entities like the TBO and RST? The Centraal team, formerly called the TBO during its pilot phase, is responsible for investigations across the Caribbean part of the Dutch Kingdom. This team specializes in combating financial crimes, including corruption, tax, fraud, forgery, and money laundering. It operates as a collaboration between the Office of the Attorney General of Curaçao, St. Martin, Bonaire, Saba, and Statia, of which the Public Prosecutor's Office forms a part, and the Criminal Investigation Team, otherwise known as the RST. The operations of the Centraal team, as well as the RST, are funded by the Kingdom Government, as has been the case since the Central team's inception as TBO in 2016. This funding is part of the broader financial allocations made to the islands for specific areas of governance and support. It's important to emphasize that the work of the Centraal team is guided by the priorities outlined in the Attorney General and OM's annual plans. Whether funded by the Kingdom Government or the local budget, there is no external influence on the investigations and cases pursued by the Centraal team, which ensures the team's independence and integrity. He also asked, can we make sure that suspects caught with illegal weapons are detained and not let go after a couple of days, given overpopulated prisons? I want to clarify that anyone found with an illegal, unlicensed weapon is arrested and detained. Based on the European Committee for the Prevention of Torture and Inhuman or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, the CPT, an arrestee can only be held at the Philipsburg police cells for a maximum of 10 days. After these 10 days, they must be transferred to Point Blanche or released if there's no space in the prison. The magnitude of the crime committed by the suspect is considered if release is the only option. Depending on the severity of the suspected offense, the court may demand that a suspect be held longer than 10 days. In those cases, cell space is needed, and that entails that the release of another suspect who is already in pretrial detention in the prison. Please note that the suspect who is released is still awaiting trial and is not someone who is already irrevocably sentenced. What steps are taken to ensure that these illegal weapons are off the streets, but also that those who get caught with them are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law? Anyone found with an illegal weapon or firearm is charged with weapon/firearm possession as a starting point. Forensic tests are routinely conducted on confiscated firearms to determine if they can be linked to any previous crimes. If connections are identified, the suspect is also charged and prosecuted for those offenses. Further to that, it's important to note that when a firearm is used in the commission of a crime, this serves as a strafverzwarend offense. So that means that it's a factor that increases the severity of that offense. As such, the sentencing demand by the prosecutor is adjusted accordingly, reflecting the increased seriousness of the crime. This ensures that the presence and use of firearms are met with strict legal consequences. MP Lewis also asked some clarifications. He asked, why were the scooters/motorcycles crushed instead of being auctioned, thus not being used to generate revenue? The confiscated scooters were seized primarily because their documentation was incomplete or missing. Owners were given the opportunity to provide the necessary paperwork and proof of ownership. Scooters with proper documentation and that meet legal requirements were returned to their rightful owners. However, many of the unclaimed scooters failed to meet the technical and safety standards required by law. These vehicles are often unregistered, uninsured, or have been modified in ways that violate our traffic ordinance. Allowing such scooters to re-enter circulation through auctioning would pose significant risks to public safety, undermine road traffic laws, and potentially encourage further non-compliance by our community. Moreover, auctioning non-compliant scooters would require additional resources for inspection, certification, and ensuring that buyers address any legal or technical deficiencies before use. This creates an administrative burden and diverts resources that could be better allocated to more pressing law enforcement needs. I think the song I've been singing for the past couple of days is that the budget is underfunded when it comes to justice, so our resources are limited, and this is not a priority for the ministry at the moment. Adding to that destroying these vehicles not only prevents them from becoming a continued hazard on the roads, but also sends a strong message about the government's commitment to upholding traffic laws and ensuring public safety. While I understand that generating revenue is important, it cannot take precedence over the safety and well-being of the community and public order. MP Peterson asked, should sobriety tests be conducted at accident scenes? And he asked, I think, if I would be in support of such. I fully support the implementation of sobriety tests at accident scenes. These tests are vital for promoting road safety, ensuring accountability, and addressing the role of alcohol or substance use in accidents. They also provide critical information for legal proceedings, while also serving as a deterrent to prevent impaired driving. I was asked what legal changes, example policy or national ordinance amendments, are required to make sobriety tests mandatory. This would require an amendment to the Wegenverkeersverordening, the road traffic ordinance, and I welcome any proposal or amendment from Parliament or the willingness of Parliament to work with us on this, because I know the MP asked how Parliament would be able to assist. Then MP Waver asked, with regard to the scooter drivers in South Reward, is there a plan to add another traffic police officer for issuing fines? I appreciate the MP Waver's thoughtful suggestion, and he sent me a video this morning to show me exactly what the situation is regarding the need for increased traffic enforcement in South Reward, particularly, of course, during that school traffic time. It's a valid concern, and I fully recognize the importance of addressing traffic issues in that area. However, of course, assigning an additional officer to this specific task has to be weighed against the current resource challenges faced by the police force. Of course, a traffic officer directing traffic is also different than an officer that would have to give fines or stop motorists. With the existing staffing shortages, deploying more personnel for traffic enforcement in one area could strain the capacity of the team and impact other critical law enforcement priorities. But with all that being said, I am committed to exploring feasible solutions, and I will discuss the MP's suggestion with KPSM. Then I was asked, will government vehicles with tinted windows also be addressed as part of the traffic enforcement policies? I want to state that the excessive tint currently used by many road users poses a significant danger to road traffic safety and is highly undesirable from a public safety, public order, and enforcement standpoint. It also increases risks for our officers during traffic stops because they can't see inside the vehicles. The law permits exemptions only in very limited and exceptional circumstances. As Minister, I intend to strictly adhere to those provisions across the board. And that we go back again, like I said yesterday, back to the foundation of why we have laws in place. And that means back to granting exemptions in a highly restrained manner and under clearly defined criteria. MP Jansen-Webster asked if police data could be provided over Q4, and there were multiple things that were requested. Happy to report that they were able to split that for you. So the total number of traffic accidents in Q4 2024, there was a total of 438 traffic accidents. In Q1 so far of 2025, we've had 68 accidents so far. With respect to the number of motorbike/scooter accidents, in Q4 of 2024, there were 49. So of the total 438 accidents, 49 of those were motorbike/scooter accidents. Then I was asked about accidents involving injuries, Metletso. In 2024, in Q4, there were 3 fatalities and 63 accidents with injuries. For 2025, the numbers thus far are 2 fatalities. One involved a cyclist and another involved a scooter. And there were 13 accidents so far with injuries. MP Westcott Williams asked, how long can someone who obtains permanent residency under the Brooks Tower Accord request for family reunification, particularly for a spouse to also get residency? And then, for example, someone obtained permanent residency in 2013 on the basis of the Brooks Tower Accord, and as recently as 2023, that person was able to bring his spouse. Is that accepted policy? How long can that continue? In reference to the question to this question, the policy did not include provisions for individuals after they obtained legal status. Therefore, individuals who acquired a residence permit through the Brooks Tower Accord are required to comply with the regular processes for resident permits as outlined in our current immigration regulations. For individuals residing in St. Maarten under the principles of family formation or family reunification, it is possible to request residency for their family members. However, this process is subject to specific conditions, particularly regarding the applicant's financial capacity. The minimum earning requirement is currently set at 3,000 guilders per month, and applicants must undergo a thorough vetting process to demonstrate their ability to financially support their family members. Additionally, such applicants are also subject to the Landsverordening Arbeid-Vreemdelingen, which governs our employment of foreign nationals. In certain cases, individuals may need to obtain Dutch nationality before qualifying to act as guarantors for their family members. This requirement aligns with the provisions of the LTU, which is the Landsverordening Toelating en Uitzetting, our immigration law, and ensures that the individual meets all legal and financial obligations required for family reunification. I also wanted to clarify, because this was also something that was mentioned yesterday by one of the MPs who asked the question about amnesty programs for prisoners when it came at least to people born in St. Maarten but not having residency. And I think this is a parallel with what we're seeing with the question from MP Westcott Williams, because in this case, once we grant somebody permanent residency, we can't begin to discriminate between you're a different type of permanent resident than John and Peter. Once you're a permanent resident, I can bring my family in here as long as I meet the requirements outlined in the law. And it's why, for example, with the question that I answered last night with respect to how do we go about regularizing individuals who are born here, those are also considerations that we have to take into account. The fact that once that person becomes a permanent resident, they also have the opportunity to bring their family here. So again, these are all things that we need to look into, because I think a lot of people on the island, it is the reality of our society and the way that we've allowed things to go over time. And that the reality is that many people are born here who don't have any type of residency for St. Maarten. It doesn't necessarily make them stateless, like many of the questions that we received regarding statelessness, but it is something that we need to explore and of course look into properly and look at the effects, because I too do not want to be the author of the law of unintended consequences. So that being said, that brings me to the end of my clarification round.
Thank you, Minister. I will now continue with the Minister of ECYS to answer the questions posed by the members in clarification. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and good evening to the members of Parliament, yourself, Rifir, my colleague ministers, and those joining us online or by radio. Madam Chair Lady, my first clarification came from MP Sarah Westcott Williams, and it was regarding the ministry's involvement in the work group for cannabis. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, to MP Westcott, the exclusion of ECYS from the work group related to cannabis legislation was a decision made by the previous administration, the previous administration. As I indicated last night, since assuming office, I've expressed, and my colleague ministers have agreed, that the insight and input of ECYS is critical, and so moving forward, even though we are at these rather late stages, the report and draft legislation will be reviewed by all, including myself, and any input deemed necessary will be provided accordingly. MP Westcott's second clarification request to me, Madam Chair Lady, was about the higher education ordinance and it being one of my legislative priorities, and whether I would need to do my own review of the law before the process in Parliament continues. And through you, Madam Chair, it's certainly my intention to conduct my own review before the process continues in Parliament, particularly with regard to the note of amendment sent by my predecessor. But considering my previous position as a Member of Parliament, I also had the privilege of reviewing the draft law and debating it during Central Committee. So I'll review it once more in its current form prior to the public handling beginning in Parliament, which I heard rumor would be mid-February. And on to a clarification from MP Veronica Janssen. The John Larmeny Center, the MP, Minister said that this will be completed 6 months after the start of phase 1, and the MP would like to know in what year would it be finalized, just a rough indication. Through you, Madam Chair, to MP Janssen, based on my inquiry from the Ministry and our estimation of the processing of the file, we're estimating that the 3rd quarter of this year would be the start of phase 1 of the works, so it will be completed within 2026. And that's all for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of ECUIS. I will now adjourn the meeting for 45 minutes till 7 p.m. Then we will continue with the answering of the clarifications of the Ministry of VSA, yes, it's a little late, but I'm here, from VSA, and also VROMI. And seeing the time, I will make it 6:45 instead of 7. So correction, meeting adjourned until 6:45. Good evening, members of parliament, council of ministers, the public of St. Maarten. I hereby reopen this meeting in regards to the handling of the draft budget 2025. We are now going over to the responses to the clarifications by the Ministry of VSA, and after that, the Minister of Romy. Thereafter, we will directly proceed to the second round of this agenda point. Minister of VSA, you have the floor.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Allow me to open with an opening statement. Before addressing the clarification, I would like to first touch on the matter of confidentiality. Based on the comments that were made by the different MPs, the impression was made that I don't want to present documents to Parliament. This is not the case. Madam Chair Lady, as it is Parliament's role to hold government accountable, I want to ensure that I provide not only all relevant information, but also the appropriate context for such information. This will help determine whether the information can be shared openly or confidentially, depending on the circumstances. Additionally, I would like to clarify something regarding the question posed by MP Veronica Jansen-Webster about October 18, 2024. This does not mean that the court made a decision on that date. On that date, a statement of defense was submitted in which VSA indicated that they would make a decision regarding the LUB request. Just for clarity. I will now proceed to the...
Minister of VSA?
Yes.
I'm seeing that MP Veronica Jansen-Webster is walking towards the lectern for interruption. So,
yes.
Minister, MP, sorry.
Yes, good evening. I am not sure what the minister is referring to because I don't think I had any clarification to the minister's statement earlier when he was answering the questions. So the October, I don't know what he's referring to. I did not ask. Thank you.
Thank you, MP.
All right. Thank you very much.
You may
Just to
proceed and answer the
interruption?
Yeah, interruption.
Thank you very much. While reviewing the documents, there was one of the questions where I was given a scenarios of the court case. So I misread one of the information, one of the dates, so now I'm making correction to what I stated earlier. So it's pertaining to that particular question. Thank you. I go now over to MP Peterson. Is there any reason why food testing program proposed by the SLS in 2021 wasn't pushed through? And could the findings be shared? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, SLS proposed testing to Dr. Best in 2021, suggesting it starts in the second quarter or third quarter of 2022. Inspectorate of VSA began preparations while SLS was to do the same. We contacted SLS and learned that the food testing is not currently available, but is planned for this year. An update will be provided in our upcoming meeting with SLS. However, important to note is that the Inspectorate of VSA is carrying out food safety inspections. Those were all the clarification points for MP Peterson. I will now continue to MP Duran. The Ministry of Finance is given a different figure regarding the debt to SZV. Can I receive some clarification on this figure? I have taken note that I have provided an incorrect amount. The correct figure is approximately 113 million. So the figure given by the Minister of Finance was correct. Second question, can you give an update on the SZV finances about the money lost in the hack and explain who is responsible? The phishing incident occurred on Monday, March 4th, 2019, at the Financial Administration Department of SZV. After discovering the situation on Monday, March 11, 2019, a formal complaint was filed with the police department on Tuesday, March 12, 2019. And SZV implemented strict security measures and tightened internal payment procedures to mitigate future cybercrime risk. SZV also retained a law firm in New York to investigate the matter and to file an official complaint with U.S. law enforcement agency, including FBI, U.S. Marshals, and the Department of Justice. And in 2021, all suspects were found guilty and sentenced. On March 14, 2023, SZV received approximately 24 million from the U.S. federal government as part of the confiscated funds. Those were all the questions for MP Duran with regard to the clarification. I will now proceed with the clarification points for MP La Cruz. By MP La Cruz, a statement was made regarding data. Indeed, data on gambling frequency, age range, gender, etc., is known and was provided through the census. However, the data is insufficient to draw a conclusion on the gambling addiction on St. Maarten. Therefore, research into the subject matter is not available and needs to be conducted to better assess the status of gambling addiction on St. Maarten. For this reason, our ministry is commencing with gambling addiction research in collaboration with the Ministry of TIAT via the Country Package Measure H2. The following question: would it be possible to establish a single multidisciplinary team with representatives from every department to provide joint advice more efficiently instead of consulting each department individually? The Ministry of VSA is aware of the need to facilitate smooth and efficient processing of services. That is the reason we actively participate in the task force pilot project of the one-stop concept with the Ministry of TIAT, Justice, and VSA. This project was evaluated, and the task force final report was prepared, and based on that, the ministry will actively pursue this close partnership with those ministries, making it a priority for this governing period. What can an illegal employee do if he need, what can an illegal employee do if his needs are not being met? This question is, this clarification was based on a person working in a company where according to what MP LaCruz mentioned, where employers are pretending to have registered the employee, however, does not contribute to the SZV funds. So basically, MP is asking for clarification what can be done pertaining to this subject. Evidence shows that these cases are positively mediated by the Ministry of VSR. Therefore, all MPs and the public at large are strongly encouraged to have undocumented laborers report this to either the Inspectorate of VSR, the Division of Labor and Social Services, or SZV. It is also important to note that we are speaking of gross infraction of non-compliance by those employers who withhold SZV premium from the salaries of workers without forwarding this to SZV. It impacts SZV negatively and also creates a significant risk for the undocumented laborer. This ministry, under my leadership, will deal decisively with employers who are non-compliant. Those were all the answers for the clarification points for MP LaCruz. I will now move on to the clarification points for MP Sarah Westcott. With regard to the question posed on the cannabis issue, MP Sarah Westcott Williams, I have taken note of your question regarding the two trajectories, and at this moment, I am not sure. Again, I can only repeat that I request time to collect and go through all information regarding this project to be able to give a better answer to the questions or to your queries. Following question, is the Secretary General of VSR currently in a permanent position? If not, why not? And when will it be fixed? Madam Chair Lady, I was sworn in as a Minister of VSR on Tuesday, November 26th. On November 27th, I was informed that the current SG has been in an acting position for over a decade. The same day, I instructed my chef de cabinet to immediately regulate the situation. After a thorough assessment, including seeking legal advice, it became clear that the only viable solution within the existing legal government framework is to initiate an official recruitment process. Consequently, the Department of Personnel was requested to publish the vacancy for the SG position. This morning, my cabinet received and approved the draft ad from the Department of Personnel. This ad will be published within the coming days. Are there any funds allocated for the food program in reference to the food bank? According to the Ministry of General Affairs, there are no funds allocated to the development of a food bank. Are there any funds allocated for a food program in reference to the food bank? According to the Ministry of General Affairs, there are no funds allocated to the development of a food bank at this time? Following question. You caution regarding confidentiality related to STEP survey. Through you, Madam Chairlady, the Honourable MP, I believe that there is a misunderstanding. The data collection from the STEP survey was completed and has been cleaned and verified. The next step is for PAHO and the World Health Organization to support the Ministry of VSR with data analysis. A preliminary report is expected to be ready by the end of February 2025 and a final report by the end of April 2025. With regard to the question from MP Westcott Williams about the HAP, thank you for your remark on the concept of a HAP. You are correct that a HAP serves a general hub, the HAP serves as a general hub where after our urgent GP care is organized and provided by qualified GPs. In the Netherlands, this is often within or near a hospital. I'd like to clarify a few points. A HAP provides after-hour urgent GP care to the general population, not just to patients registered with a specific clinic. The Simpson Bay Clinic informed the ministry that they offer after-hour services similar to their regular daytime care. This means they are not operating as a true HAP, but simply providing after-hour care, GP services, which any registered GP can do. The clinic did not receive special permission for after-hour care. Instead, in 2023, the then minister instructed SZV to conduct a pilot program for after-hour urgent PG care, GP care, at the Simpson Bay Clinic. However, the evaluation of this pilot revealed some issues and deviation from the contract terms. The concept concerned is ensuring that the limited health care funds are used efficiently while maintaining quality care. The ministry is working on properly implementing the HAP model to achieve these goals and provide reliable after-hour urgent GP care. The following question and last question for MP Sarah Westcott Williams. What is necessary for the minister to be able to make use of the law on administrative fines? To be able to utilize the legislation on administrative fines, it needs to be made applicable, thereby designating who can make use of it, which inspectors in which ministry, for which piece of legislation, and when will it go into effect. However, it was noted that by various inspection departments across ministry that changes were needed to the current law. It was therefore decided to amend the current legislation regulating administrative fines to make it, according to them, more functionable. This draft ordinance has since been sent to the Council of Advice for review and comment. The NADA report is currently being prepared, and once finalized and approved, the completed file will be sent to Parliament for debate. Madam Chair Lady, this concludes the clarification round for the Ministry of VSA. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of VSA. I am now looking at the Minister of Vromi to know if he's ready for the answering of the clarifications question, the answering of the clarification posed by 2 minutes. Okay. I will then adjourn for 2 minutes. Meeting adjourned. I hereby reopen the budget meeting and give the floor to the Minister of Romy. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Begin with the clarifications from the MP, Sarah Westcott-Williams, reference to the project to supply bins to Phillipsburg and the bid that went out. What are the specs for those bins? The specs of these bins are capacity 42 gallons, dimensions 18.5 by 18.5 by 41.75 inches. The weight of these bins is 24 pounds, and disposal is possible on all sides. With respect to projects on the island, Indigo Bay, an environmental impact study has been requested. Is this done generally or across the board? If ROMI finds that the project will have a significant impact on nature and environment, on nature or the environment based on our own internal assessment, we will request the Nature Foundation first to conduct a rapid terrestrial marine impact study. When the Nature Foundation advises that a more extensive environmental impact study is necessary, we in general will follow the advice. So yes, in general, across the board for projects that we foresee to have a large impact, we will require an environmental impact study. Was any answer received with respect to the matter of the court case and objections? A beroep was filed in 2024 April. Is the beroep handled or not? The case is currently still in court. The hearing is scheduled for January 20th, 2025 at 1:45 p.m. Beroep was indeed filed at the court since April 19, 2024. Invasive species and monkeys in particular, it's ludicrous that others decide what we do about that on St. Maarten. So the Nature Foundation, because of this threat to our livelihood, will look for alternative ways to tackle the issue. Do we have a budget required to enable the Nature Foundation to deal with this matter? The Nature Foundation, Madam Chair, through you, has a subsidy of 100,000 guilders allocated for invasive species. I want to note that the Nature Foundation has put in a request for an increase to its SLA funding with the renewal of the SLA to be finalized soon. So indeed, more funding is needed overall. I am in discussion with the Ministry of TEAT to support increasing this funding, noting the links between our natural environment and tourism. However, it would not only be for the management of invasive species. This subsidy increase will also support their entire TAC and paquet to be able to increase outputs where it regards enhanced research and data collection, comprehensive execution inspection, regular monitoring for science and robust data collection, and support for staff development. And just to clarify as well my own statement, they already have moved away from hunting as the weapons license was denied, and then following the threats received, they moved to the method of trapping. The Aki Tree Drive in Colby, the calculation was made for side roads, and then 300 meters cost 190,000 guilders. So do we need 633 guilders per square meter? How much square meters are left to complete that road? Madam Chair, in reviewing the answers from the department, there's indeed a correction. The amount is actually more. This 300 meters of road costs 212,000 guilders, of which 81,600 guilders is for the labor and equipment, which is being carried out by Windward Roads BV. This, of course, was a tender that was published and won. The supply of the base course and concrete is provided by St. Maarten Concrete at the cost of 131,000 guilders. The total cost of 212,000 guilders, which is equivalent to 141 guilders per square meter. The recently paved road is 5 meters wide, including the shoulders, and 300 meters in length. 400 meters are left to complete the Aki Tree Drive project, which has a total length of 700 meters. The listing provided by VROMI for the side road project, is this the most current list? Yes, indeed, Madam Chair, through you. This list provided to Parliament is indeed the most correct and up-to-date list. Did the minister say that the private or public roads are evaluated equally depending on their impact to main road? Yes, the MP interpreted my comment correctly. Did the project end because the money ran out? This is the Roads project. Let me also clarify what was stated in my messages. The project has not run out of money. The end of phase 1 of the projects has come to an end. So in the initial tendering of the project, the idea, as stated by the department, was that all roads would be given some kind of pavement or hard surfacing, though it was never planned to actually hard surface the entirety of all roads, just to maximize how many roads were done. So then the phase 2 is the plan that then you would have the continuation of those roads. What are the roads, my apologies, in Coal Bay are on the list? The list of roads from the Style Roads project. Oh, so my apologies, this now goes back. The previous question and this question are actually the questions of MP Irian. My apologies for not clarifying that. The list of roads to the Style Road projects has not changed for Coal Bay. MP Arian has the following question. Was there any construction in the lagoon since being in office? Madam Chair, through you, let me clarify. The MP did not ask whether there was construction in the lagoon. His initial question was, did I issue building permits for the construction in the lagoon? To which the answer was and remains no. Housing. The government is seeking additional financing. Is that so? Then there should be a plan, so please update the Parliament on those plans. Madam Chair, as stated in the Central Committee meeting, my presentation and responses to first round questions, funding will come from the banking sector and other entities, all of whom have expressed interest in funding. Once the terms are agreed, a plan can potentially be shared. Flood mitigation measures, a floodgate is the Minister referring to Bel Air or Great Bay or another area. The floodgate that is being investigated for potential implementation is in the area of the Great Bay Channel. Illegal garages, apologies again, the previous question was from MP Darrell York, and the subsequent question coming up is also from him. Illegal garages, can the Minister clarify on the research or crackdown, and why did they start in Kupakoi, given that this seems like a strange area to start? Let me first preface that this project wasn't started by me, but in 2023. The decision was taken then to commence in lowlands in Kupakoi due to the limited manpower. As stated, an interministerial initiative in collaboration with TEAT and Justice will provide a more comprehensive approach to controls and start in more easily recognizable hotspots. Lack of financing for catchment basins in the cul-de-sac area, is this in the plan of the minister, is this in the plan for any future CapEx investments? Financing of the retention ponds in the cul-de-sac area, as stated, is not part of CapEx 2025 currently, but as stated, I have proposed amendments already to where I would like to see changes made to the allocation of CapEx, which will, of course, be brought forth when finalized. Okay, yes, this indeed has to do with the question from the Honourable MP regarding the delay in the CapEx implementation, and I indicated due in part to programming. The MP asked, does programming mean planning? No, programming does not mean planning. Stated in my response, CapEx 2023 was approved but received quite late in 2023. As such, the amounts and projects for CapEx 2023 rolled over to 2024. As such, most projects are experiencing some delays due to the programming. The receipt of these funds into the budget is what I refer to as programming. Building permits. What is the status of the 130 permits he mentioned? Are they done? This is my presentation. The 130 building permits is the amount outstanding at the beginning of 2024. All 130 are not complete. Which projects did the NRPB do in the past, of course, is in relation to the statement I made where NRPB did assist with the instruction of government to support, as part of its projects, small and local contractors. So the NRPB executed these projects under ERP1. 3 sessions took place at Bel Air Community Center, Simpson Bay Resort, and NEPA. The 4th was cancelled due to the lack of registration. Indeed, this is something that can be encouraged to take place again. What tests are exactly is the ministry waiting on for building of the marketplace to be done? The Department of New Projects within my ministry has requested a soil test to be carried out in order to decide how to proceed with the new foundation, as well as to reinforce existing foundations to enable the potential expansion of the marketplace in future. This is the first question now from MP Omar Otley. It deals, of course, with the difference between land issuance, why extensions are able to be done, and with your indulgence, through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Honourable MP Durant if this can also be answered. This can also be answered at the same time, for the same answer for his request, on the same exact point.
MP Durant, would you agree with that? Could you repeat?
Sorry. MP Omar Otley asked a question regarding the distinction between reissuances and extensions, and similarly a question was posed by the Honourable MP Duran. So the question is, can this be accepted with his indulgence through you, Madam Chair, for one-time answering?
Will you agree to that, MP Duran?
Or I can repeat. Yeah? Okay,
Yes.
great.
Okay, it's allowed. Thank you. You may continue, Minister.
Okay. Just having some, of course, technical issues here now. Yes, okay. A first issuance of land in long lease is not the same as an extension of long lease. A first issuance of a parcel of land can be requested and given off in long lease for 60 years to any person or company to utilize. The first issued land can fully function on itself for the purpose it is issued, for instance, a single-family dwelling home. An extension of a parcel of land or water is a piece of land or water adjacent to the back or front of a parcel of land which has already been given out in long lease. Typically, this is a very small piece of land in comparison to the original parcel and is most of the time only accessible through the original parcel. I also preface this that oftentimes you do see parcels of land, of water which are bigger than the original land piece, but the extension is given simply because you can only access this water from the existing parcel. This means that the additional parcel, the extension, cannot function by itself for an individual purpose. It can only be used as an addition to the original parcel, for example, extension of a yard or a parking spot, or broadening of an access road, or the water rights behind a house or a lagoon, on the lagoon. Therefore, only the existing long lease holder can receive additional piece in long lease and use the extra piece of land because the additional piece is only accessible through the original one. This is why oftentimes persons have the first right of refusal when it comes to requesting water parcels, and someone cannot request a water parcel behind the property of somebody else without them refusing it first. And a condition to receive long lease land is that it has to be accessible via a road. So again, reinforced with the point of what is stated here. This means that the additional piece also cannot be issued to anyone else in long lease because the land will be inaccessible to them. Good to note is that what's key to understanding DDAM arrest is that it warns notaries of deeding the issuance of properties that fall under the DDAM criteria. In the cases of extensions, we have provided the notaries with the legal justification which was legally acceptable for the notaries to deed the decrees that we sent to them. The issue with the notaries not deeding the properties before my tenure came from the fact that the previous administration did not did not legally assess what the DDAM verdict actually forbade and submit that to the notaries. What is allowed, once justified by the landowner, in the case, the government. Since then, we have finalized multiple cases, including reissuances, but not to be mistaken with a renewal of an existing long lease right, like that was done in the case of, for example, Mahu. In this case, there is already an existing deed with an established long lease right. So the renewal of this long lease does not fall under the DDAM verdict, as the DDAM verdict only pertains to brand new issuances of not built on long lease land. This is also the reason why the notary decided the decree as to legal checks and balances of the DDAM verdict were adhered to. I hope this provides clarification to both the MPs on the difference between reissuance, extension, and issuances. Okay. Continuing on to the questions of the Honourable MP Otley, allow me first, in this instance, to respond and ask for the MP's indulgence to respond first to the question of the MP Lyndon Lewis regarding his question on the drag strip not being a priority, and opposition will not only oppose but also propose economical solutions. Why I ask for the indulgence, Madam Chair, is because MP Otley indicated that the drag strip is not a priority. Is it a forgetting of the words at this moment or not at all? So, Madam Chair, at no stage did I make mention of the role of opposition, and have in fact agreed with numerous solutions from the opposition. Having said that, the MP's question to the consideration of the drag strip is on a preferred area of the ring road. In my response, I outlined countrywide efforts to address our landfill and waste problems that would make that a priority over a drag strip. Secondly, I also mentioned an area on Pond Island that was also proposed but subsequently deemed to be reserved pending the outcome of the feasibility study of our landfill. That too, I believe, many will agree is a bigger priority. I also referenced as an initially identified area currently occupied by the Irma dump. Therefore, there is currently no easily accessible area on the preferred area that won't compromise key infrastructure priorities, projects, and initiatives. Finally, Madam Chair, I wish to recall years-old protests made by residents of Soccer Garden to noise pollution with the proposed introduction of a drag strip in the preferred area. Building upon the answer issued to MP Lewis, I add as well to the answer for MP Otley, priorities shift with context. The preferred spot is in conflict with interventions proposed to address critical waste reform efforts being undertaken. Given the number of questions posed by the MPs on the garbage in the landfill, as well as traffic and congestion, the classification as a non-priority for this area until we address these more critical issues should be clear. I continue now with the questions from the Honourable MP Otley. And through you, Madam Chair, I was unable to get a clarification in between the break by MP Otley regarding, he states, does the FIDIC allow the process to continue with a bidding process, without a bidding process, my apologies. If that can be clarified by the MP so that we can attempt to answer it, that would be much appreciated. I'll come back to it, or the MP could clarify through you, Madam Chair. What is meant by, does the FIDIC allow the process to continue without a bidding process?
Seeing that the question ain't clear, I will allow that. Isn't clear, I would allow that. Sorry, it's a little late. MP, you can clarify that part.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was referring to, in a previous meeting with the Honorable Minister of TEAT, we were asking about the marketplace, and the Minister made mention of, in compliance with certain aspects of the FIDIC, which then allowed them to proceed without redoing the entire tendering process. So I wanted that clarity from you, Honorable Minister of Rummy. The FIDIC is actually, of course, what the, okay.
Minister, you may proceed.
Yes, I'll proceed. I'll get back to you on that answer. I do have it in my phone. I have to just grab it because I think I know what you mean. Okay, let me continue. That was the last question of the MP, and I'll come back to it. We covered the question from Honorable MP Lewis. We move to the question of the MP, Honorable MP Francisco La Cruz. Cleanup around the trees around Phillipsburg. We wait on a large master plan in collaboration with TEAT before we can address this current situation. Indeed, we will not. Oh, indeed, we will not, through you, Madam Chair, wait until a master plan is convened. The ministry is, of course, will of course start repairs of Front Street, Back Street, and Canagita Street as part of its large scale, as part of the larger project, as indicated by the Minister of TEAT. Land Policy E7 provide a timeline, please. This is the question of the Honorable MP Archibald Arian. It's an essential committee. The ministry foresees 1 year to develop this policy. The bins, how will they be distributed? This is another question of the MP. The ministry is finalizing a policy in distribution of bins. Currently, bins go missing and get damaged very frequently, and the ministry strives to create safeguarding of bins through the policy, paired with fair and recorded distribution. In the meantime, bins are issued to the persons who have submitted a request in writing or those who have been issued a bin through respective hauler. Please recall that during my presentation, I also indicated that a request was made by the ministry for urgent list of assessments of needs of bins, and that was only received in November. Soil test of the marketplace, when will this be completed? The soil testing will be carried out in the month of January 2025. Exact dates will be determined and will take approximately 2 weeks to be carried out. Illicit garages, which garages? I'm assuming, through you, Madam Chair, this relates to the project initiated in 2023 on the garages in Lowlands and Coal Bay. So this regards that project. Can drainage be included in the budget, for example, in note of unveiling? This is the first question of the Honourable MP. Well, actually, no, this is the second clarification round of the Honourable MP, Duran, where he stated, can we include the drainage in the budget by a note of unveiling? As mentioned, I will be looking into reevaluate certain budget lines. I already indicated my desire to repurpose the CapEx allocation for the boat towards drainage. This request has to be made, because I cannot just shift CapEx willingly. As stated, we will also need additional funding as well. Until this is finalized, it will not be brought in figures to the budget. Can a schedule be provided for the side roads and the main roads? A schedule was sent in response to the request of Central Committee on the Side Roads Project. I will provide it digitally to the Honourable MP as well, if he has not received it yet via the documentation. A press release is anticipated for publication within a week, and a schedule for the resurfacing project will be finalized, but updates are published ahead of commencement of these works. Okay, MP Duran asked, would like to have a clear answer before second round, the amount of court cases lost, one settled. Let me clarify, since my tenure, no lawsuits have been started by or against the government. Since taking office, we have settled a total of 1 case. The challenge, of course, now rests in determining how do you define a loss in one case, and the reason for this is the following. A large number of cases, ongoing cases, relate to the non-compliance with LOB or Lobverzoeken, which are requests for documentation or to respond to have to do with the lack of response for documentation requests. Lob requests are simple cases which request for information that were filed but not answered timely, or requests for building permits that were not handled in time or advised negatively on. In some cases, the country was ordered by the court to make a decision regarding the lob request or to make a new decision regarding a denied building permit. It is difficult to pinpoint such cases as won or lost, as some of them get appealed and some also get settled in appeal. In instances where they were denied permits or issued permits are contested by a party, the court typically orders the ministry to make a new and better substantiated decision when they ruled in favor of the counterpart. As mentioned before, I am checking with our lawyers to go get an exact number on what we won, what we lost, what is in appeal, and what has been settled. But thus far, we found what has been settled, which is one. And of course, we'd be more than happy to provide information to you in writing later on. Okay. Continuing on with the Honorable MP Duran's questions, why would the Minister present something in the presentation if not in effect in the budget? Very similarly, Madam Chair, as stated in my presentation and answers, these initiatives are their conceptual stage. You will notice that also in the presentation, there was no amount listed in these concepts. My intention was to share initiatives that will be taken this year to generate revenue once completed. These also is clarified as being linked to initiatives that are being taken in my strategic priorities, which are, in fact, revenue generation in nature. MP continued what would like an update in the land policy. The policy is part of the E7 Lands Paquette, as also mentioned in the question posed by the MP Arian. The ministry is now running off the bidding process for the project to develop the policy and foresees to start the project in the next 2 months. Finally, the last clarification, also from the Honorable MP Duran, May 3rd to date, MP calculated up to 7 building permits per month. This seems pretty low and shows a lack of productivity. Is this tied to the minister's cut down on construction? Between 2021 and 2024, the backlog stood at 364 permits. At the beginning of 2024, there was a backlog of 130 permits. On average, this means that during the tenure of the former minister, now MP Duran, an average of 121 permits were signed every year between 2021 and 2023. If we consider the 5 months of the MP sat as minister in 2024 until May 2024, the average is further decreased to 104 per annum. During my 6 months tenure, alongside the support of the then Minister of Romy, Veronica Janssen, now MP, we managed to sign on average 60 permits within the 6 months. If I maintain this at my 1-year mark, I would have on average achieved more completed permit requests than my predecessor. Therefore, through you, Madam Chair, a lack of productivity seems to be better placed at the former minister than myself. Important to note is that I'm averaging higher than my predecessor, who had far more capacity in the permits department than I. As such, my prioritization of overall employment satisfaction and respect has seemingly, in fact, increased productivity, and I thank the department for their continued work. With that, Madam Chair, that comes to the end of my clarifications, and I thank you and look forward to round 2.
Thank you, Council of Ministers, for answering the questions of the members in the qualification round, in round 1. We will go over to round 2, but before doing so, I would have to adjourn. Sorry? I would have to adjourn, but before adjourning, I see that I have MP Duran that would like a proposal of order. What is your proposal of order?
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. We have asked for different documentation. Some being, I asked the Minister of Romy, through you, Madam Chair, for overview of the court cases. I did not receive an overview. Other documentation was requested as well from the Prime Minister regarding the whole NRPB resettlement. That wasn't received either, so I would like to be provided with these documentation before going over to the next round, Madam Chair, as it is essential for the preparation for the second round. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Duran. To who of the government I can give the floor to answer if those documents will or have been sent, or will they be sent before the second round? Seeing the questions from the Member of Parliament, Duran. Minister Afromi, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question? The request for the overall list of court cases by the Honourable MP, this was requested within this budget debate, or is he insinuating that it was asked for before this meeting? If you could clarify.
Can you clarify that, MP Duran?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked in this meeting, I also asked in the clarification if an overview can be provided. So today and whenever I spoke the first time.
That being said, could that be provided by the Minister of Afromi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, we will check with the team, but as you can imagine, we just asked we answered our clarifications, and the whole team is here. So the ability and the lack of legal capacity within the ministry to provide such a document before we move on might prove challenging. I can, of course, caucus with the MP during the break to see what exactly could help him to move towards allowing us to go to the second round, but I can't anticipate that a full list would be provided now, as there's a number of cases, sometimes spanning several years within the ministry, so we have to pull in our Lands advocates, our legal team, and pull everything together before we move on to a second round. It's quite
What I'm going to do at this moment, thank you, Minister of Romy. What I'm going to do, I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes, and then we'll continue. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Good evening. I hereby reconvene with the meeting the discussion of the budget, draft budget 2025. Before continuing with the second round, I would like to give the Minister of VESA the moment to clarify a matter. Minister of VESA, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Just one point of clarification. In my clarification to MP Duran with regard to the SZV hack, I stated that SZV retrieved 24 million, approximately 24 million from the states from confiscated funds. However, it was 24,000, just to make that clear, 24,000. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister of VESA. In regards to the matter that occurred before the adjournment of the meeting, I reviewed and had review with both administrations. I come to the understanding that at this point is not clear if that question was asked or not, and therefore I have decided that I will continue with the second round, and I would like to propose to the member that that question can be asked in the second round. I'm seeing that MP Duran has a proposal of order.
Madam Chair, my proposal of order then let's check the videos where I clearly asked in the clarification to be provided with an overview of the court cases that were settled, that were won, and that were lost, so that I can be prepared to go in the second round. I mean, if it's not clear, then I think the video would speak for itself. We took an adjournment, and I thought that that would have been the case. Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady.
I would like to give the floor to the Minister of VROMI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, the request, as stated before, was indeed for an overview of the cases won, settled, or lost. In my clarification question, the Minister indicated, no, in fact, he wants an overview of all ongoing court cases. Now he clarifies that it is actually one settled, lost, to which I gave an explanation that would actually make this not possible given the timeline in which he requested it. So that's why I'm stating again, the information can be provided in writing. I explained exactly the issue regarding settlement, lost and won. I also indicated that a number of cases cannot be defined as lost or won because they're actually ongoing, particularly as it relates to Love Verzoeken. And as such, I don't necessarily see this as an obstacle to carry moving on, but of course that is your Chair Lady discretion. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of VROMI. I would like to ask the MP, Duran, if it can be provided in writing, seeing what has been brought forward that is in this time frame, it cannot be provided, or he answered the question, but the details in regards to that cannot be provided at this moment in time for now. Can that be agreed upon?
Madam Chair, I'm trying to understand maybe if the Minister doesn't understand because the Minister is referencing ongoing. I'm not interested in ongoing court cases because I know that a conclusion cannot be taken from that. There's a reason I asked for settled cases, won or lost. So if you're not sure what won or lost, any case that came to an end within the last 6 months period, Madam Chair. I think that is a clear request, and I know that here in the House of Parliament, the Minister cannot determine what I require to move forward. And I think that is in the purview of the Chair, and I would like for the matter to be handled. I would appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister VROMI, could you reply to that, what the Member of Parliament just brought forward?
Let me state the following. It was not I who requested an overview, it was the Minister in his clarification. That's the MP, my apologies. Let me also clarify that I also indicated that it is not I who determine if it's necessary or not to move forward. I did indicate that's your Chair Lady discretion, but I cannot imagine And that's why I said, let's caucus with the MP during the break. What necessarily is the objective? Because I don't necessarily, maybe not know how the court cases that are want to settle can impact the budget 2025. So if that can be discussed, again, I don't know. But again, the information is the MP posed a request at a couple of minutes ago, maybe a half an hour ago, to fulfill a request that cannot be fulfilled in terms of documentation and data of ongoing settlement. In the course of cases settled, won or lost, I explained this thoroughly. If this is not something that within his understanding is possible, then I don't know. I'll turn it back to you again as a chair lady. Again, stipulating that loss of one, particularly as it relates to Lob Verzoeken, cannot be determined because a new decision has to be made in some instances. So I made that very clear in my elucidation as to why this cannot be provided at this very moment, given the legal technicality of what that means. It's neither lost or won. It's an ongoing discussion. So with that, I rest my case.
Thank you, Minister Ovromi. Seeing that the question was answered by the minister by stating that he cannot provide this at this moment, members, we are live. I'm asking for everyone to be quiet when I speak. So therefore, I have decided, or will decide now at this point in time, that we will continue with the second round. That being said, I'm seeing that there is a proposal of order of Member Otley. What is your proposal of order?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I too second the same sentiments. I have requested documents from the Honorable Prime Minister that the Honorable Prime Minister did say, though, it would be presented. I'm expecting that it will be presented before the second round and that I can know how to move on. Mine is a bit different because the Honorable Prime Minister did say he would present it, and I did ask to be presented before the second round.
It's in regards to which documents, Member of Parliament Otley?
GEBE documents and also the invoice that was sent in to government formation. So
Prime Minister, could you reply to what the Member of Parliament just brought forward? Please stand. There seems to be technical difficulties with the mics. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Yes, okay. A concerning request from MP Otley.
Prime Minister, I would like. Yes? Oh, okay.
Concerning the request from MP Otley about the documents of GEBE, I think that I took the necessary time to explain that an advice has been asked, a legal advice has been asked about the possibility that I have in the position as Prime Minister, if I can, in the position of as Prime Minister, to demand certain documents from a government-owned company. And the advice that I got is that that is not possible, respecting the corporate governance regulations. I spent a long time explaining that that request has been considered, advice has been asked, and considering the regulations of the corporate governance, that is not possible.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I'm seeing that there is a interruption by MP Westcott Williams.
Thank you for the opportunity,
floor.
Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, I want to use the lectern of interruptions to make a proposal of order and ask that we don't use the proposal of order other than for a proposal of order, which is to determine how we continue with this meeting. So from the interruption lectern, I am making a proposal of order, which has to do with handling the point of under discussion, which is the budget, and I would want to suggest that we continue in that way of dealing with what is before us today. We can't allow a situation based on a proposal of order that can only be used to interrupt the sequence of the speakers and have a debate with one or more ministers going on before we even get to the next round. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, for allowing me to interrupt.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. The Prime Minister has answered the question, and I have decided that we will continue with the second round. Based on the speakers list, the first MP is, seeing that MP De Wever is not here, MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz is coming. MP La Cruz, you have the floor. And members, we are live.
Watch me going to wing things out. She couldn't wait for me now. Yes. Hmm? One second. This thing closed off on me. Hmm?
MP?
Yes.
Okay. You have the floor.
A blessed evening, Madam Chair Lady, SG, Council of Ministers, my fellow colleagues in Parliament, those in the Tribune, and those watching all on social media. Madam Chair Lady, I don't really have questions for the second round. But I wanted to give the Council of Ministers some advice. And then I do have a motion, an amendment that I'd like to bring to the floor of Parliament. To the members of the Council of Ministers, through you, Madam Chair Lady, if the members paid much attention, they would have realized that 90 to 95% of my questions were not so much to receive an answer, but it was to bring awareness to the Council of Ministers on issues that we have and that I have realized and that people that have reached out to me have realized in the country. Policies that need to be amended, policies that need to be revised, policies that are no longer applicable for today on St. Maarten. So, like I said this morning, MP Brugge, the Minister of VSA, caught on it very early. He realized that that is what I was doing. The Minister of ECYS also saw it right away. And I didn't have to tell it to the Minister of Justice, Minister of Tiat, and her responses. I know that she also did the same. Minister of Rami came swinging concerning our problems in the country. So I am glad, I feel accomplished, and I hope that I could have been help to the Council of Ministers And that brings me to the amendment that I'm going to bring to the floor of Parliament now. The National Ordinance stipulating the budget of Country St. Maarten for the service year 2025, National Ordinance Budget 2025. Amendment by the members La Cruz and Otley received 16th of January 2025. The undersigned proposes the following amendment. The National Ordinance stipulates the budget of Country St. Maarten for the service year 2025, National Ordinance Budget 2025 is amended as follows. In Appendix 1, the ordinary service expenditures of Parliament is amended as follows. 1. Under Budget Post 1010, gross wages and salaries, budget 5,781,899 is to be replaced with 6,065,991. Under Budget Post 1010, travel cost budget 1,056,360 is to be replaced with 812,268. In Appendix 1, the ordinary service appenditures of the Social Economic Council is amended as follows. 1. Under Budget Post 2100, travel cost budget 70,000 is to be replaced with 61,690. In Appendix 1, the ordinary service expenditures of the Ombudsman is amended as follows. 1. Under Budget Post 1300, gross wages and salaries, budget 40,000 is to be replaced with 31,390. Under Budget Post 1010, travel cost budget 1,056,360 is to be replaced with 812,268. In Appendix 1D, in Appendix 1, the ordinary service expenditures of the Ministry of General Affairs is to be amended as follows. 1. Under Budget Post 30, Ministers' travel costs from budget 60,000 is to be replaced with 45,000. In Appendix 1, the ordinary service expenditures of the Ministry of Finance is amended as follows. 1. Under Budget Post 40, Minister Travel costs, budget 60,000 is to be replaced with 45,000. F. In Appendix 1, the ordinary service expenditures of the Minister of Justice is amended as follows. Under Budget Post 50, Minister Travel costs, budget 45,000 is to be replaced with 30,000. G. In Appendix 1, the ordinary service expenditures of the Ministry of Public Health and Social Development and Labor is amended as follows. 1. Under Budget Post 70, Minister Travel costs budget 50,000 to be replaced with 35,000. H. In Appendix 1, the ordinary service expenditures of Ministry of Tourism, Economic Affairs and Transportation is amended as follows. Under Budget Post 80, Minister Travel costs, budget 50,000 is to be replaced with 35,000. Under Budget Post 8250, Statistics Department, travel cost budget 50,000 is to be replaced with 40,000. Under Budget Post 8260, Department of Aviation, Maritime, Travel and Budget, 93,360 is to be replaced with 83,360. In Appendix 1, the ordinary service expenditures of the Ministry of Public Housing, Spatial Planning and Environment is amended as follows. 1. Under Budget Post 9010, Cabinet Travel Costs, budget 40 is to be replaced with 25,000. Explanatory notes. The budget amendment aims to adjust the Parliament's budget by an additional of $390,712 to be taken from the travel costs of each minister, excluding the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, the travel costs of the Cabinet, of the Ministry of Finance and General Affairs, the travel budget of the Department of Statistics, and the Department of Aviation, Maritime Affairs, and the travel costs of Parliament to increase the salaries amount budgeted to Parliament. This amendment will allow the legislative branch of Parliament to enhance the human capital available within the faction staff of Parliament to support the proposed amendment to the regulation of faction workers. A total of $290,712 is needed for wages and salaries, and an additional $100,000 has to be reserved to ensure the additional costs associated with the salary increase are incorporated. Since the inception of Parliament on October 10, 2010, each faction within Parliament has been allotted a number of faction workers to support the faction. By letter of March the 31st, 2011, see attachment 1, the President of Parliament proposed the allotted of faction workers for each faction in connection with the preparation of the draft budget of Parliament for 2012. This proposal was accepted by the faction leaders meeting at the time. Due to certain challenges in the meeting of June 27, 2017, the Presidium of Parliament approved a revamping of the current allotment of faction workers with the establishment of the current document entitled Regulations of Faction Staff, which would take to effect 2020. However, due to the change in the makeup of the constellation of the Presidium as a result of a change in governing parties, the draft was once more topic of discussion in the Presidium meeting of March the 29th, 2018. The new Presidium proposed some substantial changes in the allotment of the amount of faction staff that would have now been incorporated in this draft. The amendment draft was approved by the Presidium. The faction leaders meeting also approved the draft of April the 12th, 2018. Within the 2017-2018 amendments, the members of Parliament at the time introduced way O-level positions to attract better qualified staff, the monthly budget for salaries for faction workers, adjustments to the categories regulating the size of the faction staff, amongst others. Since the amendments of 2018, the draft approved by the Presidium had been used ever since for the allotment of faction workers to the factions. These factions have to date not been handled by Parliament for approval as per Article 17, Paragraph 3 of the Rules of Order. Furthermore, the salaries that are offered to the faction workers are 1. Beleidsadviseur, way O level, academic, scale 13, trader 15, 10,323 guilders per month. 2. Ondersteunen beleidsmedewerker, HBO level, scale 11, trader 7, 6,803 guilders per month. And 3, the secretaresse, MBO level, scale 6, trader 8, 3,540 guilders per month. While the draft allowed for Category 1 factions to have 2 out of the 3 level functions from the Functieboek, including the WEO, the combination of WEO and HBO exceeded the monthly maximum. In addition, if with this new adjustment, it also allows for faction hire 3 persons as opposed to 2, once the combination of academic level chosen do not exceed the monthly maximum. As St. Martin's fairly new democratic institution of Parliament gains most strength within its legislative role, members of Parliament struggle to retain qualified personnel due to the limitation of maximum monthly budget and established regulations as per 2018. Therefore, to boost the active participation in the development of St. Maarten and alleviation of the work produced by Parliament, the sitting members of Parliament unanimously agree that each faction should have the possibility to have 2 high-level academic positions, no matter which category the factions fall within. The bare minimum should allow 1 habeo and 1 weo, or whatever combination other than 2 weo. In addition, this will enable members of Parliament to attract legislative lawyers, fiscal lawyers, and constitutional lawyers to assist in addressing the backlog of laws and in drafting new legislation, especially given the severe understaffing currently faced by government. In addition to a new category has been added to reflect a fair disbursement of staff depending on the number of members elected per faction. The financial consequences. This would require an amendment to Category 1, including the budget to 17,126 as opposed to 13,863. This is a monthly difference of 3,263 and 39,156 yearly increase to the 2025 budget. So plus 22,821 monthly, which is 274,092 yearly increase. Therefore, the new proposal entails the following. Category 1, a faction consisting of 1 is entitled to a maximum monthly budget of 17,126. Category 2, a faction consisting of 3 members is entitled to a maximum monthly budget of 17,403 guilders. Category 3, a faction consisting of 4 or 5 members is entitled to a maximum monthly budget of 24,206 guilders. Category 4, a faction consisting of 6 or more members is entitled to a maximum monthly budget of 37,792 guilders. The parliamentary term of 2024 to 2028 currently has a total of 7 factions with the following seats allocations. The now faction has 1 seat, eligible faction workers 2. In 2018, the maximum budget was 13,863. In 2025, it will now be maximum budget 17,126. The difference needed is 3,263 guilders. The SAM faction, 1 seat. Eligible faction workers is 2. In 2018, that was 13,863. In 2025, it is now 17,126, and the difference is 3,263. The United People's Party has 2 seats. Eligible faction workers, as current, is 2. In 2018, the maximum was 13,863. 2025, it is now a maximum budget of 17,403. The difference needed is 3,540. The URSM, 3 seats. Currently, 2 factions, eligible faction workers. In 2018, the maximum budget was 13,863. The proposal now in 2025, maximum budget is 17,403. Difference, 3,540. The Democratic Party seats 3, eligible faction workers 2 in 2018. The maximum budget was 13,863. Proposal now, 2025, maximum budget 17,403. Difference 3,540. PFP seats 3, eligible fashion workers in 2018 was 2, and the budget was 13,863. In 2025, the maximum budget would be 17,403. Difference needed, 3,540. The National Alliance, 3 seats, eligible fashion workers, 2. In 2018, a maximum was 13,863. Proposal maximum budget, 17,403. The difference is 3,540. Monthly in 2018, the total would have been or is 97,041. In 2025, it is 121,267, and the difference is 24,226. On a yearly basis, it was 1,164,492. In 2025, the proposal is 1,455,204. The difference is 290,712. The overview of all the proposals stated as follows. Category 1, per faction, 1 faction MP would have been in 2010 till 2017, maximum 2 staff, 1 HBO, 1 MBO, monthly maximum 10,343. Category 2 would be 2 to 4 factions, MPs, maximum 3 staff, 2 HBO and 1 MBO. Maximum 17,146. Category 3, 5 or more MPs in a faction would have been maximum 4, 2 HBO, 2 MBO, 20,686 guilders. In 2018, Category 1 changed to 1 to 3 MPs, maximum 2 staff, 1 WAO and 1 HBO, or 1 MBO and 1 HBO, monthly maximum 13,863. Category 2, 4 to 5 MPs in a faction, maximum 4 staff, 1 WAO, 1 HBO, 2 MBO, and maximum monthly budget 24,206. Category 3, 6 or more, maximum 5, 2 WAO, 2 HBO, 2 MBO, maximum 37,792. St. Maarten, 2016-2025, and the submitters of this motion, MP La Cruz Francisco and MP Otley, Omar Otley, and MP Roseburg. No?
No, what I would like to make clear, I didn't sign
Okay,
the
you didn't sign it?
amendment. I
No, I
love
have
the
to-
idea, though.
yeah.
I love the idea, but I didn't sign anything as yet, seeing. So please, don't do that to the chair. Thank you, MP La Cruz. Are you finished?
I heard MP Otley said, give it to the chair.
You, yes, I would like to clarify that, MP La Cruz, this is an amendment, and the amendment has been noted, but the amendment needs to be registered to the DIF department. So I would like to give that note to the member. And if the member is now ready, then I will continue with the next speaker. That's the case, MP La Cruz? You ready?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, MP La Cruz. I now go over to the next speaker, being MP La Vega. MP La Vega, you have the floor. Before I give MP La Vega the floor, I would have been the next speaker, but seeing that I am in the chair, I will not be able to speak. So, MP La Vega, you have the floor.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening to my fellow colleague MPs. Good evening to the Prime Minister and his council staff, everybody sitting in the tribune and that's listening at home. I would first like to thank the Minister of Finance and her staff for working diligently on this 2025 budget. Thank you to all the ministers and their support staff and all the civil servants that has been involved in not only the 2025 budget, but also the 2024 and the amended 2024 budget as well. As stated by the Prime Minister, this has been the third budget that has been presented to Parliament in calendar year 2024, and this has been no small task. As stated by the Minister of Finance, this is a conservative budget, one which avoids risk and one which is relatable, one which gives a true depiction of the financial situation that country St. Maarten is in. And it was clearly stated that new revenue initiatives will be forthcoming in the 2026 budget. And given what I've been hearing from the Council of Ministers over the last couple of months, they've been very active on the radio, they've been very active through the media, letting the people of St. Maarten know exactly what their plans are and giving feedback. If I recall, one of the complaints of the people of St. Maarten for the last few administrations were that there wasn't much transparency. There wasn't much of their ideas being forthcoming and letting the people know what's coming and giving them a chance to vet. And I believe that's what this government is doing. Whether you may like the idea or not, at least they're letting you know what's going on and they're engaging with the people. And I thank the Council of Ministers for doing that. Madam Chair, through you, I want to say a quote by Dr. Umar Johnson. Many of you may know Dr. Umar Johnson. He is a psychologist, activist, and I once heard him say in an interview that the colonizer has nothing to worry about because the smaller countries are too busy fighting themselves for power. And because of this, they won't really come together long enough to make any significant change. And I say this because here in Parliament we have coalition and we have opposition. And the nature of the beast is, obviously the coalition is pro-government and opposition is against, not always, but it's just how it usually is. What I don't understand is how we, all locals, all St. Maarteners, we give our opinions, we ask the ministers questions, but before we receive the answers, we slander ourselves, right? We give unsupported claims that alludes to wrongdoing, corruption, and so on and so forth. To me, that's counterproductive. And I'm not calling out any person or any, coalition or opposition. It's just different things that I've been hearing since the CC meeting and even in these public meetings that I find a little distasteful. I believe that we all should give our opinions, we should all ask questions, we all have our views, but be very careful about what we insinuate about each other. And then we worry and we wonder why the OM, who we don't have much control over, opens up unmerited investigations on ourselves. But in essence, we do it to ourselves. So moving forward, it's a new year, it's a new Parliament. I would just encourage the members of Parliament on both sides to just be careful of some of the things that we say. However, I do enjoy some of the banter that goes on between each other, but let's just maintain a certain type of professional decorum. Madam Chair, through you, in the ministers of TIAT's presentation, I was happy to hear the mention of the orange economy. and all of the wonderful, great initiatives that is in the pipeline to encourage and stimulate this important economy. Here in St. Maarten, I believe we're experiencing a rebirth of ideas, a rebirth of different marketing strategies. And as the Minister of TIAT stated, they have been using influencers to promote the island. And given the state that we're in, 2025, social media is a very powerful tool, right? No longer do you have to market through magazines and things of that nature, but a simple click on your phone, Facebook, WhatsApp, and you're able to reach millions and millions of followers with influence. And this is exactly what a lot of us in here have been championing. If I look in the back of me to my fellow MPs, I'm sure all of us have participated in this orange market throughout the years without maybe even knowing. We have ex-sports players, we have artists, you name it. I could name each MP, and they all participated in this economy. Now, I have been an advocate of local brand ambassadors, using our own to promote St. Maarten. And I'll give you a quick story of my first introduction to the orange market. At the time, I didn't know that that's what it was called. When I was 17 years old, I represented St. Maarten in the Carifta Games, running track and field. I was a 400-meter sprinter. Shout out to my old coach, Tops Richards. And upon arrival at the Bahamas, it was at the Bahamas that year, about maybe 2000, 2001. As soon as you reached, what did you see? In the arrival hall, you saw the Golden Girls. Huge, larger-than-life murals. And for those who you don't know, the Golden Girls was a 4x100-meter relay. They won the gold in the Sydney Olympics in, I believe it was 2000. And that was my first introduction to, wow, you know, brand ambassadors. Obviously, it resonated with me because I was a track athlete at the time. And you saw these, you know, the track athletes representing the Bahamas. And then you fast forward, that's over 20 years ago. And if you Google any island right now, you'll see that there's a lot of sports ambassadors, because the thing with sports, it allows the athletes to travel all around the world and generate followings and connect with a lot of people. Here on the island, we have our own sports ambassadors. We're so diverse, is what I always talk about when it comes to this market, that we could basically choose a lot of people that could fit this mold. In April, or I believe June of last year, I had a very productive meeting with the head of the tourism department, as well as our very own well-known cricket superstar, Casey Carty, which is no stranger to any of us. And in that meeting, we discussed the possibility and strategic ideas of how we could not only use him, but sports, influencers, the creative market in general, to promote St. Maarten. And it was very fruitful, but at that time, it was just an idea that I was pushing, I was putting into the universe. And I believe that once you put something out in the universe and, you know, people buy into it, the rest will take care of itself. And I've been in consistent communication with the Ministry of TIAT, stakeholders at the tourism department, stakeholders in the athletic world, to tell them to be patient. The time will come where we'll get a chance to showcase St. Maarten's talent. And I'm very proud to say that such a time has come with this handing of the budget 2025. I have an amendment to present to the members of Parliament, and that amendment includes reallocating funds from the tourism's marketing budget to go towards the creation, structuring, setting up of our own local ambassadors. And this includes sports icons. This includes media personalities, DJ personalities. This includes creatives. And what's amazing about this is it's positive. It's positive for the island, and it's also positive for our youth, the younger generation. It gives them something to look up to. As a matter of fact, sitting here today in this hall, I saw on Facebook that a young local St. Martiner by the name of Jeremiah Jones from St. Martin, now living in Curacao, was just signed to the San Francisco Giants baseball club. I'm sure many of you have seen it also, as you know, it's all over Facebook. And that gives me great joy, great pride. I don't know the young man, but I know I was involved myself over the last 4 years with some good people to bring the sport of baseball back. I have been in Parliament, sitting on the other side, explaining to the members of Parliament about 4 years ago with the Pelican League at the time about the importance of bringing baseball back and supporting it. So it's good to see that we're on the right track. And there are a lot of other athletes. There are a lot of sports. So there's a lot of things that St. Martin could do with a project like this. I spoke with Casey Carty 2 days ago, and I asked him where he was, and he's in Pakistan. And I'm like, wow, bucket list for me. I would love to go to Pakistan. And I asked him, can you tell me within the last 3 to 6 months all the countries you visited? And he listed very quickly Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Barbados, Trinidad, St. Vincent, Guyana, St. Lucia, St. Kitts, Antigua. I'm sure he left out a few. Can you imagine him in Pakistan now where other athletes, they put on a St. Martin hat, a shirt, they do an interview, they do a live, they just promote the island. It doesn't necessarily have to be anything crazy, but their reach is immense. So that's just some of the magnitude that a program like this can encourage. So getting down to the crux of the matter, the nitty-gritty, the numbers. In the Minister of TIAT's presentation in the first round, she stated that there won't be much attention placed in the Latin American market due to financial constraints. So I propose that 75,000 guilders is reallocated from this budget, and I propose that another 75,000 guilders is reallocated from the festival budget. And as we know, festivals are there to promote the island. That budget isn't always exhausted. And it's about time that we start allocating funds to our own to promote St. Martin. So that would be a total of an added 150,000 guilders to increase the budget for product development, which is exactly what we're doing. We're developing St. Martin's product through our youth, through our cultural icons, sports icons. This budget amendment has been handed off to all the members of Parliament. It has been submitted. I won't read off exactly verbatim what it says, but this is the gist of it. All right? A program like this can be the start of something really great, especially looking around now. We see everything is bad. Everything is bad. There's deaths all around us. There's negativity in the schools. There's fighting. And this gives people something to look forward to, look up to. This maintains a positive picture, because there's a lot of positivity going on, but you know negativity sells. So it's time that we start promoting and pushing more positivity. And a motion like this, an amendment like this will do just that. So through you, Madam Chair, I would indulge the members of parliament to take a good look at this amendment and do what's best for St. Maarten by voting for this budget amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Labega. I now go, based on the speakers list, to MP Lewis. I'm not seeing that MP Lewis is present. I will now continue with the next MP, being MP York. MP York. Is MP York here? I'm seeing that he's entering. MP York. The second round. MP York is walking towards his seat for the second round. MP York, the floor is yours. MP York, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to everyone. Good evening to the Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers. Good evening to the listening public and viewing. Okay. Once again, I would like to thank all the ministers for their indulgence tonight with all their answers and the back and forth towards I would say, a fruitful discussion of the budget. In closing, I would say in my last round, I would only want to speak concerning a couple of ministries. Ministry of Justice, she's not here. I'll wait on that for now. Madam Chair, seeing that the Minister of VSA is present, Minister of VSA, I have a couple of questions for you through the Chair Lady. Minister, I understood that the Minister will be conducting another gambling addiction research. Madam Chair, the Minister also stated that he will be a minister that's going to address poverty, and that is one of the top things on his priority list, and that he's willing to do what is needed to decrease the level of poverty on the island. So, seeing that I've read a couple of reports myself, I would like to ask the Minister the following question. Through you, Madam Chair, what is the Minister's plan, long-term, short-term, mid-term, to address the unemployment rate on the island, namely the unemployment rate amongst genders, seeing that in 2023 it was documented that St. Maarten has an unemployment rate of 64% amongst women and 36% amongst men. Now, I looked it up online, that basically the disparity between men and women, worldwide, women naturally has, the gender of women naturally has a higher percentage based on socio-economic duties such as pregnancy and
MP York, I'm seeing that as an interruption, by MP Veronica Jansen-Webster.
Madam
You have the
Chair,
floor.
As a former head of the Statistics Department, I cannot sit there and hear the good MP quote those numbers, and I would like to ask where you got those numbers from.
the numbers came from the following reports. It was,
MP York, I have to give you the floor.
Yes, because I don't think that St. Maarten has ever been in the 60% unemployment. Actually, the last unemployment rate that I saw was around 6-point-something%, and since then there was another labor study done. So I think that we should get the correct figures from the Statistics Department or from the Minister of TIAT. But that 60-something% is not accurate.
Thank you, MP Veronica Janssen-Webster. You may continue and answer if you want to clarify the clarification.
Well, Ms. Janssen, MP Janssen would know it better than me, and maybe there's a comma missing, and it's 6.4 and 3.6. So thank you for that correction. But the disparity remains stark, because I think worldwide the difference is about, well, seeing the comma, it's about 1 to 2%, and in St. Maarten we have almost growing towards 3%. So I would like to know what the minister's plan is concerning that, and I would like to thank the MP for that correction. Moving on, given the couple problems, a couple scenarios that the minister encountered in his first couple of weeks, namely, if you look at the labor issues and the labor laws, and a couple of scenarios that the minister has faced since being in office, I would like to know what is the priority where that is concerned in fixing the little loopholes and intricacies that the minister has uncovered over the last couple of weeks pertaining to the labor market and the labor laws that we have. Because one would say that we don't have enough protections embedded within our labor laws to protect the workers in certain scenarios. So I would like to know I know the minister is busy with that through you, Madam Chair, but I would like to know what is the priority level, because I remember the minister mentioned that he will be reaching out to Parliament where that is concerned, seeing that we are co-legislators, but I don't remember hearing any committee, head of committee saying that they receive a letter from the government, the execution branch as yet. So I would like to know what is the priority when it comes to that. Seeing that the Minister of Justice is back, I'd like to quickly move on to justice. Minister, you know, through you, Madam Chair, I've been very, very, very positive of everything you've presented up to now, and I believe that the minister is going to do a good job with the ministry. However, the minister said in her last presentation something that made me pause and I was a bit disappointed in, and that's the following. In December, I asked the minister, through you, Madam Chair, seeing the rising casualty toll as it pertains to motorcyclists, so namely scooters, etc., would the minister then entertain some kind of zero tolerance or crackdown on motorcyclists? And I got an answer kind of like, you know, yes, but not all the way, because there are those who also do adhere to the rules. And, you know, the minister came over a bit hesitant, Madam Chair, and I understand. But since then, as I mentioned a couple of days ago, in those couple of weeks, we have over 5 casualties. And I still didn't feel the urge or the prioritization from the minister when she spoke about it, that this would be an urgent matter that's going to be undertaken. But one life is one life too much, one life too many. There was a casualty lately that was, one could say, caused by lack of vision, and that could be contributed to tint. And when the minister shared her views on tint, it came over the minister said it with her chest, Madam Chair, and I could respect that. But I would have more liked to, I expected to hear something like that kind of fervor when it came to the motorcyclist, and not something like tint, because at the end of the day, in your nice presentation, you displayed, the minister displayed that, you know, the Justice Ministry is understaffed. In a couple other discussions, we spoke about climate change. So to put the few police officers that we do have on the road to, in my humble estimation, harass the motorists who, you know, aren't causing any trouble over tint, when we have daily, if you ask, you know, a driver nowadays, what are they scared of? And that's what's going on the road when it comes to the motorcyclists. So I think we got our priorities a bit, I would suggest the minister to do it a bit differently, because to be pulling people over for tint when we have people dying almost every other day on scooters, I think that's, I would implore the minister to take another approach where that is concerned, through you, Madam Chair. Also, Asakuda system. The Asakuda system is a data compiling system, in short, that the custom office, the custom department uses. I think there was a, if I understand correctly, the department or the ministry was looking into acquiring that system for the customs department. We always talk about data collection, etc., and I think something like that, if I'm not mistaken, TIAT can use the data from it and wants to use the data from it. So my question is, especially looking at the budget, the very stringent budget, that of justice, why can't that be something that both the ministries of justice and TIAT take up and share the cost? Because if I understand correctly, Madam Chair, that is something that justice is now shouldering on their own, and I think a teamwork between the two ministers would be something that could be advantageous to both ministries. So that would be it for the Ministry of Justice. Moving on to the Ministry of Education, Madam Chair, I wasn't going to ask any questions, but something came to mind, and that is a very, at this point, something that's often talked about, and that is the case at the PWAS, the Prince William Alexander School. Madam Chair, prior to the minister entering office, I had a conversation with the minister on the topic, and to which the minister shared her views on the topic, saying that she already sat in a couple meetings concerning it prior to entering office, and views were shared and opinions were shared. I'm not going to divulge a private conversation of what was all said, but the only thing I would like to ask the minister, since that conversation prior to you entering office, or prior to the minister entering office, has there been any new discoveries, any new information? Because now I see that, I see things happening that I didn't expect to happen, seeing that someone just got taken out of their function pending investigation. And this is something I would like to stand by for 1 second. You know, we don't often have our own who study on the island, go away for further their education, come back, be ambassadors of the island, and, you know, represent in a very professional way with the papers and degrees in hand. And it's very unfortunate to see now something where it would seem someone is, especially in the court of public opinion, guilty until proven innocent. And I understand, through you, Madam Chair, that the minister has to do what she has to do. Fully understand, I fully respect it as well, and I heard the elucidation, referring to the PWAS scenario, the PWAS situation, Minister, through you, Madam Chair. But the way it's being done, I think the public will get a pending investigation, of course. It will be 7 weeks of being guilty. And I think we could go about it differently, especially when we look into the matter and we were to look at the White and Yellow Cross letter. I have seen the letter, and I'm not going to stand here and say it's a lie, it's the truth. I haven't investigated it. It's not my thing to do. But one thing I would like to highlight in that letter. In that letter is a very damning letter, if I had to say so myself, and it's a cause for pause and a cause, of course, for an investigation. But in that letter, a certain scenario is being explained to where someone witnessed, just to say it blunt, violence, harm being done to a student. Very aggressive harm. And my question is, when I read that, aside from thinking to myself, hey, this is something that's not done, is how can somebody see something like that happening, to you, Madam Chair, and say nothing about it? But go, write a report, mail it in. I did my due diligence. I feel there's something very, very wrong in that. And that makes me question intent. So without even worrying or looking into whether it's true or whether it's false, Madam Chair, the mere fact that I could look at a scenario, I can see a teacher maybe kicking a student on the floor, I say absolutely nothing about it. I just go write a little letter and I mail it into whichever department and say, yeah. To me, that if I'm looking out for that student, I'm going to at least say something to that potential teacher that did it or is doing it. or make a scene. None of that was done. Since then, also, no one asked the teacher anything, or asked the person in question anything. But now, out pending investigation. I find the course of action where that is concerned quite alarming, especially seeing that we're doing it to one of our own, in light of what MP Labega just alluded to. So, Minister, if, through you, Madam Chair, if the Minister could just give a little elucidation to that. I know obviously where the Minister stands, and the Minister gave a very extensive explanation. I do agree with the explanation, but I don't really agree with the course of action in the manner in which it was done. Okay, now. The Ministry of VROMI. Madam Chair, a couple days ago, I stood corrected with a couple terms and terminologies by the good MP Peterson. I would like to thank him for that, for his legal mind came in handy, and I won't challenge it. In light of saying that, I would also like to highlight that on Monday, I took a below-the-belt dig at the good MP, and fair enough to say, there was no place for that here on the floor of Parliament, and I could say it in private, and I'll also say it in public. I extend my apologies to the good MP, and fair enough to say that we spoke about it, and the hatchet has been buried. So, with that being said, moving on, about that very same topic, I spoke about the hillside policy. I also displayed a map, Madam Chair, where the total land mass of hillside compared to land mass of flat land was depicted, and where we could see that about 60% of the land mass falls under, buildable land mass falls under the hillside policy. The reason for doing that was because I was trying to explain the importance of the hillside policy and our mother in the current day where we live right now. I also said that we should spend more time on the hillside policy and bringing more meat to the matter and expanding on the hillside policy and even maybe upgrading it and bringing out an ordinance of which the policy can be attached to. Why? Because in the past, we have many examples, and I'm sure the Minister can attest to this through you, Madam Chair, because he's seen the complaints, where decisions have been made by past ministers that end up costing innocent residents and people who spent their hard-earned money. So I found it very confusing when a very knowledgeable MP in the matter shared his opinion that the hillside policy is practically is okay as is because it's still up to the discretion of the minister. And in certain scenarios, I can see where that could go well, but we have proof of where that has gone bad in the past. And for certain groups in the past to advocate that, in general, ministers have too much power, to now say, leave it up to the minister's discretion, although I do understand where the good MP is coming from, I disagree. I disagree. Because we have too many examples and too much money spent and wasted by mistakes made in the past. And in saying that, we often don't adapt to our current day scenarios. The hillside policy was something that was brought around in the late 90s. Our current building code was something brought 50, 60, 70 years ago. Because it was also said, within the hillside policy, the building code that we have is also applicable, which is true. But I'm on record, through you, Madam Chair, over the last year and a half, stating that our hillside policy needs attention and our building code needs attention. And although there's a pending building code to be implemented, I'm also of the opinion, given my prior function, being privy to the new building code and seeing it in advance, that also does not fix our problems. Because, like I said, saying that the building code is part of is applicable within the hillside policy. The buildings that are now constructed in the hills were used and constructed with that very same building code. And a lot of them still nowadays with that very same hillside policy. And we still have erosion problems due to climate change, etc. So is that enough to say we have enough legislation or we have enough policies or the policies are extensive enough to prevent these things from happening again moving forward? I would like to bring one thing to light, because oftentimes we build for what we think we need, but we don't build for the challenges that we are currently experiencing and bound to experience. Sint Maarten, namely the Dutch side, has a unique standing in the world. Unique in many ways, and also unique in the sense of population and how densely populated it is. For the Dutch side is number 10 most densely populated country, not in the former Antilles, not in the Caribbean, not in the Western Hemisphere, but in the world. Top 10 most dense populated country in the world. Right here, the Dutch side, 16 square miles. And yet, we're still building today the same way we built 30, 40, 20 years ago when this was not the case. I repeat, top 10, actually number 10, most dense populated country in the world, our little 16 square miles. So, I did some digging. Because normally when you want to find out how you got to go about a solution, you look for relevant scenarios, you do a case study. Sometimes like this, you will look up a country in close proximity, size, maybe access to funds. And right here, number 11, there's Bermuda. Close enough. To give an indication, Barbados, the French side, and Aruba are in the 20s. And we're number 10. So I looked up Bermuda. And I also got my hands on the building code of Bermuda. And I compared it to that of Sint Maarten, the current one and the pending one. And to my shock, it pales in comparison when it comes to depth to that of Bermuda. It would seem like it's a mere framework, both the new one and the old one. And a lot of times, when I speak here on the floor of Parliament, people would automatically think that I'm speaking from, or with the opinion or from the perspective of the National Alliance, or from the perspective of an opposition member. But in my example just now, I just stated to you, Madam Chair, that even the new building code, I find, is not up to par for our current day situation. And that building code, although it's a progress from the old one, it needed to have a new one, it was largely outdated, was an initiative by not only an opposition member of mine, not only a party member of mine, not only a faction leader of mine, not only a relative of mine, but from this side of the room. And I can critique that as well. So when I share my examples and share my opinion here on the floor of Parliament, it's not from Darrell, the National Alliance member. It's from Darrell, the MP, the parliamentarian, and what's best for Sint Maarten, in my opinion. Not from the position of the eye of the opposition. Oftentimes we get that misconstrued. Now, there was also a question posed by the good MP Myers concerning road quality. And given my prior function, that's right up my alley. The minister gave, through you, Madam Chair, an explanation, and I would like to add to that. Madam Chair, what I have here is what they would call the typical construction of a road. Here you have a subbase, a base, your underlayer, your asphalt, reinforcement, your middle layer, and your top layer. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different layers to form part of your road that we drive on. This is how it's done internationally. 6 layers. On St. Maarten, we do it differently. This is one way we do it here on St. Maarten, where you see a base layer, an underlayer, and a top layer. That's 3 layers. That's half of what is done internationally. In other scenarios, you have a base layer and you have a top layer. 2 layers compared, so you have 2 and 3 compared to 6. Reason being, the budget that we're all talking about and deliberating about cannot afford this. And I think the Minister of Romitriu, Madam Chair, can attest to that. We cannot afford this. So a simple question to the question, a simple answer to the question of MP Myers, we get what we pay for. Real simple. So we can either continue to try to squeeze blood out of a rock and expecting a different result, or something that I've been advocating for years, public-private partnership and invest in research. Because asphalt is an ever-evolving product, and every country in the world invests in asphalt research, except for St. Maarten. We are still using the same mixes that we used decades ago. One can say the climate that we live in today is different than then. One could say the intensity of the road, of cars on the road is different than then. But yet we're still doing the same things of 20 years ago, expecting a different result today. So that is what I would like to say on that topic. Moving on. I asked the minister, through you, Madam Chair, a couple of times, also in the last round, concerning construction in the Simpson Bay Lagoon. It was a little back and forth between my colleague MP and the minister about whether you asked for permits or whether you asked for, it was asked for construction, whether it was a new answer, a new question or an old question, or there's a clarification or a new question. And I really didn't understand the need for the back and forth because it's unnecessary. The question was real simple. Has there been construction in the Simpson Bay Lagoon in the last 6 months? Yes, no, legal, illegally. And because I know the good minister, I don't want to believe, through you, Madam Chair, that the minister was trying to avoid the question. I don't think so. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt where that is concerned. But, Minister, right here, I have the answer. Right here, there was a construction of a new pier in the area of the Skyport, picture taken September 19th, 2024. So I would like to ask the minister, is the minister, through you, Madam Chair, aware, or was the minister aware of this construction? Did the minister give a permit for this construction? Did the construction have a permit? And this leads back to my earlier question. If it has an illegal permit or doesn't have a permit, what is going to be done moving forward with illegal construction? Or if there was a permit, how can there be a permit if 2 years ago, a year ago, and the years before that, the Simpson Bay community, as well as opposition at the time, were opposed to construction in the lagoon. So I am very shocked to see that up to a couple months ago, a new pier was built in the lagoon. Can the minister, through you, Madam Chair, further elaborate on that, because I'm lost for words where that is concerned? Also, I would like to ask the minister, through you, Madam Chair, in the last 6 months, as it pertains to the sewage truck, pumping of sewage and carrying it over to Illich Road back and forth because the pumps were down, if the minister or why the minister did not look into repairing the sewage truck that is owned by the government. I know there were a couple hydraulical problems with it, but I think if we were to count up the funds spent on the truck, on the sewage cost, which I think were about 100,000 guilders a month, over the last 6 months is about 600,000 guilders. I think any hydraulical problem of that truck would have been cheaper. So I don't want to assume to you, Madam Chair, that the minister didn't look into it, but my question is, did the minister look into it, and why didn't he opt for that option? Traffic. Madam Chair, I've been going back and forth with the minister on this, and until his most recent answer, it was a fruitful deliberation. But I was shocked when I asked the minister, Madam Chair, for his long, midterm, and short-term solutions for the cul-de-sac area. I was then referred to TIAT and Justice, the Ministries of TIAT and Justice. Maybe I misunderstood, but I asked for solutions for cul-de-sac, and I got TIAT and Justice. I don't understand, because just 2 days ago I was giving the minister kudos for requesting the traffic congestion report or the traffic congestion research to be done by UNOPS. And now I'm being referred to TIAT and Justice. I don't understand that one. So if the minister could clarify that one, maybe I misunderstood. But if the minister could clarify that, I'll appreciate that very much through you, Madam Chair. For now, I'll be moving on to TIAT. Madam Chair, the topic of the day was Soul Beach. And the minister knows firsthand I have nothing against Soul Beach. As a matter of fact, I will be attending. But my question is, how do we go about it? And how did the minister go about it? I was made to understand, Madam Chair, that it was for a sum of $700,000 up front, in conjunction with the Friend side. If I understood correctly, the Friend side most likely is not going to be taking part anymore, and the minister negotiated a better price, around the $500,000 or something like that. Minister, I'm starting to be corrected, but it's less than the $700,000 now without the Friend side? No? Okay, still $700,000. And my question is, even if it's 500 or 400,000, how is it that, oh, and glad to hear that the Minister of Finance, through you, Madam Chair, was also an initiative member in this, seeing that the budget from finance was shared. I don't know why that wasn't part of the Ministry of Finance's presentation. For that is also a project that the budget of finance is being spent on. I see the Minister of TIAT shaking her head, but I'm sure the minister said that there were certain funds from TIAT taken, and what was left over was taken from the Ministry of Finance. The floor is hers just now, Madam Chair, to correct me in that. But also, one of the questions I had for the minister, as it pertains to Soul Beach and the money spent, was the type of deal made. Because what I'm hearing outside, and there's a question to the minister, did Soul Beach, or is Soul Beach getting a TOT exemption? Is that part of the deal? And when I look at the money spent on Soul Beach, of course, I know the return when it comes to economy, et cetera, et cetera. But what I have an issue with, not an issue, but more cause for pause for myself, is over the years we have our own carnival. That's our tradition, our culture. And when I looked it up, and asked a couple questions, we've never spent as a country, as a government, or contributed more than $350,000 to Carnival. Never. I think the number given was 295,000, and there was 1 year it went up to 400,000, but for the rest it was always around the 300,000. Why are we investing so much into Soul Beach over investing in our own product, at least first, Madam Chair, to the Minister, through you, Madam Chair? It's our own product, and I'm seeing a lot of funds being contributed to Soul Beach, and I'm not seeing it the same type of interest, not interest, because I know the Minister, through you, Madam Chair, has her own initiatives where Carnival is concerned, but when it comes down to the money is not comparable to what we spend on our own. And we were just speaking about local ambassadors, local sharing our product to the world, and Soul Beach is not ours. Although it's good for the economy, but it's not ours. Also, as it pertains to if the rumor of the TOT exemption, why aren't local promoters also given TOT exemptions in a creative manner? Because one would say, right now we're bringing in C-list and B-list artists. If a promoter would have a bit more leeway, they'll be able to obtain those A-list artists to put on a bigger show and to put St. Maarten on the map where that is concerned, and also bring economy to the island, and also give our people things to do. So question to the Minister, what are her, through you, Madam Chair, initiatives for local promoters and giving them a bit more power to be able to do their craft to the best of their abilities? And in closing, seeing the time, the Prime Minister, the best for last. Yeah. Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, you answered my question on reparations. Thank you for that. I think the Prime Minister explained about joining with an international entity, or international group. Yeah, no. I would like to know, if you could correct me on that if needed, but I would like to know, and he spoke on, through you, Madam Chair, debt cancellation and monetary compensation. But seeing his proactive approach of speaking thereof, I would like to know what is the timeline in his actions? The same way we got a nice explanation when it comes to the details of the subsidy for GB with the technical support. I would also like to know in steps what, a short term for the coming year, what are the steps the Prime Minister is going to be taking concerning reparations and how he's going to go about it. I understand what he's going to do, but I'd like to know how he's going to go about it. Through you, Madam Chair. Also, a cause for pause for me was when I questioned and I asked for the contract or paperwork or anything that a signature can go on for a 75 million guilder loan for GB. I'm new to this. I understand the Prime Minister said it's not customary, but I cannot fathom that a loan of that magnitude has no paper trail. So if the Prime Minister could elucidate and further elaborate on that, and any type of paper with any type of signature, I would just like to see that for myself, whether it's confidential or not. Our next hot topic has been, and this is also for maybe the Minister of Finance and the Minister of TIAT, along with the Prime Minister. I would like to know the Ministers and the Coalition's stance on the following topic. I spoke on gambling addiction and gambling affliction. I spoke about, to you, Madam Chair, if the Ministers are open to exploring different ways of taxation for lottery booth owners and casino owners, license owners, to try to bring more funds to the coffers, especially seeing on one end what we're earning and on the other end what is costing us. To my delight, and I'll give the kudos to MP Peterson. MP Peterson then followed up and said that it's time to close the casinos and lottery booths. Fair enough. I'm looking forward to his idea for the the job generation after that for all those who are going to lose their jobs. But the closing of casinos, seeing that MP Peterson is a member of the coalition and he's privy to coalition meetings that I'm not, I don't know what is spoken about, and seeing that the governing program is due in about 1.5 to 2 months from the coalition, I would like to know the coalition stance, through you, Madam Chair, on the closing of casinos. It's a wish of one of its MPs, so I would like to know from the Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, what the stance is from the coalition on that topic. Anyone can answer. The Minister of TIAT can answer, the Minister of Finance, or the Prime Minister, seeing that it's his cabinet and his Council of Ministers. And also, if that is something that's going to be expected, that can be expected in the pending governing program. Because MP Peterson was very adamant about it. So I'm curious what the coalition is planning on doing. Further, in closing, I spoke to the Minister of Finance via this mic many times over the last couple of months or last couple of meetings about succession land, etc. And the minister expressed her intent to incorporate that in some way in the mortgage guarantee fund. I don't know if that's the exact terminology, but while she's revitalizing the mortgage guarantee fund, I would like to request the minister to, how they would say, how rekening mee with the idea of incorporating succession land and how government can help landowners with all things judicial where that is concerned, seeing that there's a lot. It's very costly, and succession land for a lot of families and heirs is something that is left lost in translation, where people who would like to get a loan from the bank and maybe don't qualify initially because they don't have any assets used as collateral. But when you look at it, they are heirs of thousands and thousands of square meters of land that they just can't get it in their name because of all the yellow tape. Now, this is something that I hold near and dear to me, along with some other members of the VROMI committee. And as chair of the VROMI committee, in the coming meetings, this is something that we will be doing, and it is a topic that will be tabled in these meetings and will be presented eventually to the Minister of Finance. So this is something that the Minister, in conjunction with the VROMI committee, can be expecting moving forward to you, Madam Chair. And I hope and look forward to a fruitful teamwork in bringing something like this to fruition through her initiatives with the Mortgage Guarantee Fund. With that being said, one last look at my questions to see that I haven't forgotten anything. Oh, still got some time. Minister of TIAT, on the topic of, you're right, the best for last indeed. On the topic of cannabis. I've been very reserved on the topic since the beginning of these meetings for a particular reason. I sat back and I heard the topic brought forward by various MPs, and the topic and the focus was constantly on the cannabis side of things and what it could bring for the country and whether something is exclusive or not. Now that will be ironed out in the coming months, seeing that, as MP Utley said, it's something that has to come back to Parliament, and we'll be able to peruse it and give our opinions on it. But my cause for pause where that is concerned is, I'm wondering, we're here talking about and speaking about marijuana legislation, and I'm not against it, I'm actually for it in the sense of it can bring funds to the coffers as well, but I feel we're skipping a very crucial step en route to that. Because I haven't heard anyone here today in the last couple of days speak on, for example, the problems we're having in the schools, where now, in comparison to maybe a decade or two ago, we have daily children and students going to school high. That is something that didn't used to happen, and to the rate it's happening today. We have students more privy and has quicker access to firearms, more than it used to be when I used to go to school. But yet, nothing is being said about that. Now, thank you, Madam Chair. I have 3 minutes. I'm closing up, rounding up. Now we're here speaking about cannabis legislation that's going to further add to that problem. And I was speaking to a person I respect a day or two ago, and the person told me, yes, MP, but the funds from that's going to be derived from collected from the cannabis is going to help on the education side of things because we're going to have more money in the coffers. But I feel that if we could find and scrape money together for things like Soul Beach, we shouldn't have to wait on funds from whatever could come out of this marijuana or cannabis legislation to fix these other problems. Because I heard the Minister of Justice speak on, she's for sobriety tests, along with MP Peterson. I'm for them as well. I agree with them. But how are we going to do these sobriety tests? Because I'm sure if the Minister of Justice takes a look or takes an inventory of how many breathalyzers we have, we barely have any, if any, at all to do these sobriety tests. But yet, we're focusing on a cannabis legislation. So before we even fix the problems that we have in our current day, across the board, VESA, justice, TEAT, education, youth, culture, sport, it affects all of these ministries. We're focusing on a mere legislation that's going to compound effect to the scenario and the situations and the problems that we have today. I have a serious problem with that. So I understand that in a couple of months we can be expecting this legislation to come to Parliament, and pending any solutions to any of the things I just named a while ago, I can say it now, you already know how MP York will be voting. So I would like to also impart on the Prime Minister, seeing that you oversee everything, along with the Minister of TIA, and the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Education, and the Minister of VSA, to take these underlying problems very seriously. Because while we focusing on getting more money, our youth will be the victims of that in some way, shape, form, or fashion if we don't fix those things now. So with that, I would like to thank the Council of Ministers and Madam Chair for your indulgence, and that would be it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. I now give the floor to MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. We are finally at round 2. Good evening to the Honorable Council of Ministers. Madam Chair, it's been a lengthy debate, a lot of back and forth. And I want the Council of Ministers to understand that at the end of the day, if you fail, we fail. So regardless of how things go here on the floor of Parliament, it is to bring the best out of you, through you, Madam Chair, and to bring the best out of the budget. There are a couple of discrepancies, and there are things that I would like the Honorable Council of Ministers, especially the Minister of Finance, to understand at this time, is that while we present a budget, what I consider a skeleton budget, and I listened to the Honorable Minister of Finance, and the Honorable Minister of Finance says wage tax reduction, profit tax reduction, etc., are dependent on the tourist tax. And the tourist tax, probably besides the cannabis, has been the most talked about piece of legislation on this floor, for the fact that it is probably at this point the most important legislation spoken about on this floor. The tourist tax will be able to make or break us. But I would like the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Council of Ministers to understand, and I stated, sometimes just give the facts. If something is not there or something can't come to fruition, just state. The Honorable Minister of Finance had stated to me earlier during the responses that under her tenure, today she clarified, through you, Madam Chair, under her tenure, the tourist tax got moving because in 6 months they got the said going. And then in the same breath, I hear the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Chair Lady speak about placement of the chairman of the said, because the said now is now stagnant without the placement of such. So which means that the tourist tax that we are so dependent on, that we are speaking about heavily during this budget, is in the same stages as I left it. The Honorable Minister of Finance gave an elaborate explanation on why not putting things in the budget when it's not ready. I am of a different opinion because I believe in preparatory stages. The Honorable Minister of Finance spoke about, I think it was buying a house, and you're not ready to buy the house, and therefore you can't budget for it, or something of the sort. I view it a bit different, knowing that the ultimate goal, Honorable Minister of Finance, is the house, and now you get a tranche for your foundation, a tranche for the walls, you move to your ring beams, and eventually finish the house. Because regardless if you get the money one shot or in stages, the house cannot be built without the foundation. So I believe, for future reference, if a project can become close to fruition, let us start to put the progressive stages in there. I have always believed from my onset of entering politics that the outside world should pay for St. Maarten. They use our roads, they use our facilities, the garbage that we speak about, that we want to clean up for them, they also contribute to the garbage and just turn, jump on a plane or a boat and leave. People love St. Maarten. And for some reason, we don't understand the gem that we have, because whenever the discussion comes up on the tourist tax or any type of tax, the first thing we used to hear is people won't stop coming. They won't stop coming. And then we see other countries around the region implementing taxes, and people are gladly going. And these countries are nowhere close to St. Maarten. In the tourist tax legislation, for those who may not know, there's a study that was done within the region to give us a competitive amount that we can offer to the tourists based on all the countries within the region. So for those who may be worried and give negative advice that the people are not going to come, the study has been done to compare and keep us competitive within the region. I also asked the Honorable Minister of Finance, which I was glad that she clarified today, the tax legislation is indeed at Parliament, and the banking legislation is indeed. Because when the Honorable Minister of Finance spoke at first, it was as if she was willing to start from scratch, because, as I quote, data need to be collected and the budget for the legislation needs to be there. It is much easier to continue, as it's estimated to take a minimum of 52 weeks to bring a law from scratch. Honorable Minister of Finance spoke about overflight fees. And again, it's not to point out flaws. At this stage, right here now, going into voting, I'm pointing out why I was so critical. The overflight fees, as I stated, the airport owns the towers. And while it's the government's airspace, the operation is being carried out not by the government, but by the institution, the towers. Other countries, the government owns it. So what I'm saying is, at this moment, to say that that is a revenue-generating process is not so, because it will not be in the government coffers at this moment. Not saying that it can't be, but at this moment, no. When it regards to Malabe, as I stated, the Honorable Minister of Finance did submit the signed agreement with the central bank offering us matching rights. But what bothered me a bit is a couple of things upon reading this, through you, Madam Chair. The Honorable Minister of Finance signed the matching rights. However, we have to pay 5% on top of whatever the price is that we are required to match. Also, the Honorable Minister states that it could not be in the budget as it will be a public bid and we cannot show our hands. Today, in the same breath, the Honorable Minister says that once the process is started, we will come to Parliament and put it in the budget to be prepared for the bidding process. Parliament cannot be expected to write you a blank check, as it's a bid that will entail other private companies and other government entities. So we have no idea how much Malabe may go for. But let's hope for the best. Madam Chair, in the beginning, I have a colleague MP that spoke and said they listened to me when I first, in 2023, or when I came in actually 2021, and they would hear me reference the past. But what they forget to say is finish the phrase where I say, but however, I am here now. Because I never passed the blame. When I spoke about the hospital, for instance, is the fact that it couldn't get started for 8 years. But however, I'm here now, so I take the blame. I'm happy that it's moving. Happy that I was able to get it moving, and I look at the Honorable Minister of Public Health, Social Development, and Labor through you, Madam Chair, and I hope that you can get it done. The minimum wage I spoke about wasn't done in how much ever years. But I was there now, and I did it. And I look at the Honorable Minister again, and happy to see that you got it done, through you, Madam Chair. You see, in government, what we have to realize is we may not like what we meet, but at the end of the day, we have to continue. I hated the fact, I can say it, that Inzo was awarded the project. I was not responsible for that. I was not the minister there when the Parliament was saying, do not award this company. This company is bankrupt. But I had to deal with the backlash. I had to deal with the blows. And I took it like a man. And whether it was good or bad, delays or not, I notified the public. We were notified of the hospital delay. Well, I was notified of it during budget debate because it was asked. Through you, Madam Chair. It was asked. And then I found out that it's going from December or third quarter 2026 to 2027. Being forthcoming will take us a long way. I also would like to know, to the Honorable Minister of VSR, to you, Madam Chair, what about, I saw an article whereby work permits were to be signed for upwards of 300 workers to boost the hospital. What is the update with such? I am not seeing the amount of workers that we would like to see. And I know it takes time, because during my tenure, we built, and I provided Parliament with a progress chart, and I provided a progress chart to show when I came in how much workers were there, and when I left, how much was there. So please follow up. As it pertains to the Minister of TEAT, I see you just dancing to the music, so it comes in very, very good through you, Madam Chair. The Soul Beach project. I am a proponent of this, but I am also of the opinion that timing is everything. I heard the Honorable Minister try to explain where she got the money from through you, Madam Chair, and to date, still right now is not clear. And what I'm saying is that when we ask about, this is what I talk about, when we ask about relief, it can't be done, we need study and BTP and Curacao. But we can find money to do a Soul Beach, what is not even allocated, or I can't find it in the budget. The people deserve some type of relief. The people are what's suffering. And if we can give them that, through you, Madam Chair, that is what counts. There was a study I saw in an article by the Minister of Theatre or the Minister of Tourism that says Heineken Regatta positively benefits St. Martin. Why not increase in what we have? We all know how I feel about Carnival. And as a matter of fact, I did some research, and the only time Carnival received $500K was Joe and Franklin Myers. And that's a proud accolade. Because we have to believe in what we have. What we have. And then we do Soul Beach. Again, not in consultation with Carnival, because we want to do Soul Beach May 24th, when Carnival finishes May 5th. Again, kill our own. Kill our own. Something we celebrate 50 plus years of Carnival when Soul Beach come and gone. Because it's not a guarantee thing. Carnival's going to be there. So I don't want to speak too fast, but let's see if the minister could break the record of Franklin Myers. Okay, sound good. GEBE. Honorable Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair. You are right. Through you, Madam Chair. The Honorable Prime Minister cannot request documents from GEBE. But I wanted the documents from the board, and based on the Articles of Incorporation, the board answers to the shareholder. So I humbly hereby request the COM as shareholder of GEBE to request the document, the board resolution, that allowed the $1 million to be sent to Curacao to purchase these 10 generators. Because according to the Articles of Incorporation, if something is not planned for, anything over $50,000 needs the board's resolution. $1 million, especially right before election, definitely needs the board resolution, through you, Madam Chair. So I'm asking the shareholders to please request such. And it's your prerogative, through you, Madam Chair, if you want to share it with Parliament. But I humbly request that you share it with Parliament. Or maybe, just like Malaby, we can do a GEBE inquiry, and we'll get the information anyway. But I would like each and every minister, that's a question, as a shareholder, would you be willing to have a shareholder meeting and present Parliament with such document? We speak all of a sudden, we know, corporate governance, and arm's length. When we were here at Parliament asking for government to spend $75.6 million for a generator for the same company that we are shareholders for. Some see it as a conflict of interest, and some see it as Prime Minister took action. You see, this is where it reminds me again of what my colleagues say. The doer and the thinker. But the danger is when the doer starts to do without thinking. Or the doer starts to think that they are smarter than everyone. That's where the problem stems. And the beautiful saying, since we're speaking about sayings, that everyone knows, you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And the beautiful thing about that picture is the doer is not in his seat. You can look at it how you want. It's your perspective. But I look at it as when the doer starts to think he's smarter than everybody, it's time for the doer to vacate that seat. Madam Chair, I would like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister, you were farmer to it twice. Was a bill submitted for January's formation? If a bill was submitted for January's formation, to the tune of how much, Honorable Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair? can this bill be provided as well? And as a matter of fact, Honorable Prime Minister, you did state that you did submit a bill. I looked at the SG. SG, did we receive the invoice for the format? No? So we have not even received the one that was supposed to be submitted.
MP Otley, I'm seeing that there is a moment for interruption by MP Sarah Westcott Williams. MP Sarah Westcott Williams, you have the floor for your interruption.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, I was busy at my desk, but I thought I understood the Prime Minister giving information. I heard amounts about the formation, and so my question...
The mic don't seem to be on.
My question to the Prime Minister is whether he hasn't given that information already, because I thought
The mic is dead. Okay.
Thank you. There we go. I don't have to scream. I can go back up here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, go back here now. No, go back here. Okay. I'm in my spot.
Yes.
Madam Chair Lady, I thought that between all the caucusing that was taking place, I did hear the Prime Minister give extensive information down to the last cent regarding the formation. And I would like, if the Prime Minister can answer my interruption and indicate whether that is so or not. I could have been mistaken, but... And then we can at least get a matter clarified. Thank you.
Chair, MP Sarah Westcott Williams, thank you for your interruption, but I do have to mention that the interruption is towards the speaker that is speaking at this moment.
It is. It actually is,
Okay.
because it's basically telling the speaker that he is saying something that is not correct. That's my statement.
Okay,
That's my
great.
assertion from the interruption lectern.
Noted, MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
Thank you.
You may now continue.
Thank
MP
you.
Otley,
Thank you,
and react to the
Madam
interaction.
Chair. Of course. I remember when the Honorable MP was speaking on the first round, and the Honorable MP came in and said, when we came into government, we had fires to out. I must say, the Honorable MP is a top firefighter, because you're trying to out this fire, and it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. So, Madam Chair, I have requested, just as I was a minister of VSI, and the Honorable MP Westcott would tell me, provide documents to me, even if confidential, even after I have read it. And I said, yes, Honorable MP, I will do so. The Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of General Affairs, sat or stood there through you, Madam Chair, and said, I will submit such. The story that was given was about the GEBE, where the Honorable Prime Minister said that as Prime Minister, he cannot request, which he is correct, through you, Madam Chair. That's why I'm asking our shareholders to request such from the board, who has to request such from whatever. Madam Chair, as I look to the Honorable Minister of Education, I don't have much questions, but I do have some advice. You are faced with a heavy task. And just as I have made that error just now, by only calling you the Minister of Education, I don't want you, through you, Madam Chair, to make such error. And what I mean is, remember the culture, youth, and sports. For many years, the youth and sports aspect has been neglected very, very much. And that's why I'm happy to hear MP LaBega come with such an initiative, especially as a new parliamentarian, because I have done many projects with MP La Vega, and to see him here today, through you, Madam Chair, being able to bring an initiative to push our youth makes me happy. Honorable Minister of Romy, I see you're taking a stroll, but I must say, we have a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do, and major projects. But always start with the low-hanging fruits, the side roads, the potholes. I see you went from potholes to policy. Let's go back to potholes a bit and cover some of them up. Honorable Minister of Justice, it's going to be very, very hard, and I'm going to be very critical. So at this moment, I have nothing really for you, but just know that I am watching every single move, like a sniper. So the Honorable Council of Ministers, we look forward to see what happens at the voting. But again, everything that was brought from this side, especially of the United People's Party, at the end of the day, is to ensure that you realize that we are watching, we are looking, and we are not accepting any nonsense. And that can only make you better and bring a better budget for the people of St. Maarten. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. I will now go over to MP Artwell-Irian. MP Artwell-Irian, you have the floor. MP, before you start, I'm seeing that MP La Cruz want to make use of his interruption. Who are you interrupting, MP? MP Otley is not speaking. Okay. Yes. I will now give you the floor for your interruption.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. And the minister is correct, because we have not received the invoice from the Prime Minister as yet, and he promised this afternoon that we were going to have it today. So that is correct, the invoice for the putting government together. We would like that, yes, the formation. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Okay. Thank you, MP La Cruz. I will now go over to MP Irian for his second round. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Happy late evening, Madam Chair, to you, Griffier, colleagues, Honorable Prime Minister and Council of Ministers, and the viewing audience. I didn't have much questions for the Minister of VSR in the couple rounds, the first round, even CC, but I have a question for you now, Minister. What is the estimated OZR amounts for the next 6 months? Is there any backlog in payments to the physical therapist? And please confirm as a V on these amounts. So don't tell me you don't have the answer. I'm asking you to contact them. I know they're watching also. And why do we see the OZR increasing every year? So what illnesses or what type of illnesses are affecting or plaguing St. Maarten? I think that's also important for you, especially if you are big on preventative measures, that you could start to work on those. To the Minister of TIAT, I saw a press release regarding the beautification of Phillipsburg, and even under your press release, there was a lot of questions that came out about other contractors or other companies that said they never saw this tender come out. So Minister of TIAT, I'm asking, because in your press release you mentioned it followed the bidding process. So can we get the dates of when it was published and all the places that it was published? Can the tour be sent to Parliament? And what is the total value of the project? What is the total value of the project? And then I have a related question to the Minister of ECYS in terms of, or even the Council of Ministers, what is your position on companies that won bids by government and never completed those projects? So what risks are we now putting ourselves in? So there's a company, the same company that the Minister of TIAT now is using to do the beautification of Phillipsburg. That same entity won a bid not before COVID, so we can't use that as an excuse. Before Hurricane Irma, so we can't even use that as an excuse, right? So there's between 2015 and 2016. The same POS that the Prince William Alexander School, Minister of ECYS, through Madam Chair, that you are looking into, the same POS that we now have on the budget and CapEx that we put there as a previous administration, right, to execute, that was supposed to be executed by this same developer. So through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of ECYS, are you, I'm assuming that this tender process went through the Council of Ministers, how comfortable are you with such an entity, as a business, executing a big project like this, whereas they did not complete the project that sits before us today for over 8 or 9 years? And that's not the only project that we had issues in, and we could go back and run in and ask about it. So to the Council of Ministers, how comfortable are you allowing companies that won bids previously and unsuccessfully completed those projects that they were paid almost, I'll say this, over 60% of the money in advance, and today we don't have a school finished? That's to the whole Council of Ministers. This question is to the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister. And I'm including the Prime Minister because in the previous questions, you mentioned that the Council of Ministers are still the shareholders of the different government-owned companies. So this is to the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister. There was a recent case where a building was seized at a port. We were supposed to start collecting thousands of dollars in rent from this building. And the asset, the building, was supposed to be transferred to us. So maybe also for domain, for Vromi, was this building transferred to us? Can I get an update on this? Are we collecting the rent? Is this reflected in the budget? Has the building been transferred to government? And if not, will both of these actions be taken up or done in 2025, or in the first quarter? Because I believe the prosecutor already wanted that to be done last year already. So I'm assuming, I'm hoping it's already done and reflected in the budget. Minister of Finance, you also mentioned about the National Development Bank, but we're still part of the UPNA Bank. And also the UPNA Bank, they were busy getting rid of some companies under them, and they were transferring cash over to St. Maarten. I believe it was close to or more than $500,000 or guilders. You could correct me if I'm wrong. I just know they had to transfer this money. Was this money already transferred to the government? Is it already in the government's account? And also, is that reflected in the budget 2025? If it was not, or was it done in 2024? And so can we get an update on this? And if it wasn't done, when can we expect the transfer? To the Minister of ECYS, when I came back home from college in 2014, I was told that based on the last census or research that was done, a project that was done, the average education level in St. Maarten at that time, in 2014, or maybe a couple of years before, was 6th grade. And if that was incorrect, I stand to be corrected. But what I would like to know is, what is our current average education level? What is our current average education level? To the Minister of TIAT, you know, is funny because when I hear this government speak, all I hear is, but you did that too. You did it first, but you did it too. And this government was actually the ones that I thought would come and do it better. But everything we hear from the different ministers, Rummy, Tiat, Finance, Prime Minister, is the previous administration did it too. I am executing what you guys did in 2022. We saw a policy there and we continue to do it. Minister, how many companies sent a request? How many lottery companies sent a request to you for the waiving of the fees? And because you mentioned that the casinos, that you followed our policy, which I could understand you're following, and you mentioned it correctly, that we waived the fees of casinos, and we asked them also to be able to show that they were not operating during the time of COVID and the hurricane. So what I would like to know is, did you make this decision based on requests that came in? Because how did the lottery companies even know that this request was possible? So did you make this decision based on requests coming in, or you just decided because you saw the mandate or the advice from the council ministers previously that, hey, I think this is a good idea for us to do for lottery companies also? In our agreement, the casinos had to remain current and pay their backlogs. Remain current and pay their backlogs. Minister of Finance, can you give an update on how many casinos are still remaining current, how many are remaining current and paying their backlogs, or if any of them just only maybe paying their backlogs? Through Madam Chair, to the Minister of TIAT, is this the same agreement that you have with the lottery companies? Are they remaining current and paying their backlogs? And is there a signed agreement on MBA with these lottery companies? And you also mentioned that in the previous administration, one lottery company had an exemption that was waived, and I want to make it clear again on the floor of Parliament, this company was not even operating. So, yes. And that's information I got from the previous minister. Minister, a reason why I believe the lottery companies were not executed at that time is because the task force that we set up at that time had to be certain that the lottery companies were not operating at that time. But if you go back to that time, right, the gas stations still were paying out lotteries. There were still draws happening. Grocery stores still were paying out lotteries. There were still draws happening. So, Minister, I'm going to ask a very straightforward question. Are you 100% certain that these lottery companies were not operating during the time that you gave the waiver for? Because the data that was there said something different. So I just want to confirm that. Are you certain? So what did they give? Did they give the tax filings? Did they show that the gas stations were not selling lotteries? Can you confirm that did not happen? Through you, Madam Chair, a couple months ago during the elections, the election hype, and even when the government just recently got in, the Prime Minister made a very bold statement, and he said the country is bankrupt. The country is bankrupt. But at the end of 2024, the Minister of TIAT says there's 5,500,000 guilders unused. Unused, sitting there. So Rami said, I can't execute projects, I can't get bins because we don't have money. Justice said in one of her speeches, we don't have funds. The Prime Minister said, we are bankrupt. But the government had the ability not to spend 500,000 guilders. The government had the ability not to spend 500,000 guilders. The Minister of TIAT mentioned unused funds. Unused funds. The Minister of TIAT also mentioned, when I asked, where did this money come from? She said that it came from the outstanding fees owed as concession payments from the Port of St. Maarten. I would like confirmation from the Minister of TIAT that the port paid an extra concession fee in the year 2024. So they have the regular concession fee. Did the port pay more than the regular concession fee in 2024? And if that's the case, why is that not reflected in budget 2024? And why is that not reflected in the budget amendment 2024? The minister also mentioned that it was actually, before I continue on the port, how much are the outstanding fees by the port? How much is the outstanding fees of the port, the extra outstanding fees of the port? And when was this month, the port concession fees transferred to government? When was the outstanding transferred to government? And if all the outstanding was not transferred, how much of the outstanding is still left to be transferred? Continuing on where the money came from, the minister mentioned it came from the marketing budget of STB, which the COM approved, so the council ministers in front of me approved this. So I'm going to go with the assumption that the council ministers knows of all the happenings regarding dealing with Soul Beach. The minister mentioned items listed of where the money came from, other goods and services from the Department of Statistics, civil aviation, which I'm surprised because civil aviation always needs extra money, so I'm surprised that they had money over, and the Ministry of Finance. So I'd like to ask which line items was used in the Ministry of Finance for Soul Beach? Which line item, specifically the number and the name of the line item? I'm going to be very, very clear. And if the Ministry of Finance contributed to Soul Beach, can I then assume, through you, Madam Chair, and let me ask the Minister of Finance, because she did not put it in her presentation, is Soul Beach a collaboration between the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of TIAT? Is Soul Beach a collaboration between the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of TIAT? Because typically in government, when you see cross-ministry transactions or budget amendments, it's typically a collaboration. And Minister, if it's not a collaboration, through you, Madam Chair, I would then assume that the Ministry of Finance took the budget from a line item and transferred to a line item in TIAT, marketing, festivals, whichever one. So, in other words, a budget amendment had to happen for that to happen, because it's going across ministries now. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, when was this advice approved? I think someone said it, but when was this advice approved? Because the Parliament already approved the budget amendment before. So if there's going to be a cross-ministry budget amendment, it has to come back to Parliament. Parliament has to approve. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like confirmation from the Minister of Finance. If there is a money being transferred from ministry to ministry, a budget amendment, doesn't that at some point in time needs to be approved by Parliament? Isn't that isn't that the law? And I know there was a concern a couple of years ago when I was minister that even the chair lady brought it up once already to me, that, hey, certain amendments across ministries need to be approved by Parliament. So if it was not approved by Parliament, how were the funds transferred? What legal basis did the government have to transfer these funds? Was there a national decree? Did the governor sign it? Madam Chair, having friends in different parts of the region and having access to certain information, I would like to ask now, when I compare the agreements from the Urban Tourism Authority and other places that this organization has had certain festivals, so it's not let's say, Soul Beach necessarily. There are certain requests over the 20 years that came in. So I would like to confirm, because the minister in her press release, or the information that has come out is the Dutch side will contribute 700,000. The total amount is 1.4 million, which is close to 3 million guilders, which is 5 times the amount that we give Carnival or the regatta. So in other words, we can expect an impact, because I'm not going to give an entity 5 times the amount of Carnival or regatta if I don't expect 5 times the impact. So I would like to know from the minister, actually from the Council of Ministers, says, when I look at previous agreements, was there or is there any request from the organizers for a tax exemption? So are we going to now give a tax holiday to the organization Soul Beach? Is there any request for a tax exemption? Because that would then mean that we actually losing money. Because when we look at Carnival, and I'll be the first one to say it. I used to be strict on Carnival, but I was always fair, and you could always ask them that. And when they were in need, they could have counted on me. I was strict, but fair. When we look at Carnival, as the Minister of Finance, or the Ministry of Finance, or government, the tax man was right by the booth. The tax man was by the booth, collecting all the TOT. Regatta pays their TOT. When I travel to the US and I go to a concert, my ticket has taxes. When I go to Holland and I go to a concert, my ticket has BTW, taxes. So I'm going to ask now again, did the organizers of Soul Beach request any tax exemptions? That question is to the Minister of Finance, the Minister of TIAD, and the Prime Minister. Based on previous agreements, again, where these organizers have held similar events, there were other requests also. So this request is to the Minister of Justice. And I know when we were there, there was a Fat Joe event, and the Minister of Justice, Ms. Natalie Tackland, I would advise you to you can even go back and look at some previous CALM decisions or discussions where the Ministry of, it was a Fat Joe, it was Fat Joe, you remember the concert? It was Fat Joe? Yes, it was a Fat Joe concert. And the Justice Ministry said, hey, we cannot handle an additional event currently. It was between Carnival and Regatta. It was definitely not as big as Soul Beach, 100% not. And I attended the event. The Justice Ministry said, hey, we need an additional X amount of officers, and the bill came up to, I believe, 80,000 guilders, 90,000 guilders. So, did the organizers of Soul Beach request any additional support from the justice force? And if so, because again, this is something that they typically do in Aruba and other areas, or have done, let me put it that way, right? Because you were part of the Council of Ministers that approved this, did they request any additional support from the police officers? And if so, where in the budget do I see overtime reflected? Because we have to pay the officers overtime. We have to. Matter of fact, it was not only overtime, but we paid overtime, we paid food, we paid drinks, we paid a lot of other stuff. Where in this budget is that reflected? Because we have to now do Carnival, Regatta, and Soul Beach. And as I start to add these things up, we quickly realize the cost to St. Maarten is not 500,000 guilders or 700,000 guilders. When we are done adding up all these costs, the cost would be almost 6 to 7 million guilders. So I'll continue. Again, in Aruba or other islands in the region, wherever this entity organizes these type of festivals or this festival or a similar festival. They also request
MP Myers would like to make use of his interruption moment. MP Myers, I give you the floor.
Madam Chair, you hear me?
Yes.
Madam Chair, good evening, everyone. Madam Chair, you know, I spoke about this the other day. 11 days, it took 40 years because of small things. We're worrying about the small things. Is the government expected to do nothing? Why do we settle for mediocrity? Why can't we aspire to be great? Why is it good for Aruba, but not good enough for St. Maarten? Why, whenever we embark on something that is great, beyond our reach, we tell our children to reach for the stars in the skies and reach as far as you can go. But whenever we do it, we are the first ones to say, no, that's too good for you. This is too good for St. Maarten. Reach for something else. Settle for something else. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers. MP Irian, you may respond to the interruption.
Yes, so I was prepared for MP Myers' interruption. I expected this interruption, and only because there was a similar interruption in the past, and that was with the other topic. And my statement is going to be that not because something is good, because MP York said he's attending. I might attend too, but not because something is fun, not because something is good. That does not mean that it can't be done the right way. That doesn't mean that if we say that we're going to invest money, that we say the right amount, because the amounts that we invest in, right, is a lot more that we're saying to the public. It also means, like MP York mentioned, hey, can we not, like MP Myers said, let's also invest in Carnival, because I guarantee you, if you're going to give Soul Beach a tax exemption, then let's give Carnival a tax exemption too. Let's give Regatta a tax exemption too, because they've been the ones grinding in St. Maarten, right, building it up, right, to where it is today. Then let's also give a tax exemption to St. Maarten Music Festival. So, not because something is fun, it doesn't mean it can't be done the right way. So I don't know if that's this government's motto of, hey, if it ain't being done right and it feels good, let's continue doing it. But that's not my motto, and that's going to be it. At the end of the day, we have persons inside of here talking about accountability and want to bring documents higher to other entities and so forth. So accountability, for me, is about saying the truth. And also, like I said, it can't be that the Prime Minister comes in and says we bankrupt, right? But at the end of the year, we have $500,000 to spend, unused. And where did all this other money come from? Where did the other $6 million come from? So I'll continue again with the requests from other areas, right? To you, Madam Chair, like Aruba and other places in the region, that this organization has held similar events. Is there any request for an amount of rooms for the staff of the organizers? Is the request over 100 rooms like Aruba? And if that request is coming in, who is going to pay for these rooms? Because then we can't say that the amount that we have to pay for Soul Beach is $500,000 or $700,000 if we have to now pay for 100 rooms, and a room at I'm a corner, no specific company, it's $300 a night for 7 nights times 100. So I'm going to ask, and it'll be in high season, you're right. So I'm going to ask again to the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of TIA, because you all approved for sure approve this advice. Is that the case? Do we have to pay for any of these? Or was that a request? And to make matters easier, we can even, is it possible to even send the agreement to the Parliament and book it in a confidential manner? That's a request. So I want to be very clear, to you, Madam Chair, because I realize documents, it's very hard to get documents inside here with this Council of Ministers. So after extrapolating the information from the other regions, like I said, I don't see Soar Beach being 3 million guilders. I see it being 6 million guilders total. And if I can stand to be corrected, with all the extra additional costs or requests that the other countries had, even if I take off 20%, right, I don't see how it's going to be less. And if the request is 1.4 million that needs to be paid, and if the friend side is not contributing, I'll now ask then where or who is contributing the other 700,000. The minister mentioned that there will be potentially 2 anchor sponsors participating. So I'm assuming that those 2 anchor sponsors will be participating. And I would then say that we have a limited pool of sponsors on St. Maarten. So it would then mean more than likely that Carnival or Regatta or St. Maarten Music Festival will be affected by the 2 anchor sponsors, because I can't imagine the pool being that deep. So part of that money could have been going to enhance our local product, or even increasing the amendment of MP Dimad Labega. And now, through you, Madam Chair, we'll move on to the Minister of Justice. Minister, I hear you, I heard your comments on the crimes assault reports. It doesn't mean that I agree, especially with the comments regarding tint. And that's something that we at that point in time in the Ministry of Finance, we're even looking at ways of charging for that, right? We even did a survey, and the amount of money that a person was willing to pay was up to 300 guilders to put tint in their vehicle. So that was extra revenue for government. So my question is, what data are we using to say, hey, tint on vehicles will be dangerous? In Panama, cars are like 5% front glass, back glass, all glass windows. So my question would then be, how many crimes per 100 were committed with vehicles with tint versus those without? More than likely, we don't have the data. And if you don't have the data, then how can we make this assumption then that tint is something, let's say, putting more persons at risk? How many crimes were committed on scooters? Nothing, and this is a separate issue, but scooters don't have tint, right? So how many crimes were committed on scooters? How many crimes were committed with no vehicles? And you can put it in a format, on a monthly basis, quarterly, like one of the charts that you had, if you can insert it there. Because Minister of Justice, when I look at the Council of Ministers, the Council of Ministers drives around in 5% tint or less. So obviously tint is important to some, or for some, right? Beyond that, there are L vehicles with tint, front, back windows also. So if you're going to want to put a ban on tint, or we even announce it in Parliament, I think the government can set an example first. We can't have then L vehicles with tint, right? And then we don't, Oh, so I'm making a statement now. But then we talk about, let's say, the regular citizens. In addition to that, around election time, the Prime Minister, and I'd also like an update from the Prime Minister on the political or non-political assassination. We haven't had an update on that. It was a big deal a couple of months ago in Parliament, so I really would like an update on that. Are we, between the Minister of Justice and the Prime Minister, are we still allocating any funds towards the situation? What was the final thing about this? Because we as members of Parliament, we had these updates. We were briefed by the police force on how to operate, how to move around, And actually, one of the recommendations were to put tint so that no certain person wouldn't be able to see you. But this wasn't me, but I'll speak for another MP. You know, there was an MP that had to recently take off the tint of the vehicle. So it's counter to what the suggestions were by the police force to protect MPs because of this situation. So I'll ask the Minister of Justice to please, can you fast track any requests by the MPs for this? Because I think it's very unfair or unbalanced to say that you guys can have, but MPs can't, for the same political situation that we were dealing with a couple months ago. Minister of Justice, let's continue with the tint. I don't believe that blaming crime on tint justify, I don't see the correlation between tinted vehicles and an increase in crime. And this is a discussion I've had in the council, it's a discussion I've had before I was as a minister. There isn't enough relevant data to say that. So I would really like to have we could look at different tools. We have the cameras. We have different things that we could use to be able to say, hey, if you want to know about vehicles, the ownership of vehicles, we have other tools that we could use. St. Maarten is very hot. If you want to say we don't want 5% or 10%, fine. But I do believe there can be a limit to what we can put on vehicles. Yes. Through you, Madam Chair, I also have a motion. And I initially wasn't bringing a motion, and I was just reading a couple of things, and I was like, you know what? I think that it is time to put all these discussions to rest and put us as a body, as a parliament, put us as a group of council ministers to the test on where we want to go. You guys also went to IPCO. We had a lot of discussions on the democratic deficit. If you heard comments from PD Malabega. So, Madam Chair, today I stand before this honorable parliament to address an issue that strikes at the very heart of our identity, our sovereignty, and our future as a people. The right of St. Maarteners to determine their own destiny. For too long, we have operated within systems that were not designed with our aspirations in mind, systems that have often limited our potential rather than empowered us to realize it fully. As representatives of the people, we have a duty to engage them on matters that shape the trajectory of our nation. The discussion around independence is not just a political aspiration, it is a decision that defines who we are, what we stand for, and how we envision our role on the global stage. But this decision must not be imposed, as prior discussions were had. It must be embraced by the people through the highest form of democratic expression, which is a referendum. It has been over 2 decades since the last referendum, and a new generation of St. Maarteners have come of age, ready to lend their voices, like many of us young politicians in here, to this critical conversation. It is our responsibility to give them that opportunity. Today, I present this motion, which I will read in a few, to initiate preparations for a referendum, ensuring the people of St. Maarten can shape their own constitutional future. And the motion reads, the Parliament of St. Maarten, in its meeting of today, January 16, 2025, considering that the last referendum held on St. Maarten was in 2000, and a new generation of St. Maarteners has not had an opportunity to express their will regarding the constitutional future of the country. That Article 92 of the Constitution of St. Maarten provides the Parliament with the authority to initiate consultative referendums on matters of national importance. That political independence is a critical matter for the long-term development and sovereignty of St. Maarten and requires the input of the people to determine its future direction. That many young people, including those born after the year 2000, are now of voting age and deserve the opportunity to participate in deciding on this fundamental issue. Acknowledging that a referendum is the highest form of democratic engagement, allowing the people directly to express their will. That the United Nations Declaration on the granting of independence to colonial countries and the people asserts that inadequacy of political, economic, social, or educational preparedness should never serve as a pretext for delaying this discussion of independence. That public discourse and education are critical for empowering citizens to make an informed decision on the issue of political independence. Resolves to urge the government of St. Maarten to begin preparations in 2025 for a national consultative referendum on the matter of political independence for St. Maarten, that the referendum shall be held no later than December 31st, 2027, that the government shall undertake the following actions. Establish a committee or a task force to oversee the preparation of the referendum, including public consultations, logistical planning, and legal frameworks. Launch a comprehensive public education campaign on the implications, benefits, and the challenges of independence to ensure citizens are properly and duly informed. Engage with local, regional, and international experts to provide guidance on conducting the referendum in compliance with democratic principles and international standards. To require the government to report quarterly to Parliament on the progress of the preparations for the referendum. Further resolved that a copy of this motion be submitted to the Council of Ministers, the Governor of St. Maarten, and the relevant stakeholders, signaling Parliament's commitment to engage in the people of St. Maarten and shaping their constitutional future. And goes over to the order of day, supported by MP Darrell York and MP Duran. I see you have interruption.
Thank you, MP Irian.
I'm not done, by the way.
I will give the floor to MP Rayon Peterson for interruption. MP Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good evening once again. Madam Chair, just to clarify, I believe that motions should be on topic, and I don't know if a referendum is on topic for a budget debate. And also, I would also like to remind not only the speaking MP, but all of my colleagues, that our Constitution, Article 92 of the Constitution, says very specifically that a referendum begint op initiatief van de Staten, meaning that any type of movement towards a referendum needs to actually start from this body and not ask the government to start that for us, which is kind of like what I meant when I was talking about misusing motions on the floor of Parliament. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Peterson. I give the floor to MP Irian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is correct, but the motion asks the government to prepare, so they need to prepare for the communication. In addition to that, Madam Chair.
Members.
In addition to that, Madam Chair, it is relevant to the budget because it has to be executed, in my motion, for this year. So it is relevant to the budget for me. And, Madam Chair, if the members don't want to support, that's their will and their option not to support. Like the MP, Rayon Peterson, in his last, in the first round, mentioned that he told his colleagues of the coalition not to bring motions or why motions are pointless. And right after that, the senior MP behind him told him, I am bringing my motion. So, and today we're going to have a lot more motions today that the MP will support anyway. So the motions can be pointless to some, but if the MP does not want to support, that he can not support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. Seeing that MP Irian has come to an end with his second round, I will now. Members, I please would like, and also council, we are live. I know it's late, but we are live, and I would like to give MP Wever the option to speak. But before doing so, I will adjourn for 2 minutes. Meeting adjourned. I hereby reopen the meeting of tonight, handling the budget, draft budget 2025, and I will right away give the floor to MP Wever for his second round. MP Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Honorable Council of Ministers, support staff, those present here today, and listening and viewing via the various media outlets. First of all, I would like to commend all ministers for providing a unified presentation that gives the people of this country some hope. Having listened over the past few days, and even during the CC meetings, one thing is clear. We all definitely have work to do. We've been hearing that CALM needs to come with money-generating ideas on one end, and then when we hear, for example, Soul Beach, then all of a sudden we hear it's not realistic. So I would just like to also commend the ministers to bring some kind of positive news and hope to the people of St. Maarten. I also would like to commend the Minister of Justice as well for her answers. I know all of a sudden there's concerns and sentiments about the tint and what's worse, but I think the Minister clearly stated that the concern is not what's worse, but if it's against the law, that's what she will tackle all around. So it's not specifically about the tint. And then today we hear also about the infamous picture that my colleague MP next to me said, the thinker, the doer, some think, some do, but I must say the journey of 1,000 steps starts with getting up and taking one step. And I feel that this Council of Ministers are making steps, especially when we're hearing that our Prime Minister in the beginning, early on, stated that this country is bankrupt. But now we have some funds to spend. It shows that we are moving forward in this country. So I feel hopeful. And I not only feel hopeful for this CALM, but I also feel hopeful standing here today amongst all my colleagues here, that together we can accomplish and move this country forward the way it's supposed to do. I would also like to congratulate the Minister of Finance for bringing a realistic budget to the people of St. Maarten, and not one that is with fluff and anticipation, but the reality of it. To the Minister of ECYS, I know that there are many hot topics within your ministry, especially having come from your ministry as well, and also within the school system. I know there's a lot that's going on, but one such topic which was spoken about during the CC meeting is the hair discrimination. Not only was this mentioned by my person, but it's also a topic which is, and I know it's a topic which is dear to the heart and has the utmost attention of my colleague, MP Roseburg, who has also been advocating this concern against the injustice, against discriminality within our school system. And it gives me also great hope to hear that the minister is serious about this and is working diligently to find solutions. So with that said, I would hereby also like to present the following draft motion, which reads as follows. The Parliament of St. Maarten, in its meeting of January 16, 2025, considering the ongoing issue of hair discrimination in schools on St. Maarten, undermining students' cultural and ethnic identities and their rights to equal access to education. Advocacy efforts by organizations like Teen Times, and abolish hairstyle rules to eliminate discriminatory practices. St. Maarten's international obligations under Article 28 and 29 of the United Nations Convention on the Right of the Child, ensuring education respects cultural and ethnic identities. The Constitution of St. Maarten, Article 11, guaranteeing education is provided with respect to students' dignity and identity. The jurisprudence, such as in the case of KG 2016/109, which highlighted the autonomy of non-public schools to set their own standards. The Ministry of Education's active work to finalize legislative measures addressing hair discrimination, including the supervision of education law and the dedicated hair discrimination legislation to address the root causes effectively. Resolves to call upon the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sport to 1. Engage school boards directly in preparation for legislative implementation. 1A, the minister will prioritize discussions with school boards to address ongoing hair discrimination and emphasize the pending legislative measures. 2, enhance awareness efforts among schools. 2A, use the upcoming school board meetings to alert administrators to the government's stance on hair discrimination and its alignment with the principles of equality and respect for culture identity. 2B, encourage schools to voluntary compliance with non-discriminatory practices in anticipation of formal legislation. 3, prioritize legislative completion. 3A, continue to focus resources to finalize the supervision of education law and the hair discrimination legislation to ensure a robust and enforceable framework for addressing hair discrimination. 4, provide periodic updates to Parliament. 4, the Ministry shall update Parliament within 6 months on progress regarding the legislative process, dialogue with schools boards, and any interim actions taken to address hair discrimination within the school, and goes over to the order of the day. Copies of this motion to be sent to Governor of St. Maarten, the Government of St. Maarten, the Council of Advice of St. Maarten. This motion is presented and signed by my person, MP Christopher Wever, and authored and signed by MP Shamira Roseberg. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Wever. I now give the floor to MP Veronica Jansen-Webster for her second round. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to the ministers and their support staff. Good evening to the people listening in St. Maarten. I don't really have any questions. I would just like to thank the ministers, their support staff, the civil servants for all the late nights this week. Being here to get this very important document for the country, that we can go towards approving it so that we can finally govern, because we need to govern. However, I want to remind the ministers that, like some other MPs in here have indicated, I will be monitoring the progress of the projects. You have each indicated what you would like to accomplish in 2025 with the meager budget that you have. And I strongly advise you to put those 2025 targets in a spreadsheet. This is how I like to work. And that way, you can monitor how far you get with the projects each month. You can put 30%, 50% completed, 70% completed as we go down the months and we go down the quarters. And because this is no time for us to be laid back. I look forward to receiving the next implementation reports, the uitvoeringsrapportages, through you, Madam Chair, I indicated to MinFin already, to the Minister of Finance already, I will be looking forward to receiving, as a parliament, to receiving those outvoting rapportages so that we can see how far we are with the budget, how is the spending going, how are the revenues coming in. So it's very important for us to monitor as we go along. I was able to bring attention to various issues in our society and receive good feedback from the ministers, starting with the plight of the prisoners during the CC, the Central Committee. I was able to bring that forward, you know, and receive good feedback from our Minister of Justice. When I spoke about the traffic violations and the feeling of many individuals in our community of not feeling safe on the road, you know, to receive good feedback. In speaking to the, in addressing the Minister of VROMI on garbage and the link with garbage, between garbage and tourism and our volatile tourism industry, I feel satisfaction in hearing the responses, the answers given. And there's a saying, Madam Chair, thank God for unanswered prayers. And this evening, I would like to publicly thank the leader of the URSM and the board for believing that I would do good as a parliamentarian this time around. Because I love this job. Because I get to touch all the ministries on behalf of the people of St. Maarten. As the head of statistics, when I was head of statistics, I lobbied hard for Asikuda for years. I learned years ago that when you want something done, you have to keep asking for it, keep going at it. Every Dutch or other consultant who visited my office, I asked them, please put in a good word for Asikuda. When you go to the Justice Minister, just tell her Asikuda, because we needed it in stat. Because with Asikuda, we could improve and make our GDP calculations more robust. And that the GDP is the heartbeat of the economy. That's how we monitor it. So I pushed it all the time. And the people from Tereo and CFT, they can attest to that. You know, and then now I have the opportunity to come on the floor of Parliament and bring those things forward and then to see that you get results. So I would like to, through you, Madam Chair, say to the Council of Ministers, brace yourself because I will be following up every time you come back to Parliament. You might get tired of the questions, but I will continue to maybe ask, you know, repetitive questions, but it's just so that we can gauge, because I think as Parliament, because that is one of our functions, we need to do it. We need to make sure that the projects are executed that we have budgeted. To Min VSA, I've asked to be on the VSA committee, and so I will be monitoring the progress of VSA, and especially the progress of mental health projects. Because, you know, I have a lot of feeling for the mental health projects, and so I want to see that continue. That's one of the things that I started when I was there as the minister, and I really want to see that continue. So I will be asking you about that. And I think that in Parliament, seeing how it has gone this week, we probably will have some heated debates on cannabis. My colleague MP, there's one particular MP, he will continue to give me these little small shots. But I have limited my reactions to him because I understand he might be a bit hurt because I took his spot just for 7 months, but I'm not there anymore. I sit here now, and together, as the Parliament, we are going to move St. Maarten forward. And I can tell you, I don't take it personal because when we toured the prison and we went through what they call the alleys by the prisoners. The one who protected me, who was like a mother hen with me there like a chicken, was that same MP. And I feel like I'm this big, strong woman, so I was like, oh, you don't need to do that. But he made sure that he was there looking out for me. So sometimes when you see the dynamics in Parliament, it's not personal, and I never take it personal.
Thank you, MP Veronica Jansen-Webster. Before you can continue, I see that MP Otley is standing in front of the lectern to interrupt. So I give you the floor, MP Otley.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to use this interruption to show the world that I'm the MP she's talking about. So I thank you for that. All right? So no matter what, at the end of the day, we all from St. Maarten and we have to get along.
Thank you, MP Otley. MP Veronica Jansen-Webster, you may continue.
Through you, Madam Chair, the TAT Minister, I urge you, don't let the Department of Statistics fall behind. We went from having little to no data to having a wealth of data at the end of 2023. But we need to keep up with the projects in that department. Vacancies have to be filled. And when we talk about vacancies, then I look at our Prime Minister, really the challenge that I have faced in working in the organization, being a department head, being a minister, when we want to fill those vacancies, the time that it takes. I know it came up here, but I want to stress on that again. Please try to facilitate, get more people to get it moving, because we are losing the few people that we get, the good people. By the time we are able to give them a bus light, they're already gone. Sometimes you sign the bus light for their permanent position and the air vol ontslag at the same time. It has happened to me at least twice when I was minister. So we really need to work on that so we can get people, because there are people, capable people who want to work for government, but it takes so long and then they give up. Through you, Madam Chair, the Minister of ECYS, don't give up on our National Institute of the Arts. I know we don't have the money this year, but this is something that I have seen so many governments talk about, so many people. When I was preparing for budget debate, I went through the old budgets, and every year it would come up, every year. It's not there this year. However, I know that in the future, we have discussed, you will look into us having this National Institute of the Arts, Center of the Arts, whatever we want to call it. Don't give up on our sports fields that need to be repaired and our schools. I too have a motion today that I would like to bring forward on behalf of MP Roseberg, my colleague, and it reads as follows. The Parliament of St. Maarten, in its meeting of today, January 16, 2025, considering 1, the krankzinnige Landsverordening, National Ordinance on the Supervision of Mentally Ill Persons, established in 1922, is outdated and lacks compliance with modern human rights standards, constitutional protections, and international obligations like the European Convention on Human Rights, ECHR. 2, the Ministry of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, VSA, is working on legislative amendments, but interim measures are urgently needed to safeguard individuals placed under mandatory mental health care or detention. Current challenges, current challenges include A, absence of mandatory judicial review of placement detention decisions within 5 weeks. B, lack of government-funded legal aid for affected individuals. C, the need for formalizing policies such as conditional outpatient care, voorwaardelijke machtiging, and independent second opinions on medical declarations. Resolves. 1, temporary policy implementation, to call on the Ministry of VSI in collaboration with the Ministry of Justice to adopt and implement the draft policy within 6 months to address A, legal aid, finalize and implement agreements for government-funded legal aid, ensuring immediate accessibility upon placement or detention. B, judicial review. Mandate judicial review of placement or detention decisions within 5 weeks. C, conditional mandates. Establish a formal legal framework for conditional outpatient care as an alternative to forced hospitalization. D, second opinions. Require independent medical experts for second opinions in mandatory care and detention cases. 2, legislative finalization. Expedite the completion of amendments to the krankzinnige Landsverordening to include provisions for judicial review, legal aid, outpatient care frameworks, and independent medical assessments. 3, financial allocation. Secure funding for legal aid services as outlined in the draft agreement, ensuring human rights and constitutional compliance. 4, monitoring. Implement a system to report on A, provision and accessibility of legal aid, B, judicial review outcomes, C, effectiveness of conditional outpatient mandates. 5, to call on the ministries of VSI and Justice to collaborate to finalize the concept agreement for legal aid and ensure its swift approval at the ministerial level, and goes over to the order of the day. Copies of this motion to be sent to Governor of St. Maarten, the Government of St. Maarten, the Council of Advice of St. Maarten. This motion is presented and signed by my person, MP Veronica Janssen Webster, and has been authored and signed by MP Shamira Roseberg. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Janssen Webster. I now give the floor to MP Kotai. MP Kotai, you have the floor at this point in time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to all. Thank you to our ministers as well. Good evening to my colleagues, those in the Tribune and those viewing online. Firstly, I just want to commend the Chair Lady, MP Roseberg, for showing me that she's country above self. Having to present her own motions, our fellow MP decided to keep the chair so we can complete the budget debate. And so for that, thank you, MP. Just quickly for the Minister of Finance, through you, Madam Chair. I just want to touch the topic on the amendment that was brought to the floor by MP Lacruz. After MP Lacruz presented his amendment, a lot of information has been flying left and right. So I would just like to confirm a few things with you through you, Madam Chair. Firstly, can the ministry provide an increased budget requested in the amendment without actually amending the budget posts mentioned by the MP in his amendment? And was there ever an official request from Parliament for this amendment to their budget? Furthermore, I have a motion in hand that intends to focus on revamping our sport tourism product and initiatives. I'll read it out. Considering that the Ministry of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Traffic and Telecommunication objectives of diversifying the tourism sector, contributing significantly to the economic growth and development aligns with sport tourism and infrastructure initiatives. Aligning with national economic revitalization strategies, emphasis on sport tourism directly correlates with increased visitor influx, increasing local employment, and broader recognition in niche tourism markets. To explore projects like a motorsports park, specifically a drag strip, multi-purpose track or circuit, and off-road course with supporting facilities such as garage bays and service areas. As this does align with sports tourism, this also promotes our tourism product as a whole. That an additional advantage of a motorsports park is the opportunity for the local motorbike enthusiasts to practice stunts and display their skills away from public roads in a controlled and safe environment. This will contribute to safer roads for all users. That possibilities of a lane or course for cyclists and other road and off-road sports to be looked into. For example, a corridor from the Princess Juliana International Airport to the French side, as well as the possibilities of revamping our existing sporting infrastructure with the goal of sport tourism in mind. That local engineering firms possess the necessary technical expertise and also an intimate understanding of the dynamics of our local construction environment, ensuring more accurate and contextualized evaluations. That the project for constructing the Met and Civil Aviation Building, initially budgeted at 9.5 million guilders, has been examined for potential excessive allocation relative to industry standards and proposed infrastructure. The current plans indicate a total usable space of 1,304 square meters, leading to a calculated construction cost of approximately 9,195 guilders per square meter. This pricing exceeds typical regional construction industry standards, which are generally between 3,500 guilders and 6,000 guilders per square meter. In recognition of this, in the case that the complete budgeted amount is not fully used, a conditional reallocation of the proposed funds is recommended, subject to validation by an independently verified engineering assessment, ensuring that any repurposing of funds does not compromise the essential quality and structural integrity of the Met and Civil Aviation Building. That, should it be determined the building can be successfully completed for less than the budgeted amount, the surplus funds be redirected towards sport tourism initiatives. Resolves to request the Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Traffic and Telecommunication to hire a local engineering firm to assess and evaluate the construction drawings and reevaluate the construction costs for the Met and Civil Aviation Building project. To request that the Minister of TEAT, in the case that assessment results is in an apparent surplus, to propose to Parliament the reallocation of the sum of monies to be used towards enhancing sport tourism initiatives and infrastructure. And to request that the Minister of TEAT collaborate with stakeholders both from the public and private sectors on both Dutch and French sides of the island to improve our sports product in tandem with one another. This motion, supported by 9 MPs, the 8th in the coalition, and MP Darrell York, and copies of this motion will be sent to the Council of Ministers of Sint Maarten. The MPs that did support the motion are MP Myers, MP Waver, myself, MP DeMar, Labega, MP Veronica Jansen-Webster, MP Sarah Westcott Williams, MP Peterson, and MP Rosenberg. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Kotai. I'm seeing that MP York is at the lectern for his last interruption. MP York, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to further underscore that it's an excellent initiative and motion from the good MP Kotai. And I would like to add some other areas where the MP or the executive branch could look into. On Pond Island, there's an area of some 40,000 square meters that can be used for such a occasion and investment, as well as behind of the Carnival Village, going around towards coming out by Medfield Hazel in the back there could also be used for a strip. So those are 2 areas that I would like the MP to look into, and excellent motion. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. MP Kotai, you want to reply?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank MP York for also supporting this great initiative and also offering some some directions that our minister can look into. So thank you, MP York. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Kotai. I now continue and go over to the next member of parliament, and that is MP Peterson for his second round. MP Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, once again. I'll be brief. I don't really have too many questions in this second round. Madam Chair, it would be amiss of me to not also acknowledge MP York and his statements towards me today. I find that very mature, and I think that we still have some hope when it comes to maturity here on this floor of Parliament. Also, Madam Chair, since the topic of referendum came about, I would also like to take us back on a little trip down memory lane, where we had the former leader of the National Alliance sitting there as the former Prime Minister, and where the same discussion came about the referendum and whatnot and how we would start it. And I remember then Prime Minister Sylvia Jacobs made it very clear to Parliament that anything regarding a referendum would have to be initiated by Parliament. And I believe that former MP Gums, former MP Angelique Romou, and former MP Duncan worked on such a plan and a communication plan to reach to said decision to maybe go into a referendum. So again, you know, when we speak about motions, and a speaker before me also alluded that I criticized all motions. No, it is my prerogative to decide which motions do fall under the criteria that, for me, make them nonsensical, make them, let's say, not in cohesion with the Constitution. The one that was read out about the referendum definitely being one. But I guess when we vote, my vote will reflect on how I feel about the motions as well. And coming back to the meeting, Madam Chair, I also have an amendment that I'm bringing forward. It's the same amendment that the Minister of Romy spoke about. It's the 1.9 million euros that was received by the Dutch government for certain projects, and more specifically the water pumps, the storm water pumps, and also capacity building within Vromi. I have that amendment ready. I'm not going to read it out loud now. It's a lot, but I've already sent it to the Secretariat. So that will be sent to the MPs before we reach to the voting. And last but not least, Madam Chair, I've heard a lot of motions presented today, and I want to urge the ministers that, you know, this would actually be a question from me to you, Madam Chair. If the motions touch your ministry, then I would love to hear your own sentiment on it, whether it touches one ministry or all. I would love to hear the minister's sentiments on the way to execute, or if the motion is, if you can execute them. Because I think it's very important to know what the government feels about our wishes, so to say, from Parliament, because if they say up front that it is not feasible and is not possible, then I think that that should also be taken into consideration when we take our vote. And I believe that will be all from me from now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Peterson. I continue, and the next member of parliament in line is MP Myers. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to my colleagues in Parliament, to the Honorable Council of Ministers, ladies and gentlemen in the Tribune, and those of you that are still up at this bewitching hour listening to the parliamentary budget debate. Good evening. I want to start off by saying my colleague, MP Rayon Peterson, spoke about an accident that happened in the Simpson Bay area a couple of weeks ago with a close friend of his family, Washi. Washi was a well-known person in St. Martin. As a matter of fact, Washi was a very close friend. I didn't really know him like that. I know him by seeing him and hailing him, but he was a very close friend to my best friend. And I sympathize with their loss. But I think we also have to put, one of the things that I want to highlight here is I also know the young man that was in the accident, that was driving the bus, that was in that unfortunate accident. His name is Ricky. I know him, and he is what we can refer to as a a success story for St. Maarten. You know, he's a young man who didn't look for any excuses when the NRPB was offering this this percentage that you didn't have to pay back, and you could get the balance from the bank. He jumped on it. He bought a vehicle. He started his little tour company, VIP transportation company, and he built it to where it is today. He presently has 2 8-passenger buses and 2 SUVs. So here it is. It's an unfortunate situation, but I wanted to put a name to the face as exactly who the young man is, a young man that is contributing positively to and using the means that is provided by government and to establish himself. So I just wanted to say that for who he is. My heart goes out to him and his family, because either way, it's something that he will have to live with for the rest of his life. Having said that, I have as I said in the first round, I have a motion that I would like to present, and I also have an amendment to the budget that I would propose, and I will start with the amendment first. I'm not going to read the amendment for the sake of time. It has been submitted to DIV, and as my colleague, Member of Parliament, who I've known a very long time, MP Veronica Jansen-Webster, and I always used to call her, and I still call her the statistician. She mentioned her relentless pursuit for Asikuda. And I am here to say that this amendment, Veronica, will be to allocate funds to implement that very system that is much needed, and it would help ministries across the board. It will be beneficial to the Ministry of TEAT, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Justice. So thanks for your push, and thank you to the Minister of Justice for actually putting that push to tell me to, go ahead and let's try to get a budget amendment. Thanks for the Minister of Finance and her staff for actually finding the budget post that we can take the funds from to actually present this amendment. So as the saying goes, teamwork makes the dream work. And Honorable Minister of Justice, you said something when you started, and I'm going to use this for the rest of my term. A good place to live is a good place to visit. I love that. And you said that, and I believe that if we focus on what it is we have to focus on as St. Maarten and really strive to push this country forward, we can achieve a lot of great things. I don't know about you, but I want to be on the side of history that says he did a good job for his country. That's my goal here. That's the side of history that I want to be on. Having said that, I'm going to read the motion. And one question I have and I've heard a lot of talk today about, and I'm not going to go into the whole thing with the cannabis, but I heard a lot of talk today about the cannabis and the amount of monies that it would potentially generate for the coffers. Now, the one question I have is, I also know that how are you going to get a bank account for cannabis? In the United States, I know, for example, we have banks in St. Maarten that don't give accounts to gaming industry and lotteries and brothels and so forth because of correspondent banking. So my question is, how are we going to be able to, the monies that we generate, how is we going to be able to get that money to the coffers of the country? I think once you could explain me that traject, I will be on board. Okay. The motion. Draft motion. The Parliament of St. Maarten, of its meeting on January the 16th, 2025, Considering that the Parliament of St. Maarten has the constitutional obligation and the right to establish the budget of the country. This right is enshrined in Article 100 of the Constitution of St. Maarten, that it is considered one of the fundamental tenets of our democratic system. That at the time of the dismantling of the Netherlands Antilles and the debt relief provided by the Netherlands, the body of the CFT was created. That this was done so-called on the basis of a consensus kingdom law, that in hierarchy of laws, according to the in the hierarchy of the laws, according to the St. Maarten Constitution, kingdom law supersedes our very Constitution. However, there is no mention in place of consensus kingdom laws. The basis of constitutional vetting, only the Ombudsman can challenge a law approved by Parliament. That the kingdom law CFT stipulation that approved budget have been vetted by the CFT can be considered unconstitutional. The rigid application of annual budgetary norms for the CFT does not allow for investment and yield long-term socio-economic benefits, therefore limiting our country's development. That the current implementation of the RFT fails to adequately consider the local realities, such as limited administrative capacity and external shock frequency faced by small island states like St. Maarten. That the oversight provided by the CFT has been criticized for being overly restrictive and not sufficiently flexible to support economic restructuring or recovery efforts. That the financial administrative resources constraint of St. Maarten exacerbates the challenges of meeting RFT norms, leading to a systematic non-compliance. That the CFT procycle approach can intensify economic downturns by limiting government spending when it's most needed to stimulate the economy. The resolve, to urge the Council of Ministers to be mindful of the above, and that the constitutional right of Parliament to establish the budget of the country should never be compromised. To request the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance to establish in collaboration with Parliament that these fundamental democratic principles are enshrined in our Constitution, not be compromised, and that the role of the CFT be limited to its original intention. To initiate with the Netherlands the discussion regarding the Kingdom Law CFT and its relevance in today's national state and global realities, especially as these budgeting, funding, financial modalities, and debt financing. To propose reforms to the RFT that address amongst others the following: introducing a multi-macroeconomical framework for the balanced short-term budgetary rules with long-term socio-economic gains, ensuring flexibility, budgetary oversight, and allow for necessary investment in critical areas such as education, health, and infrastructure. Strengthening institutional capacity by allocating adequate resources and addressing constraints in human capital, particularly in recruiting and retaining skilled personnel. Developing a code of conduct to improve relationships between the CFT and local governments, fostering trust and better alignment in its adversary role, encouraging the CFT to incorporate practical and constructive advice, informal communications, and to highlight positive developments alongside areas for improvement, allowing room for sufficient economic recovery efforts during crisis alignment, oversight policies with St. Maarten, unique challenges and opportunities, and goes over to the order of the day. The signature presenter is myself. Copies of this goes to the government of St. Maarten, the governor of St. Maarten, the CFT, and this motion has been endorsed by MP Chris Weaver, MP Sarah Westcott Williams, MP Veronica Janssen Webster, MC Dimar Labega, MC Artwell Arian, MP Omar Atley, MP Egbert Duran, MP Francisco La Cruz, MP Viren Kotai, MP Lyndon Lewis, MP Darrell York, MP Rayon Peterson, and MP Shamira Roseberg. 14 members have endorsed the motion. I would like to also, in closing, say that I would also like to thank MP Irian Artwell and MP Sarah Westcott also for their input in this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers. I now give the floor to MP Egbert Duran for his second round. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Good evening, one and all. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, a lie doesn't become the truth. Wrong doesn't become right. And evil doesn't become good just because it's accepted by a majority. Madam Chair, through you to the Honorable Minister of Romi, I have a few requests. This time I'll state it as clear as I can state it. I would please like to be provided with the court cases that would handle during the tenure from May to December of last year. So not those that are ongoing, but those that are concluded with the results of said court cases. So the settling, the ones that were won or lost, and you don't need to make that determination, just provide the end result in terms of the verdict, even if they're in appeal now. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I would also like to be provided with any or the latest information regarding the Rainforest Adventures land that had to be returned to government. I know that we sat in negotiations for some time. I would like to know what is the latest on that and what is the minister's plan for that land. I would also like for the minister, through you, Madam Chair, to provide the documentation related to such, even if it's in a confidential manner, in the sense of when the land was requested, the request of the land, the current state of affairs, the deed, and also if it's now in the process of being returned to government, that new deed as well, and what was returned to government. I hope that that question is clear. I would also like to know in what year was this deed signed? I guess that will be provided in the information. Madam Chair, through you, I would like to ask the minister, what is the latest update on the sorting facility based on the project from the NRPB? What is the latest update? How far are we with that? I know that there were several hiccups, and I would like to get from the minister, through you, what the latest update on that is. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure if this question goes to the Prime Minister or the Minister of Romi and Finance, but I'll ask it, and I guess they will sort it out. Can the government provide an update, if there is any, on the potential acquisition of the Telem building for a Parliament building? So can the government provide any update on the potential acquisition of the current Telem building for it to be used as a Parliament building? What are the thoughts on the government based on that? I would also like to know, through you, Madam Chair, can the minister indicate how much longer it is anticipated before the building permit of the marketplace is issued to the Ministry of TIAT? You know what I find so amazing sometimes? One thing in this modern world, once we have recordings, they don't go anywhere. Earlier, I heard the minister mention that he signed so many building permits, and once he hit the 1-year mark, he's going to surpass my record, quote unquote. But I just remember that this was the same minister that mentioned I was overbuilding St. Maarten. So I would like to just point out the fact to the people that, during the election we say certain things, and now to prove a different point, we forgot what we said then, but it's just important for the public to take note of such. Through you, Madam Chair, I move on to the Ministry of Justice, which I have a few points. Minister, I heard you mention your sentiments on the whole tint and how it will be, it is a threat for public safety. It also hinders police operations. I am of a different opinion. However, I respect your opinion. And I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, if there is any information or statistics that the minister is basing this on, any reports, if we can be provided with such, so that we can also be enlightened to have some kind of understanding so that we know once something is done or introduced, how to go about it. So if there is any statistics, any reports, any information that aligns with the reasoning why the minister made that statement. I've always been a proponent for tint for the simple fact that, Madam Chair, I've traveled different places, and St. Maarten is one of the few places that I hear that tint is a threat to public safety. This is not the first time that I heard it. I actually heard it when I was the Minister of Justice as well. But I have a different view. So I would like to know what reports. I haven't seen any. I would like to know what reports are there to substantiate such. Madam Chair, I have the Landsverordening that was passed in Curaçao on September 22nd, 2022, which basically says it is permitted to affix or attach, apply any material on or against the front side windows of the vehicle, providing that there's light transmission of a standard of 35%. So your front glass can go up to 35%. Your back glasses can go to 3%. This was done in Curaçao. Madam Chair, reason why you can reference this is because at the end of the day, that's our sister island, and we have similar police. I mean, just a couple of years ago, we were one police force, one joint country. So I would like to know if there's a reason why the minister made that statement, and if that could be clarified. I can also provide the minister with the law if the minister doesn't already have it. Through you, Madam Chair, as I said in the beginning of my questions just now, wrong doesn't become right just because it's accepted by the majority. I move on to TIAT. Madam Chair, we're talking about public funds here. We're talking about public funds that was used, that was not deliberated on, as we are deliberating on the public funds here in this hall of Parliament. It was no budget passed. So there's no, in my opinion, up to now, substantiation to provide where we can see why such a payment was made to the Soul Beach. Again, I am not against it. However, there are processes and procedures that need to be followed. I too was a minister. I had to go in the Council of Ministers, present my plan, and when it wasn't correct, I was told this is not beslis ripe. So it's not ready for decision making. And that is the job that is the Secretariat provides for said ministers once it goes through a legal trajectory or not. So I would like to know, Madam Chair, through you, to the Honorable Minister of TIAT and Prime Minister, was this decision beslis ripe? Did it go through the Secretariat? Did it go through Yazet and Way? Was a bidding required? If not, was deviation done based on the compatibilities-verordening? Madam Chair, we're talking about $500,000 US. So I don't think that my question is pretty wild, although I've heard some wild statements in here and saying at least something is being done. I agree, something should be done, but it should be done the right way. So again, I would just like to be provided with the Landsverordening slide, the advice, and the approval. Madam Chair, I heard different talks about ways and means to generate revenue. I would like to know through you to the Minister of TIAT and or Prime Minister or Minister of Finance. Has aircraft registration been a discussion? Is it possible for us to introduce something as such? If not, what will it take for St. Maarten to be able to introduce aircraft registration? Can this be seen as a form of revenue generating that we can introduce in the budget amendment or budget 2026? Through you, Madam Chair, I move to the Ministry of General Affairs. Prime Minister, I would like to know if there's any update on the motion that was passed here in the budget amendment. My motion that passed in terms of benefits for the family of civil servants that pass away. I would like to know what is the update since that motion was passed. Prime Minister, I heard you mention that you will look into the case with the NRPB situation. I will just have to take your word for it at this point, but I do know that a case was started via the Ombudsman, which your office was contacted, and since then no response was given. So I just have to hope and pray that this is not the same as it was handled on the floor of Parliament, and I trust that I will get a response from you, and not only a response, but a solution as well, as I feel that that situation was handled very bad, and it still has me with a bad taste in my mouth, and it's not because of me, in this case, happen to know who the individuals are, but I believe that not everyone has a loud voice, not everyone has the platform to bring across their points, hence the reason I do it here as I represent the people of St. Maarten on a whole. I move on to the Ministry of Finance. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister of Finance, I urge you, based on your sentiments of all of a sudden I have interest in Mola Bay, I urge you, Ms. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, to please go over the calm discussions on Mola Bay, as only there you will see my official stance on Mola Bay from the beginning to the end. You're now in the seat as a minister, you're privy to that information, so please take some time and go through that. Because then you would understand my reasoning for emphasizing on certain things when we seem to be saying one thing and doing another. Madam Chair, through you, the minister mentions that the preparations are on the way to allocate and raise the funds for the purchase of Mola Bay if the opportunity arises, considering that the government would have 10 days to decide whether to meet the required bid. I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, to the minister, do you believe that that is adequate time to make such a significant decision and to secure tens of millions of dollars to acquire Mola Bay? I said it before, and I'll say it again. I personally believe that we are being set up for failure in this regard. During the negotiations, Madam Chair, this is a question. Did the government attempt to extend this 10-day time frame? If not, why not? The minister also referred to responsible revenue-generating avenues to raise the funds for the purchase. Minister, can you please elaborate on these avenues so that we can have an understanding, or maybe then it could be clearer to me what the actual plan is with the potential acquisition of Mola Bay property? And can we get a timeline as well? Through you, Madam Chair, Minister, I'm aware that the government of St. Maarten, in my humble opinion, and based on questions posed during the amendment meeting for the in-year discussion, during the budget meeting, during the CC, and even in the last couple of days in the round one, that the government did not explore every option in order to acquire the property in any other legal manner instead of a bidding. I spoke about determining the fair market value through an independent appraisal. Once the independent appraisal is done, St. Maarten will then have the option to purchase it once the funds are available for fair market value. Don't you believe this is a more feasible option, Minister, instead of going in a bid with potential billionaires and a consortium of billionaires that will definitely squeeze St. Maarten? Let's say if someone would bid 100 or 150 million, do you believe that St. Maarten would be able to get those funds to acquire Mola Bay? Just drawing a reference, because I believe they said that it is valued in the range of 50 plus. Do you believe that St. Maarten would have a fair chance? Hence the reason I say, Minister, I feel like we're being set up for failure. Minister, you mentioned that the reason why Curacao did not sign the sheet that was indicated, according to you, in the addendum, but not part of the addendum, is because you don't need them to sign. So if you don't need them to sign, maybe we can explore the option, as I mentioned, during the previous meetings, acquired via market value. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, if that's an option. Minister, I must mention that this matter transcends politics. When it comes to securing Muller Bay, the focus should be on working together for the betterment of our country. This is a deeply important issue for many citizens, including myself. While I respect the difference of approach, I will always try to look out for the best interest, and I assume that you would want to as well. But putting us in a bidding process that we could potentially lose, I don't know if that's the best interest of St. Maarten. So I must express my discontent with how the approach is. For that, I have the following motion I would like to present. The Parliament of St. Maarten, in its meeting today, January 16th, well, it's about January 17th now, actually, considering that the government is proposing for taxpayers of St. Maarten to bear the financial burden of the bailout of INYA after its management has grossly mismanaged the funds entrusted to them, that the central bank failed in its oversight responsibilities, allowing INYA's situation to escalate unchecked, that no reward or tangible benefit has been proposed for the taxpayers of St. Maarten, despite their crucial role in this financial bailout. There has been no clear update since the passing of the amendment of Parliament, resolves to the following: to urge the Minister to actively pursue a joint request with the government of Curaçao and the Dutch Kingdom government to hold the INYA management executives and the board of directors of the central bank legally accountable for their roles in the mismanagement of fraud, incompetence that led to the INYA crisis. To mandate that the government of St. Maarten explores all legal avenues to acquire Muller Bay property as part of the INYA bailout, with the purchase price determined through an independent appraisal report for fair market value, to encourage the government to provide regular updates to the public and ensuring the progress of this situation, and also to require that the government provides Parliament with the progress made in addressing this INYA bailout to ensure transparency and accountability. And goes over to the order of the day, copies sent to the government of Curaçao, the Dutch Kingdom government, the Minister of Finance of St. Maarten, the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Maarten. This motion has been supported by my person, MP Darrell York, MP Francisco La Cruz, MP Arthur Irian, MP Omar Atley, and MP Lyndon Lewis. Education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. This is a quote by Nelson Mandela. I move over to the Ministry of Education. Minister, I am generally satisfied with the answers provided, and I would like to thank you for that. However, I do remain a bit concerned on the enforcement of the Landsverordening funderend onderwijs. Therefore, I propose the following motion in this regard. This is in regards to children that are born on October 1st, between October 1st and December 31st, that are considered born late. I know a lot of persons that have been victim to this scenario, and that has caused quite some unfortunate experiences for them and their families over the last couple of decades. This motion, the Parliament of St. Maarten in its meeting today, January 17th, considering the registration for the admittance into primary school has already begun for some schools and will begin for others shortly, that the existing national ordinance, Landsverordening, voor en onderwijs, Article 2, lit 1, explicitly states that the foundational education is for a child of the age of 4, and they are obliged to start in Group 1 upon reaching this age, that certain school boards have implemented an informal October 1st policy or similar practices, resulting in children born after specific dates being delayed with starting school, which directly disregards the law, that the practice has caused unnecessary confusion and inconvenience for parents and denies children their rightful access to education as stipulated by law, that there are currently no structured policy from the ministry to ensure that schools comply with the law to face accountability for deviations. Resolves to urge the government of Sint Maarten to enforce the Landsverordening voor en onderwijs and ensure all schools adhere to the legal provision that children must start Group 1 upon reaching age 4 without any additional random cutoff dates, to require the ministry to implement an admittance test at the time of the registration for students that are turning 4 in that same school year, to assess their skills, identify their strengths and weaknesses, and enable instructors to prepare them for the upcoming grade, to require that the ministry to implement a mechanism to monitor and hold schools accountable for the compliance with the law and provide support to parents in understanding their right under this ordinance, to urge the Ministry of Education to immediately communicate this to all school boards, reminding them of the law and their obligation to comply therewith. And lastly, to mandate the government to return to Parliament within 2 months with a comprehensive update detailing the measures taken to enforce this law, the results achieved, and how these efforts will ensure full compliance by the start of the upcoming school year. And goes over to the order of the day. Copies to be sent to the government of Sint Maarten, the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, all school boards on Sint Maarten. This was endorsed by my person, MP Lyndon Lewis, MP La Cruz, MP Otley, MP Irian, and MP York. Madam Chair, at the end of the day, all 15 members of Parliament, including myself, every minister sitting down there, the 7 of them, all of us in this room, not taking out all the civil servants, all of us, all we will be remembered for is our legacy. Our legacy, what we were able to do to impact the lives of others. And that's why every motion that I bring here on the floor of Parliament has to do with the impact of the lives of our people. And you know what? I've learned over those last couple of years, in particular the last 7 years, sometimes it's better to walk alone or even in a small group than walk with a big crowd that is going in the wrong direction, Madam Chair. I am not against this government. I will be critical of this government. I urge some of the ministers to stop taking everything so personal. I believe that most of the ministers have good intentions. You have a job to do. I have a job to do. I'm not here on my own strength. I'm here on the strength of the people. And I will continue to represent them to the best of my ability. So truly help me God Almighty. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward for the clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Doran. I now give the floor to MP Sarah Westcott-Williams for her second round. MP Sarah Westcott-Williams, you have the floor. Now.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and a good morning. Madam Chair Lady, while some of us even whispering while the meeting is going on, from the outside, I am getting the information that you hear it louder than we hear it in here. So the whispering in the background, somehow it's out there and persons are asking, like, who are those in the background whispering? So I just want to give us all that note to be conscious of that. But thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and thanks to the ministers for their answers and their clarifications. And ministers, I am looking forward to, based on this budget, the next steps for this government to take, and that will show specific vision, a specific vision of this government where the different items are concerned. I look forward by the COM responding to some of the queries and suggestions that have been made. But not only that, that is the responsibility of the Council of Ministers, but also in Parliament, because say what you may, for as long as it has taken, some of the jabs here and there as the discussions in Parliament were taking place. But I think across the board, from all members of Parliament, there have been consistent concerns raised in several areas. And in those areas, I believe is the responsibility of the Parliament, starting with the committees of Parliament, to initiate action to come to, along with the COM eventually, to solutions to these issues that have been raised. Just off the top of my head, I could mention things like addiction in our country, addictions in our country, the cleanliness of our island, the environment in general, and I could mention more. Not often, we do it sometimes, but not often do we get the opportunity as members of Parliament of all of the factions to sit outside of a formal meeting of Parliament and have a discussion about the issues that are affecting our population. I have been able to have those discussions, especially when not on the island of St. Maarten, with several, if not all, of my colleagues in Parliament. And in those circumstances, I feel even more confident about this Parliament reaching some solutions in the areas that we all consider important for St. Maarten. So as the chairperson of Parliament, I will continue the initiatives in Parliament to, one, establish topical committees in Parliament, separate from the ministerial committees, so to speak, to deal with the different issues of importance, the environment, climate change, crime, etc., etc. So again, ministers, I want to thank you for what you have presented thus far, and also some of the intentions that you have expressed. And starting with the Minister of Finance, therefore, I just want to run down some issues with you, because as a member of the coalition supporting the government, I don't have to put everything that I would want to make known to the government in a motion. I can call your ministry, I can call you, and express whether they be concerns, proposals, ideas, whatever. But so you're not going to get a motion from me on everything that we have discussed. I am relying on the government ministers to follow up and follow through with some of the things that, based on queries in Parliament, based on concerns in Parliament, are to be carried out. So I just want to run down some things that have been alluded to, agreed to, in addition to the formal list of commitments made by the government that would come from the Parliament in order for us to follow up on certain issues. I want to ask the Minister of Finance, we have received and they will come up for voting in the voting process. We have received 3 notes of amendment from the government of St. Maarten regarding the budget. And I would just like, in responding in this round, that the minister gives just a synopsis on what those changes mean. And I am heading in a certain direction with this question, and it relates to an amendment by one of my colleagues with respect to the support staff for Parliament. So I want to know what is, in other words, the final outcome of the amendments. If the minister could just run that down. Again, we have them, all of the listing from this item to that item, the increase of the expenditures and also the increase of the income. But if the minister could just give that, provide that, please. Minister, I thank you for receiving, based on my request, the so-called aanschrijving regarding intended changes to the profit tax law. And that has to do with specifically foundations and associations. And I want to suggest, Minister, that first let me explain a little what an aanschrijving is, especially for the general public that might be still awake at this hour. And it's a sort of a notice of intention by the minister or the government with respect to a matter that is to be regulated by law, but that the minister already has an intention as to how that will be done. So my suggestion is that I would like to be taken up once the minister give the nod of approval to it, that it be taken up in our list of commitments, and that is that in as far as the minister has the possibility to issue other aanschrijvingen, notices of intention with respect to tax changes. So for whatever law or regulation that you are at a phase that such can be done, that aanschrijving, a notice of intention be given. Because it allows persons to start to, one, anticipate that this change is coming. It also allows the necessary departments to also anticipate and work towards the change. I know you can't do it if it's just an idea, but if the ministry is working or has started to work on the legislation, the aanschrijving, notice of intention, can follow. To the Prime Minister, of course, my idea for a retreat by whatever name, if that can be taken along as you move from this stage to the stage of presenting more of this government's policies and projects towards an amended budget for 2025. And in those discussions, if the matter of providing a larger subsidy for the cabinet of the minister plenipotentiary in The Hague can be taken along. And if not in the amended budget 2025, if it can be put on the roster, so to speak, of or for the budget 2026, but that it is anticipated and it is intended to be done. I look forward to hearing from the government some ideas with respect to funding acquisition and some of the proposals that I launched in terms of how this can be done. EU funds, public-private partnerships, etc., as I proposed in the previous round. To the Minister of TIAT, Minister, I might have missed your answer about picking up the phone to call His Excellency the Governor, and now it is about the lottery Elbeham. The Prime Minister indicated to me that his phone call to the Governor with respect to the Prime Minister's own, he would have called on. So we have at the Governor, I'm checking my notes to find out which one the Prime Minister, but anyhow, his phone call to the Governor is going to come next week. And in fact, that would have been my question, if our ministers, outside of the legal setting of meetings with the Governor, cannot pick up the phone when you're not sure about something, or the Prime Minister's own was the SER matter. And so the same question goes to the Minister of TIAT, and I'm getting a nod that this is going to happen, this call is going to be made. To the Minister of Justice, Minister, one of the areas that I will follow the path of initiation in the Parliament of St. Maarten via committee, via our chair lady of the Committee of Justice has already started, and this is the path that is going to be followed in the area of immigration, because as the Minister, Madam Chair Lady, through you, has indicated, it is really a multi-dimensional issue, not just, one that you can pick up and say we either opening up or closing our borders, etc., etc. So that is just a notice that is the way we will also be looking at this matter. Because I agree with an earlier statement by my colleague and party member, MP Labega, that we need to do something about our population growth, our unchecked population growth, and whatever it is. And that's why I was discussing, and I heard your answer pertaining to the consequences of some of the decisions that have been taken with respect to immigration, the BTA, and other such issues. To the Minister of VSA, Minister, I had asked you earlier about the acting SG of your ministry in particular. I've asked about acting civil servants in general, and I don't know if you answered me about what will be done. That was my follow-up. I understood your SG is still in an acting position, and I asked how quickly can that be remedied. Was my question. I don't think in your responses that you answered that, so I look forward to receiving that. And then with respect to the cannabis project, let me call it that. And Minister, I quoted through you, Madam Chair Lady, to the Minister of VSA, I quoted from an article issued by the government of St. Maarten in 2022. And that's what I read from when I mentioned that article by the government said that there was a request for proposals with respect to a cannabis project from the government, and then there was also from the Minister of VSA. And that's why I was asking about your specific role in those both trajectories. But since then, and I want to thank the government, the Minister of TIAT, for providing the RFP. And somehow, between what I was able to quickly read and that article by the government in 2022, it's not in sync. It's not in sync. And again, I'm sure this discussion will go further. I look at eventually, hopefully in the not too distant future, receiving, Madam Chair Lady, an overview, a status report, doesn't have to be anything long, about this project from the government. So when all ministries have kind of gotten their foot set on the matter, please provide what I want to call to the Parliament a white paper on this issue. From the COM. I want to know it from the COM, so every minister's input into the matter. And I would prefer, Madam Chair Lady, that comes to Parliament before we get any type of proposed legislation, so that I can form a better opinion when we do get whatever draft legislation. Minister of Romi.
Madam Chair.
Yes?
Madam.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm the chair. I'm tired. MP Westcott Williams.
Yes.
Before you continue to the next ministry, I would like to let you know that your time has been paused, because I would like to adjourn for 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Meeting
Okay.
adjourned for 2 minutes.
I hereby reopen the meeting and give MP Westcott Williams the floor to continue with round 2. And a reminder, members and council, we are live, so pay attention to that. Please, MP, you have the floor. And you have 29 minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, as I was kind of running down some of the commitments and desires that I have expressed to the Council of Ministers, one such request is to the Minister of Romy, and that regards the increase in the budget of the Nature Foundation to deal with the matter of the invasive species, including and especially the monkeys on St. Maarten. I mean, there's no other way to sugarcoat it. It's a issue. It's a big issue. And sometimes when these issues become so big, we all throw our hands up in the air, Madam Chair Lady, like, okay, yeah, we accept it. You know, that 8, 10 of these animals are running across any street and saying, oh, yeah, boy, you see that, and pictures all over social media, and then tomorrow we don't pass them, but we cannot. We honestly cannot, where this matter is concerned. And so Madam Chair Lady, yes, that was in the case of the Vromi Ministry. And Madam Chair Lady, we have, and I have a few too, received and read several amendments and motions. And of course, I am sure I'm going to hear it. I've heard it partially already. Yeah, even the chair lady has been, and I'm paraphrasing some of my colleagues, has been very critical of motions. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I have been critical in the sense of always advising my colleagues that motions are not an instrument to be treated lightly, because we want to then say to the people, you know what we say should happen. And then people looking forward to this happening when we ourselves know full well it can't happen. So emotion should not be used lightly as an instrument, 1. 2, it should be realistic. It should not be contradictory to a law or regulation. It should not be counterproductive. It should be clear and concise. It should not be superfluous, and it should be on topic. These are generally accepted points of departure when you talk about parliamentary motions to a government. When it comes to the matters of clear and concise and on topic, these are mentioned specifically in our rules of order, which is the only place where motions of parliament are regulated, except when it comes to a motion against one or more ministers. That is the only motion mentioned in the Constitution of St. Maarten. So I want to say this because, again, tonight, you're going to have some attempts for motions that don't get a majority support for that to be used. Oh, you see, they don't agree with it because they don't want that item, and they don't want a referendum, and they don't want this, and they don't want that. So, Madam Chair Lady, after having stated those matters pertaining to a motion, and then I want to come specifically because I think the people of St. Maarten need to understand. To come to a referendum, whether on independence or whatever, first of all, I believe that the motion of MP Artwell Irian, as sympathetic as it might sound, is totally off topic. Why? The budget is a broad instrument, yes. And you could, in essence, talk about everything in a budget meeting because the budget of the country involves every ministry, and that's the government. That's the running of the country. So basically, but when it comes to a referendum, I honestly cannot see I can't see the synchronization of that with a budget debate to start with. I want to advise my colleagues who have not done so yet, and all persons interested in seeing a referendum get off the ground on St. Martin, to peruse the stipulations regarding a referendum as in our Constitution and the law on organizing referendums. Please, because, and you know, looking back, I think it was very clever of the legislators to formulate our referendum requirement in a way that it did. Because it says that in order, before the Parliament makes a decision on, before the Parliament make a final decision on a matter of importance, then they can put it in a referendum to the people. So in other words, the discussion needs to start in Parliament. We need to then come. So that's where the debate will take place, not on a late night in a budget meeting to submit a motion for a referendum. And in the preparations for a referendum, we should ask ourselves point blank, do we want to leave the constellation that we're in? That's what we got to ask ourselves and the people, of course, when we get to the part of the referendum. But the debate and the discussion needs to take place in here. And when the Parliament thinks that it has a certain line, then the Parliament can say, this is what I want to hear from you, because this is the direction I, the Parliament, would like to go, or we, the Parliament rather, would like to go into. So I think that needs to be made clear, and we've got to stop occasionally taking this topic and just dropping it out there at our own convenience. It has to stop. We must have the discussion, and it's in here where it needs to take place, in a very sober, deliberate, and in-depth way. So, Madam Chair, Lady, I went a little off topic there, at least according to my own notes. So I will continue.
MP, before you continue, I would like to give the floor to MP Duran for his interruption. MP Duran, you have the floor yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Lady. I just want to reiterate what my colleague, MP Irian, mentioned. At the end of the day, it's a preparation for a referendum. Therefore, it has financial consequences. So it's to give the Minister of Finance and the entire government a heads up as to prepare for the referendum. You know what I find quite interesting, Madam Chair Lady, is sometimes people say certain things, and when it comes time now to express your sentiments, they kind of all over the place. It does have to do with the topic because it has financial consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Duran. MP Westcott-Williams, you may continue and even reply on the...
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, then the motion should include a proposal to put an amount in the budget for a referendum. That's what it then should include, and a specific amount for that to be organized by Parliament. Madam Chair Lady, as I continue, so that's that, on budgets in general, on motions in general, and that motion in particular. And then, Madam Chair Lady, with respect to, throughout the entire discussion with the COM, as a red thread, no pun intended, we have had the issue of capacity, especially legislative capacity. And so I will be presenting the following motion. And this motion is a motion authored and signed by MP Shamira Roseberg, the current acting chair of Parliament. And the reason for this happening in the way that we are doing it, some might ask, well, why can't MP Shamira Roseberg present her own motion? MP Roseberg, to remain in that seat, cannot return to the floor during this agenda point again. And so that's why you hear us here presenting it, because a member has to present it, but it is authored and signed by MP Shamira Roseberg and co-signed by myself, because I'm the one submitting it on her and those who have co-signed it behalf. So, Madam Chair Lady, here goes. Let me make sure I have the right one, yes. The Parliament of St. Maarten, in its meeting of January 16th, by now 17th, 2025, considering the significant shortage of legislative lawyers within various ministries, impeding the effective drafting, review, and implementation of legislation, and delaying the execution of the legislative agenda of the government. 2, the Department of Legal Affairs and Legislation, YZNW, is providing critical legal services, yet it suffers from staffing shortages with only a limited number of senior advisors and legal professionals currently available. 3, the Minister of General Affairs has acknowledged these shortages and is in collaboration with the Ministry of the Interior and Kingdom Relations, BZK, and on a broader base within the Kingdom of the Netherlands, such as the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Maarten. Additionally, seeing that Suriname has legislative lawyers, the minister could explore collaboration with Suriname to address these shortages. Furthermore, the minister could pursue European funding to assist in resolving these shortages, including creating terms of reference to recruit legislative lawyers. 4, adequate legal expertise is critical to advancing the government's legislative agenda, meeting obligations, and implementing necessary policies. Resolves 1, to request the Minister of General Affairs to maintain collaboration with BZK and a broader base with other partners within the Kingdom of the Netherlands, such as the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Maarten, and to explore collaboration with Suriname, seeing that it has legislative lawyers, to address legislative staffing shortages. Additionally, to seek European funding to expedite the recruitment of qualified legislative lawyers for the Department of YZNW within the government. And 2, to call on the Minister of General Affairs to provide Parliament with an update within 6 months detailing 1, progress on the recruiting and onboarding of legislative lawyers, 2, measures implemented to address legislative staffing shortages across ministries, 3, an assessment of how these measures enhance the execution of the legislative agenda of government, and goes over to the order of the day. Copies of the motion to be sent by the Governor of St. Maarten, the Government of St. Maarten, the Council of Advice, the Ministry of the Interior and Kingdom Relations. As I mentioned earlier, this is authored and signed by MP Shamira Roseberg and co-signed by MP Sarah Westcott, myself. I will ask my colleague, MP Labega, please, or MP Kotai, to pass it on there for me, and I save a minute or two as I then go over to a second motion, and this one is a motion by myself, and it regards an ongoing discussion and an item that I feel very passionate about, and that is that we make use of the possibility granted in the law enforcement, administrative enforcement, bestuurlijke handhaving, and that we try to equip our ministries with the tools to execute this law. It is a framework law, and that is to be put into effect, can be put into effect per ministry, per ordinance, per different parts of a ministry, etc., etc. And so I want to use an item again that was a sort of a red thread throughout the parliamentary discussions, and that is the cleanliness of our island. And so the motion reads as follows: considering the communal outrage regarding the cleanliness of the island, the parliamentary discussions during the budget 2025 debate, the concerns with respect to the overall waste collection on the island and lack of equipment such as garbage bins, the unacceptable scenes experienced by all residents with respect to the indiscriminate dumping of waste all over the island, the brazenness with which some residents show total disregard for the laws of the land in the assumption that there are no consequences for asocial and illegal behavior. The adoption of the Ordinance on Administrative Enforcement, bestuurlijke handhaving, by the Parliament of St. Maarten in the year 2018. The entering into force of this law for the Ministry of Romy in 2022. The administrative enforcement rules empowers an administrative body to sanction illegal and lawless behavior. The framework law of 2018 establishes very clear guidelines for an administrative body to enforce the law with built-in checks and balances to prevent an administrative body from overreaching. That there is a waste ordinance for the country of St. Maarten, that the framework law of 2018 also allows its application to a specific ordinance, resolves to urge the government of St. Maarten to declare administrative enforcement applicable to the waste ordinance of St. Maarten. 2, as a matter of urgency, establish the inspection authority, toezichthouder as mentioned in the law, for this matter as established in the Framework Law Administrative Enforcement 2018, to be presented to Parliament within 60 days. To work with waste collection contractors, relevant foundations, and stakeholders to make this inspection authority a reality soonest. To establish a budget for the execution of this motion and propose, if necessary, a budgetary amendment to Parliament within 30 days that would include revenue from the enforcement of this law by employing fines, and to start a sensitization program for the enforcement by widely publicizing the waste ordinance and setting up provisional inspection points using modern technology such as drones and cameras to capture offenders. And it goes over to the order of the day. This motion is signed by me, the submitter, by MP Viren Kotai, MP Veronica Jansen-Webster, MP Dimar Labega, and MP Chris Weaver. And MP La Cruz, Francisco La Cruz. And he is an MP Franklin Myers. Madam Chair Lady, as I continue, as the motion will find its way to you, I want to continue on the matter of motions and amendments. And I have always advocated that we hear from ministers on motions and amendments. And that doesn't mean that then we cancel amendments or motions, but to get the feeling, the input, the views of the ministers. And that has happened with MP La Cruz's amendment to the budget. And Madam Chair Lady, we have a very peculiar situation. And that is that we have the custom that MPs speak twice. But if you have a situation which our rules of order allow, that the proposal of an amendment can change his or her amendment, then the question would be, if that amendment is presented in the second round, how would the person then be able to amend it, especially after consulting with the ministry? So I now have a proposal of order, and that is that this Parliament agrees to allow MP La Cruz to present his amendment, the amendment to his amendment, the change rather to his amendment. So the proposer of the amendment wants to bring a change, which he or she can do according to our rules of order, but we would need Parliament's support, agreement to allow MP La Cruz to speak again. So that's a proposal on the table, and
MP Westcott Williams, do you want to do that in your speaking time, or do you want to finalize your speaking time?
yes,
and
that proposal is there, and then, yes, it's there, and I'm just making sure that I am finished here, and I have everything that needed to be submitted, all motions, my position on some of the motions, and amendments covered. And now, Madam Chair Lady, I present to you the proposal. It's actually a proposal of order because it has to do how do we continue handling this particular topic, and I would want to ask your handling of the proposal for MP La Cruz to have the brief opportunity to present a change to his amendment, which has been submitted to Parliament already. Madam Chair Lady, again, I want to use this opportunity to thank the ministers. Ministers, through the Chair Lady, I look forward to your agreement on some of the matters that others and myself have brought forward for your handling. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Is there any objection to MP La Cruz, the proposal of MP Westcott Williams?
Madam Chair, I second the proposal by MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
There seems to be no objection, and therefore I now give the floor to MP La Cruz for a brief explanation of the amendment on the amendment. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed evening, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and thank you to MP Sarah Westcott and the suggestion from the other members of the coalition, MP Kutai, and a great thanks to the Minister of Finance. Madam Chair Lady, the reason why this amendment is so important is because not enough is coming out from Parliament. And we all know that it is not because we don't want, but we don't have the manpower to do so. So I understood from the government that there is no need, as I do understand, being in the ministry myself once, that it is extremely important that the ministers are out there touching hands, making deals, talking to the people outside of St. Maarten. So I don't know if it's going to totally work, and I understand if it has to, it has to. But if it doesn't have to happen, that the travel budget is cut, like in my previous suggestion, then it doesn't. So the amendment that I am proposing is to add that extra funds to the factions of Parliament to be able to hire an extra WAO or a HABEO that we could actually get more work done. And Madam Chair Lady, through you, to the other members of Parliament, this is serious business. This is the people's business, and I expect to see this first time that every, not one, not two, but every faction starts to produce laws or amend laws and bring our country to where it's supposed to be. Madam Chair Lady, the amendment, do I have to? No? Okay, and thank you.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. Thank you, members of parliament. At this moment, I would like to give the floor to the Minister of ECYS to answer her questions. Sorry? Give me. Seeing that there's a little technical difficulty, I will adjourn for 2 minutes. Meeting adjourned for 2 minutes.
Good morning to the members of Parliament. Good morning to the Council. Good morning to the ones that are still tuned in online. We had over 150 viewers, close to the 200, 180 at a certain moment. We will continue tomorrow with the answering of the questions by the members of Parliament in the second round. I will therefore adjourn the meeting till tomorrow, 9:30 a.m., so that we can continue with the handling. I wish everyone a blessed evening, a blessed morning, be safe, and see you tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Meeting adjourned until tomorrow.